down.
If the Earth is bending at 8 inches per mile squared, then you should have to be pointing the camera down as you go
At
up.
what? What are you looking at with the camera, brother? You're not walking out your observation fully. What is it that you're looking at to point the camera? Or what are you pointing the camera at?
The
Sorry.
horizon. If you're looking at the horizon with your camera, you should be looking down.
Okay. So the higher up we go, the horizon line rises to our eye line. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Does it?
Not always, mate.
Yeah, see, this is what I wanted to jump in earlier with. When we gain altitude, if we use a angle measuring called a sextant. Do you know what a sextant is, Bar?
No.
Pardon?
No.
No. Okay, so a sextant is a nautical angle measuring device. It measures the angle between, say, the horizon and a star. We use this on ships to navigate for things like celestial navigation. When we use this angle measuring device, like I said, we're referencing the horizon and the star. When we gain altitude, what we measure is a declination in the angle of the horizon from our eye level. So it's commonly known as an angular dip. We measure the angular dip of the horizon as we gain altitude. Now, it's not saying that the horizon is curving, and it's not saying that we're living on a sphere. It's just we have to understand what horizon is. It's an optical phenomena that gets displaced because of the air that we're looking through. With altitude, it is measured to reduce from our eye level. So measurably, at high altitudes, let's say in an aircraft, for example, we measure a dip angle. So the horizon appears measurably to descend from our eye level. We do measure that.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely know that at some point you're gonna look back and it's gonna basically look round, theoretically, if you could
Not
get high
round.
enough, but that doesn't mean that it's round. It just means
Yeah, not
that's
round.
Well,
You said that horizon always rises to eye level.
yeah, for the
I said
most
with
part, if you
altitude
were to
it
go
doesn't. I didn't
super
mention
high.
anything about it being round, and this is why I get frustrated.
No, if you were to go super high, theoretically as high as they say they go, and you looked back, there's only so much light that's going to get reflected to your eyes, because your eyes aren't that powerful, so it's going to be like in all directions. Your field of view is a circle around you. As you go up, that circle is going to get smaller and smaller, so it's going to look like a globe
Bigger
to a
and
lot of
bigger.
people. It's just a flat circle, obviously.
Yeah, it's just a flat circle, but I'm just pointing out that horizon doesn't rise to eye with altitude. Do you understand this point? Would you require citation?
No, I believe you. People always say that I'm fucking trolling and then I get muted, but I don't really care, honestly. I've been coming here for literally 5 years more, so...
Never seen you before?
Yeah, well, you can check the fucking videos from 5 years ago, bro.
We have trolls that have been here that long.
Yeah.
Longer.
If you've been here 5 years and you can't steel man a single FE position, then something's up.
Yeah, anybody that looks at this with an honest eye there is going to realize that everything that's been taught to us is all garbage.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
So did Waleed in the text chat say he doesn't want to mic up, or what was the reason given? Waleed, do you want to join up?
Don't
Oh
be
wait, is he
scared.
even in the room? He's not even in the room. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, when I called him out earlier, he suddenly left.
There, I did my part.
So, do we have anybody that thinks they live on a spinning ball in here?
I'm just looking through the chat. Some shy people, but nobody that's really spoken up just yet. Maybe it's too early in the morning for some people, or too late in the evening, I don't know. But it's good to see you, Dave. Hope you're doing well.
Fair enough, Jedi. Thanks for the update. I used to think I lived on a spinning ball for 52 years, so I actually checked. But anyway.
What made you check?
What did make me check back in 2015? I was on YouTube looking for 9/11 conspiracies, I think, and over to the right it kept saying Flat Earth, Eric DeBay, or Flat Earth this, and I thought it was the silliest thing I ever saw in my life, right? And I clicked on the video and he started talking about water, and it goes from there. I mean, I'll keep it as a short version. So I got motivated to check because I knew, I mean, from the 90s to the early 2000s, I knew there's a lot of stuff we couldn't trust in the government, but I'll leave it there. Go ahead.
I think that's like most of us, right? We all believed that the Earth was a spinning ball because that's what we got told, and it was kind of one of these unquestionable, obvious realities of the situation. Right? The Earth is obviously a sphere. It just took us a lot of time to figure it out. Yeah, we understood that. But like Dave said, right, it's just until you come across something that makes you question this. For me, it was how far we could see. And I know a lot of flat earthers talk about long distance observations. But yeah, I think like most people, this unquestionable truth, you don't question it until someone gives you permission to question it. That can come in the form of a YouTube video or whatever, because somebody else is doing the questioning for you. So I appreciate that, Dave, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, if I had to pick one thing that really made me dig into this subject was when I really actually thought about the natural physics of water and how water can't maintain convexity over any distance, you know. They just really hit home with me. So anyway.
Would you say, Dave, that coming to understanding the flat Earth is relatively simple? As in, water's horizontal on the surface and we don't feel any motion. The flat Earth arguments are really simple when you think about it.
Yeah, and that's what keeps a lot of people from going below the surface level. They can't accept the simplicity of this. You know what I mean?
That's
Yeah.
the
Like
problem. Simple.
it can't be that simple, right?
I think that's one of the reasons why I know the Earth is because it's really, really simple. I think that the globe model makes everything really, really complicated. So the average everyday person really isn't able to understand it. So they give their understanding to other people who would do the thinking for them, the authorities and the science, and they trust what they say because the globe is really, really complicated. Flat Earth, though, really
Exactly.
simple. You can understand this shit yourself.
Exactly. You're hitting the key point there. They make it so convoluted that it's way above your pay grade to even start to try to figure this out, right? Smart guys have already figured out all this orbital motion and black holes and all this shit, right? So there's no way you'll be able to figure it out.
You're not a scientist. Well, your science says you can't prove anything. Why I got to adhere to something that can't prove anything? I think if you can't prove
But
it,
Brian, they have their best guess. They always have their best guess about everything. Don't you accept that?
got to leave a little wiggle room so when somebody figures out it's all bunk and bull, they can say, "Well, you know what? We're." I know we said Polaris is 423 light years away, but we messed that up a little bit. It's now 320. Who measured the light year to begin with? It's like, come on, man. 5.8 trillion miles. Get at it. You don't understand orbital mechanics, Brian. Neither do you. No one even knows what gravity is. Everybody in your field says they don't know what gravity is, but they're going to attribute it to everything. We don't know what it is, but it's doing everything. It's retarded.
Even if you get down to the basics of something like a light year, that's a mathematical creation, you know. They haven't actually measured how light, if light even does travel. Does it just appear? You know, they don't know what light is, but they still got light years they're trying to measure stuff with. It's hilarious.
I mean, the first thing I got introduced to was Elon shooting a rocket, and everybody's seen it hit the firmament. And I was like, what the hell is that? They gave me some stuff to look at and gas pressure, of course. And they said, hey, you know what? Go check out this Operation Fishbowl, man. I watched that thing like 20 times. I came away, man. I mean, that was who built the pyramids, all the aliens and all this crazy stuff that we can't explain. It had to be an intelligent life form. I mean, it's still aliens. It just they didn't come from Alpha Centauri 6 or whatever, man. Yeah, that Operation Fishbowl, man. That devastated me, man. It shook me, man. It shook me to the core. When I fucking just came to the realization that I almost passed out. That's how much it affected me, man. It's freaking yeah. People say it won't change it. The hell. Well,
Yeah, it was hard for me to give up space too, but you know, at some point you just have to give up the whole fantasy story that they put in our minds, you know.
Well, it might still exist. It just might be like a connection of like the spirit realm and the physical realm. And if you start going up there, it's like a double slit experiment where it's very just based on your own beliefs and stuff like that. And
dude, the double
It
slit
sounds a lot like
wasn't even a real experiment. He was actually making fun of people.
it sounds a lot like sophistry. Just believe hard enough.
Kind of like Shorterner's cat, man. I tell you what, if there's a cat in the box, you ain't seen it in a week, it's dead. Guarantee it.
All experiments aren't experiments.
Oh, now light is a particle and a wave. It's a wave particle without any mass, and gravity bends it. Well, how does gravity bend it if it doesn't have any mass? Shut up, Brian. You don't know anything. Okay, whatever.
Well, guys, since it is speculation Sunday, there is one thing that guy said that, I mean, it's all speculation, but like above us, some kind of spiritual realm that we'll never have answers for, at least not while we're in this existence. I think that's what he was trying to say, but there should be, there is some connection there between the spiritual and the material realm, but we're not, us as humans are not going to actually know the answers to that stuff. Does that make any sense? I'll shut up.
No,
Hey, what's up?
never shut up. You continue, Dave. You carry on, man.
That's basically all I wanted to say. I mean, the way I look at this place, we got a spiritual realm above us, however you want to define that word spiritual. And those things do whatever they do, and there's some reason they're doing them, and we wouldn't be here unless they were, I guess. But all speculation. Now, back to flat water. Go ahead. It looks like this has been Dead Air Dave again, creating dead air. So y'all continue. The earth
Don't
is
take
not
it personal. Don't take it personal, Dave. Happens to me all of the time.
Excuse me.
You guys are making good points, though. Like, it really is simple, but I think the way we've been educated now, people, if it's so simple, people automatically think that's wrong because they've been taught all this bullshit complexity and philosophy, relativity, that now the simple stuff just doesn't make sense to them.
Exactly, Rhodes. That's what I was saying. They can't accept the simplicity of this. Water is level. They can't get to that point. It has to be complicated and convoluted, right?
You don't understand what level means.
There are many layers of religious belief and tradition involved with this. And for the most part, traditions are just peer pressure from dead people. For some folks, this stuff is heavily ingrained into who they are, their very identity. And to go against that would feel as though they are dishonoring all of their friends and family, dishonoring their country, dishonoring their God. There's a lot of religious claims involved with this, especially when you get into landing on the moon and sending man into space. Because God bless America.
God bless America.
Hey y'all, I just wanted to point out we have a few new people in the room. We've got I wanted to say hello to Lily and Jessica Hyde. Dove, if y'all want to mic up and ask a question, please feel free. We're happy to talk with anyone. And if your English is not at this level, because this is a very advanced topic, feel free to just say hi and listen in, and you can also post some questions in the side chat.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome.
Hello there. Hello there.
Looks like we also have Studio and KJ and some symbols whose name is Mr. Chaos. So that might be interesting.
That wake you up?
Yeah, it was.
Sorry, I just have to clarify about that whole aggressive thing. Because, Jedi, you weren't here, but Triangle, he was literally talking about his musical instruments to that guy for like 10-15 minutes. And then it just seemed illogical. Like, you can be as aggressive as you want, but it just seemed illogical for you then to blow up on him so fast when, you know, Triangle had already been, like, rambling about stuff.
Wow.
Hey, Ba, are you ready to talk about the room topic yet?
No, I am, but that's illogical.
No. That isn't what you're doing. So are you going to engage with the topic or shall we escort you out? Okay.
Are you a flat earther, Ba?
Yeah.
My bodyguard showed up.
Yeah, I am. I just find that it seemed illogical for there to be a comfortable conversation about something else that Triangle was having, and then all of a sudden blow up on that guy, is all I'm trying to say.
Okay, do you want an apology?
No, not at all. I just wanted to
Okay.
make it clear that I don't care
Okay.
how aggressive you are on people. It just, I don't want you guys to
Struck
seem
you as illogical.
illogical. Because it's
Okay,
like
we
we
get
are
that
very
point now.
logical, and to just be
I get that.
comfortably
Oh,
talking.
Get it all out.
Jesus Christ.
Get it all out. Please get it all out.
Yeah, I was going to ask if
And
he
you
wants
need
a
a Ba.
hug.
Is there any more you want to say, dude?
No, not really. I just do think sometimes you guys, I swear, sometimes you guys, I feel like you just wanna use. No, it's true. There are a few of you guys that just use this as an outlet for your aggression, and I think it's
No,
it's
But
not
you're aggressive.
sensible.
Your
yeah,
aggression.
it's not that. It's not that, dude. It's not an outlet for my aggression. But if you feel like that rubbed you up the wrong way, dude, I mean, I can apologise to you if you want, but
Well, no,
I
because you don't
think we
have to
should really,
apologize.
dude,
You weren't,
please.
but you,
I
it's
think
fine. Because the truth is, you
it's
weren't
like
here, Jedi. You weren't here.
I mean, he's talking through me, guys. I mean, I'm trying to put this to fucking bed, and he just wants to talk and bring it up again. I'm trying to put this to bed so we can fucking move on, dude. Do you think we can do that? Because you've been doing this for half an hour now, if not longer.
I know.
It's
All I'm
boring.
saying is you don't have to say you're sorry. You weren't
Okay,
here.
cool. So I don't have to do
That's
that.
what I'm just
So
saying is
not
you
that
weren't
then.
here. So you blowing up on him was fine. All I'm saying is
Okay.
Triangle was talking to him about random
You
stuff for
said that
ages.
earlier. You don't need to repeat yourself. We get it. I understand, my friend. Can we move on now? Because I swear, if you unmute yourself and bring it fucking back.
What's the best proof that the Earth is flat, Ba?
His best proof is Jedi's mean.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
No, but it's just like, realistically, can we not learn anything from the best schools? Obviously, they brainwash people, and it sucks.
No, we don't learn things from the best schools. Yeah, you learn how to remember things the best.
Yeah, but if you saw the most expensive school and the worst school, one of them's not going to be screaming at their students. It's going to be like a very...
Depends what their fucking students are like. I'm getting fucking pissed off with this now. Do you want to be banned?
Yeah, this sounds
I
like
gave you the opportunity, dude. I said I don't really want to fucking talk about this anymore. If you keep bringing it up, I'm just going to ban you. Now, we're going to talk about the flat earth. If you're not going to talk about the flat earth, keep yourself on. This is why we get pissed off.
Looks like somebody got detention.
Close in that corner for a half an hour.
All right. Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? There's a little contention in the room.
Very quiet in here right now.
Got to watch your tone, man. Got to watch your tone.
Should we start an event?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, make it the world's quietest VC with no. We're not going to hurt anybody's feelings, and we're only going to talk about globe dreams.
Sounds good. So we do have some new people in here this morning. I see. I bet they're really interested in knowing, getting some information about flat Earth. So I'll put an event on, and then we'll see if we can get some interactions going. Got to stay on the topic there, Ba. So no more talking about whatever it was. Right. Let me start.
Yeah, no, I guess I just sometimes get upset that Brian Cox gets to be so careful and brainwash everyone, and we have
Fences,
to
you can do it now, please. Thank you.
Chill.
It didn't last long. It
I
was
know.
less than an hour.
That was funny. Do we have a suggestion for an event title? Otherwise, I'll come up with something.
Why do you believe in timey-wimey stories, fairy tales?
How about just call it "The Earth is flat and we don't have to be nice about it"?
The horizon doesn't care what you think.
I know you can't argue with water. I've tried. He's still losing battle.
Yeah, water is really stubborn.
I think that's a good one. How much flat water does it take to make a ball?
There you go.
Yeah. Well, it's locally flat, you know. And then all of a sudden there's a sharp little angle, and then that part of the lake is over there.
That's what I asked too. I'm all like, how big has the bottle of water got to be before it starts to remember that it's got to curve around a ball? Because it doesn't do it in a bathtub or a lake, but those oceans seem to be curved. I mean, I just want to know what the rate is for water.
Then somebody brings up the meniscus.
Well, then I have to remove the meniscus with air pressure, and then they fall apart because I remove their little gotcha with a big gotcha.
What the hell?
Played it bot.
24/7 fly.
Holy shit.
All right,
That was
there we go.
dramatic.
Welcome to the event. Everybody who's new here, if you want to talk, if you want to ask questions, if you're too shy to talk on the mic, you can talk in the chat. We'll answer you, but you have to be joined to the VC to have chat privileges. So let's go. Let's get this done. We can check out YouTube as well. You can get your questions in over there.
Also, as a preference from myself, please join only if your skin is thicker than a condom.
A rubber one or a sheepskin?
We're talking
Sheepskin? That's new. They do sheepskin ones?
Yeah, whatever they are. Sheep guts.
Is that kosher?
Whoa.
Is that kosher? That's classic. What's up, studio? Do you have a mic?
Studio liked our intro here.
Guys, I think we need to get back to politics. Missing out.
We haven't been there for weeks.
I'm missing the fun we had in there.
I'll go sitting there. That's way better. I mean, this is great. You gotta admit. But you get to punch people in the face in the other one. Smack them around with flat facts.
Yeah, there's a few too many. Hello, I am new. What are you doing? What is your job?
Hello there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I tell you a good topic actually that might get people talking. Might be worth setting up an event where it's focused around scientific terms and scientific and mathematical terms when it comes to this subject. Like if people want to learn about what an experiment is, what a hypothesis is, etc. This is probably the place for that.
I think maybe we should have some kind of geometry and science terminology classes.
Oh, we could start with what's a
I think so.
triangle? That's always a good one.
Perfect.
You can't go wrong with a triangle.
It feels like a trap. Right. Okay, guys, today we're going to be talking about shapes and geometry. And we'll be talking about shapes and geometry. And then all of a sudden, we'll start talking about the Earth not being a particular shape. Feels like a trap. I like it, though.
It's a cube.
How about the difference between a noun and an adjective? You know, flat's not a shape.
What do you mean? I got flat in my kindergarten shapes.
Oh, my favourite shape was flat. I'm gonna have to rethink it all now.
My favorite shape's wavy.
Yeah, that's a good one. Just waiting for the Glober to come in and go, my favourite shape's spherical excess.
So I'm still just trying to figure out, like, what is it that the Globies think that they have to gain by arguing with us?
That's actually quite a good question. And I might start asking people when they join the channel. You as a globe believer, what do you think that you have to gain by talking to us? That's actually a good question, dude. I'm intrigued in the answer. It's going to be different and varied for everybody, I would assume, but over time we'd probably find that there's quite a few similarities, maybe 4 or 5 answers they choose from. But yeah, it's a good question.
The closest answer I've been able to come up with is that if you notice the devolution of YouTube over the last few years and how awful and terrible the videos are, they're all based upon what they call pattern interrupt. And digging through Discord channels looking for some place to talk to, and then all of a sudden, bam, flat Earth. I don't know of a more pattern interrupt than that. That's the only answer I've been able to come up with. It's a pattern interrupt, and then they also call it in the world of content creators. They call it opening a story loop, and so it does both in one fell swoop. And there they are, trained by the algorithm to that. They need to spend the next bit of their life on this. But I don't know that that's a compelling answer. I really don't. But that's the only thing I've been able to come across is that pattern interrupt and opening a story loop that their brain has to now close. But I would love
I think
to
it's a
hear
bit more
more.
simple than that, dude. I think
Tell
a lot
me.
of these guys hear the Earth's flat, and the first thing they think is, huh, obviously it's not flat. Look, I googled it. So then they come in here to try and reclaim their security. They want to debate us to use some of these top Google answers to shut down the flat earthers. But actually, what happens is they get more insecure, and then they just disappear out the back door.
Yep, and that's what the YouTube content creators would call a pattern interrupt. You're going down the road and
Oh shit! Really?
yes, you're going down the road, so to speak. You know, like King Solomon was a great man, noted for centuries as such. But there's one little thing that people today have forgotten all about him. Now watch the rest of this video here, and you will too will learn the secret of King Solomon, how he has ended up as a great man, but he started as something else. And now all of a sudden, they're stuck on whatever that was. The video's not going to tell them what that other thing was. It's just going to keep them going, and then they're stuck watching other YouTube videos and things like that, and they eventually disappear out the back door, like you say. But ultimately, I'm not saying that I'm right. Don't get me wrong. It's the only thing I've been able to wrap my brain around, and I'd love to hear from some more Globies and maybe ex Globies who did argue or spent time arguing here as to. I'd really love to hear what they have to say. I really truly would. That if we could get an honest answer from them.
Honest, globe, same sentence. Nah.
The world would be such a better place, truly better place, if people were just a little better. Boy, that word "if" sure does hide a big chasm, doesn't it? But yeah, but in all seriousness, just though it's tangentially related or orthogonal to what we talk about, it's interesting, but it's not obviously the flat Earth. But what is interesting is to go on YouTube and do a search about something along the lines of how to create a pattern interrupt video, and it's really interesting, and you can see like why some of these really stupid videos get millions of views, and then like somehow you're going like, so is that what the GTs are doing too? Is that why they spend so much time day after day, year after year with us? And some of the videos on pattern interrupt, they do say that it come from neurolinguistic programming, and that they started introducing it about the pandemic as a reaction to that's what TikTok was doing, and that's why those short videos with the words flashing across the screen and everything else are so absolutely painful with anybody with half a brain. But yet, GTs spend millions of hours watching that crap a year. Well, and I guess the esoteric flat earthers too get stuck in that. The esoteric ones get stuck in that that TikTok crap.
All right. Seems like we have some dead air here, so we can check out the latest lore for the globe. They have recently come up with an explanation for how we can exist next to a vacuum. I'm going to post it in the chat and we can have a look at it. Now we have the truth. We live inside a cosmic croissant. This is the heliosphere, the jagged electric boundary between us and the crushing pressure of the infinite dark. So there's some new lore for us. They call it the heliosphere. You can go there if you want to look at the video, or maybe I can download it and upload it. But we're inside of a croissant. So, latest globe lore.
Good to see you, my friend. You know, somebody once told me and asked me what the difference between fiction and nonfiction is. And this is the perfect example of that. That nonfiction, you're limited by reality. But in fiction, aka science fiction, you're only limited by your mind's eye. You know, isn't it amazing this crap that they'll make up and then it'll get reported and passed around and treated if it were fully true?
You should see the comments under that post. I mean, people are so delusional. It's insane. They're like, whoa, yes. Oh, this is great. Wow. It's crazy. It really is. I mean, you're only limited by the bullshit you can make up if you're a heliocentrist.
Fun, isn't it? I mean, like maybe that's the allure of the whole thing is you get up in the morning and you get to accept whatever anybody says, and it's just like, wow, that's fascinating, and you wake up with no idea that there was a question you didn't have the answer to, and now, wow, that's so awesome. My taxes go to pay this guy $300,000 a year to come up with this shit.
They're always asking us for explanations, even after we prove to them that water is flat and they actually don't live on a ball. Now they need to have all the explanations for everything else. What about tides? What about the moon? What about the sun? It's like, dude, somebody already told you explanations for this shit, things that they made up. There are unicorns on the moon and you would believe it, right? So why do we have to replace your weirdo belief system with another one? It's just, that is weird. I never got that part.
Yeah,
Like they feel comfort in being lied to. How crazy is that?
yeah, they just want there to be no boundaries, and that's a lot of what I think it is that they want there to be no boundaries. That their parents' basement that they live in that they never get out of is too confining and too constricting, so they just hope for this mental world that they can create, that or at least they can be free while they're sitting there in front of their 10-year-old computer trying to keep up with the latest game. And there they are, just wishing and hoping that there's something bigger and badder that they can experience one day if they can just get up the courage to leave their parents' basement.
I think that's part of the allure for the esoteric flat earthers, that they want to believe in outer lands and things like that we can't actually prove. But I don't know. I mean, people always want to have some kind of story to believe in, I guess.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I have a very, very, very good friend of mine, and I can't just put the word "very" enough in front of there. He's a good guy. I'd do anything in the world for him, but he's a esoteric flat earther, and like he's been telling me for 3 years now how there's not enough cows in the world to serve Americans enough quarter pounders. And, the first 10 times I just ignored it. And then finally he kept pushing me on it. And then I had to very simply do the math for him. And he's like, no way. He's like, there's no way that's the only amount of cows that McDonald's uses. I say, well, it's really easy. A cow produces about 7,000 hamburgers. So take the number of hamburgers worldwide that are sold at McDonald's, divide that by 7,000, and that's how many cows you need. And that's not even a third of the cows made in the United States, yet alone the rest of the world. And those things become substantially more important than whether the Earth is flat, because he's still going on that. He just doesn't understand how I can't see the simple fact that there's not enough cows to make McDonald's hamburgers, yet alone all the other chains and steak houses and grocery stores.
So what do you think they are feeding the people?
It changes du jour. Sometimes it's human meat. Sometimes it's plant meat, some sort of disgusting concoction. Sometimes it's maybe ground up dead horse,
They ain't throwing all those babies that they abort. And when's the last time you seen a graveyard getting built?
There you go. And when's the last time and my brother always says the reason he won't eat at a Chinese restaurant is because he says, when's the last time you've seen an obituary of a Chinese person? And I'm just like, whoa, wait, what? Like, really? Seriously? But just finishing back to that point, the croissant and the ever expanding universe, you have to understand, is much more important to the globetard than if the Earth is actually flat or a sphere, because you have to have all that stuff. And without that stuff, then comes some sort of psychiatric breakdown.
Yeah, I've been waiting for them to, make up a story that, can explain their Athmos next to a vacuum thing, and I guess this is what they're going to go with.
It's just funny that they tell us that you can watch the boats going over a horizon, and then we pushed back hard on that and showed them that no, boats can't go over a horizon. And now they've changed their explanation of that. And no, we never said boats go over the horizon. Blah, blah, blah. You're stupid. You're stupid for thinking that we ever said that. Well, sorry, there's enough of you who come in here every day still going off that somebody told them that. Oh, well, you're a stupid flat earther.
Yeah. That's all they have. Focus on the person instead of the argument. And now I posted a video of someone showing boats 30 miles out on camera, and people are saying, you can't zoom in that far. And then we have tons of videos with those kind of zoom ins. Like the 21 miles Salt Lake, that guy zooms into the other beach. And then they say, why is the horizon behind the boat? Yeah, why is it? Why is the horizon behind the boat 30 miles away? That's a good question, but they can't process it. They don't understand. Earth is so big. You know, they always go with that. Lats has a comment in the chat. How come we don't observe this when we look up? That's because we can't detect this phenomena. We can only predict the effects it has on other things like trees and wind, kind of like dark matter. He's commenting on the video I posted, the heliosphere.
The heliocroissant.
The holy croissant. Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to call it from now on. We're inside of a holy croissant. I mean, any explanation works for the globalists. They take anything seriously. They will if you can make it sound stupid enough, they'll take it. Like bending space and time. They just swallow that whole thing up like it was nothing.
Space time.
Exactly.
You know, we need a song for one of our song creators that somebody needs to come up with. Instead of Hammer Time, have it Space Time.
Space time.
Bending space time.
Space time.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you know, it's like, let me go say here. It's the stupider and more retarded that you can make it sound, the more
The
they
better it
just
is.
cling on to it.
Yes.
I mean, can you imagine the stupider it sounds? Wow, I like that even better. That's stupid.
Now I actually start to wonder if that's how it all started. Some guys, half-naked people, sat down on the beach and said, look, what's the most retarded and weird thing we can come up with to see if people are dumb enough to believe it? And that's what they came up with. We're on a ball in space that spins. Boats go over the curve because you can't see farther. You know, if I'm going to give those guys some respect, and just maybe it was all a joke from the beginning, and then it took hold. Because I always wondered how they, who were supposedly the smartest people on Earth, could come up with something so stupid.
You know, and the truth of the matter is that when they've studied organizations and societies and groups, that every cohesive group has a number of things in common, even if you take supposedly ones that seem like they're opposite of each other. But the most important thing that these various societies have is a shared language or a shared jargon. And maybe that's all this is to them, is that this is a shared jargon that scientists use to push, if you will, this kind of wild thinking that probably is responsible for some developments of people thinking things that others kept saying were impossible, and they're going, well, you know what, gosh, there's the magic space croissant, the holy croissant. I mean, if there's the holy croissant, then maybe I can do this with a phone. And then they spend the next 10 years of their life eating juice packets and Lunchables in the laboratory, and then the next thing you know, they come up with it, and they're worth millions of dollars. And everybody's got this new thing in their phone. So maybe that's like the intention of it. I'm not saying it's a meet and right intention, but maybe that's the intention. Is it's just a shared jargon that all the various types of quote unquote researchers and scientists can get behind and feel like, wow, if they can send out V'ger that far out, that Captain Kirk can one day find it. Look what I can do.
Yeah, well, you know, they sent Captain Kirk to space with that rocket, they say, but he didn't see any curve, so he was pretty disappointed. We have some new people in the room. Gabriel, hello, how are you? Do you want to talk about Earth with us?
Hey, welcome aboard.
We have Abdul Rauf. How are you? Good morning.
No, sorry, I just wanna listen.
All right, sounds good. You can
Hey,
do
and good
that.
morning. Hey, welcome aboard, friend. Hope you'll stick around.
Yes, greetings from the UK. Nice to meet you.
Let's check out YouTube while we wait. We have 7 viewers. Not that many, but if you guys want to interact, you can do so in chat. We'll read it.
Yeah, and good morning, YouTube land. Whoever is out there, I'm sure glad that you are with us. Hope you'll stick around for a while and enjoy your time here.
We have an event running. We're waiting for people to come in and talk to us. So we're talking amongst ourselves for a little while here, and we're reading chat. So maybe you are on Discord, but you can't talk due to circumstances. Maybe there's people around you who doesn't want to hear this. But you can interact in the chat and we'll read it for a little while. And we can also check out X and see what the latest news on the globe and flat Earth is. Yeah, if you chat in here and you talk about violence, unfortunately, we're gonna have to ban you or text mute you. So don't do that. It's against the TOS. Charlie Handsome says, good morning, chat. Good morning, Charlie. Good to see you back.
Well, plain and truth, and let me make one more interesting point here about your holy space croissant. This is just another awesome, great example of how the GT tries to prove what's beneath them by looking up. So do you have any comments on how the shape of the Earth is not proven by looking the opposite direction?
Yeah, they always do that. They want to always go up, not talking about the ground. And if they can't do that, then they want to talk about people instead of the arguments. That's their modus operandi.
Yeah, so for the benefit of those listening, like our friend, and I'm not sure if I caught his name right, Abdullah, if I caught that there, and the others who are listening but unable to talk in for the benefit for them, why would they need to look down at the ground to prove what's below them? Why couldn't you look
not in the sky.
Well, I guess if you believe in a worldly space ball, it might be.
Yeah. I mean, people have been preoccupied with the propaganda for years about going to Mars, going to the moon. Every day they're bombarded with this shit. Like, here's a tweet from Elon Musk this morning, an hour ago. Starship is the largest flying object ever made, and it will continue to grow. Yeah, that's all good, right? And then he also says you have to refuel it 15 times if you want to get to the moon. So good luck with that. They better make that thing grow then, because that's the only way they're gonna get, make the story work. And it also proves that obviously they never sent any rockets to the moon back in the 60s because they didn't have that much propellant in them that they needed. It doesn't even work logically.
Well, the gas in 1969 was far superior than the gas we have today.
Oh yeah, I forgot they destroyed all of that tech though, so that's why, right? The superior gas of 1969. I wish I had some of that.
It was the good stuff, man.
All right, we're going to read some tweets while we wait, see if it can spark a conversation. Ben Weirman over on X says, Flat Earth, this is in quotes. He's trying to be sarcastic here. Flat Earth is a psyop to make conspiracy theories look stupid. Ben says, no, Globe Earth is a psyop to detach you from your natural senses and intuition and replace them with the CGI fake world created by our captors. Good point, Ben. I don't think you're listening, but we're reading some tweets to fill the air before people come in and we can talk to some real Globers. What else is new over on X? Brian, you're new. You're over on X as well. What do we have there? How did Flat Earth Friday go, by the way? I missed it.
Yeah, this is a new profile I have over there on X. It's my 8th one. They keep on banning me because I tell them the truth and such. But I mean, Flat Earth Friday was good, man. Had a few guys come in, try to argue their point. They didn't do anything successfully.
You started up for Flat Earth Friday again?
Well, I don't call it Flat Earth Friday, but yeah, I've always been doing it. Actually, I've been doing it for used to do the pregame and then pass it off to those guys, Sacred and Proud, but they stopped.
Oh, they're still not here back yet.
Yeah, I'm old, man. I shut her down. I think the latest I went was 12 o'clock my time. I live in Arizona. Yeah, I'm old.
Cool.
Isn't there several different groups that are doing Flat Earth Friday events on there? Because I know that it's been a bit since I've been on X, and I feel like a few Fridays I was on, there was 5 or 6 different groups, and each one had 40 or 50 different people in them, and different kind of concurrent events, all calling themselves Flat Earth Friday. Is that what's still kind of going on?
They have a lot of chats out there that do talk about Flat Earth. I mean, but on Fridays, pretty much everybody just comes over to MySpace. A few hang out other places, but
yeah, because I know one of the last ones I tuned into, Dave Weiss was in there talking about quantum entanglement being real, and I didn't tune in after that.
Yeah, Dave comes into MySpace every now and then. He hasn't really talked about. I mean, quantum. You can put quantum on anything. I got a quantum this, a quantum. I got a quantum apple here. Whatever, man. Everything's quantum nowadays.
Oh, I'm not picking them apart. I'm just saying that was the last time. That's what I remember the last time I was in there. I'm not picking them apart because I like Dave. I think he brings a lot of people over to the topic, so it's definitely not a criticism, but just a memory marker anyway.
Can we listen to it? Can we listen to it on YouTube? Is there a spot?
I don't stream on YouTube. I really don't know how to do it, honestly.
Gotcha.
He does host Fridays on
getting
X.
through.
No, I don't have X. I used to
But then
listen to Flat Earth Fridays on EtherCause on YouTube, but I don't think they're streaming that anymore.
Every now and then the Ether Cause, well, they come in a lot and they'll stream it. They were in on Friday and they streamed it on their Space Audits channel.
Oh, did they? Okay, cool. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's a good time, but yeah. New account. They keep on, oh man, they keep on. Like I said, I'm on my 8th account, so it gets really frustrating. You know, and then I had this account for like a week or so, and they put another flag on me. I was like, I didn't even do anything yet.
Well, you can't go around telling the truth, though.
But I didn't even do anything yet. I mean, let me do something first. You can't just. But yeah, I got a troll army that just every time they see me, they go and mass report me and stuff because they're just a bunch of. I mean, seriously, I don't know how people just sit there and mass report people. I mean, they would have never made it through the 70s or the 80s or the 90s, man. Their heads would have exploded. People not giving a shit about your feelings.
They got to be getting paid to do that. Nobody can spend that much time and attention if you've got a job or a real life. They're obsessed.
The whole you offended me. So I don't like it. So I mean, if you get offended over everything, your parents sucked at raising you. That's all I gotta say.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember on Sunday nights back at the end of the 90s, I used to tune in this shock jock every now and then that was on the AM radio. And he would literally just insult every caller. I mean, just absolutely insult. And they would try to insult him and it wouldn't work. And finally, the very first time I got to actually listening to the show open up, there was a little recording of him talking about that this show was humor, and if you can't just turn it on and get a big belly laugh from it, so go ahead and turn it off. That there's at any time wherever you live, there's probably 100 other radio stations you could tune into on AM and FM. So find another radio station and just move on with your life. And that's what's really interesting about it is those people who found it offensive would just move on. And nowadays, they find something offensive, they can't just move on. They can't just.
And your account said it's parody too, isn't it, Brian?
No, I took that off. It doesn't. I figured, if I put parody out, I even took it off my last account. It's like it doesn't matter. They just mass report. I got a troll army out there that hates me. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't know of any other Flat Earth spaces on Fridays, but I know the Australians do one on Tuesday mornings, North American time.
Yeah, and some Indians do one on Friday as well, which I guess is Saturday their time. I'm guessing it's Saturday morning, but there was. I've tuned into that one a couple times, and there were a bunch in there. I don't know if they're still around or what, but I tuned into them a few times back about 2022, 2023.
All right, welcome new people. We have some time. Let's read some more tweets. Dynasty JD over on X says over 15,000 satellites are all locked in perfect synchronicity as we spin thousands of miles per hour locked into orbit with several planets all hurtling through space. You keep believing that fairy tale crap and I'll stick to the flat earth. Yeah, that's a good point, Dynasty JD over on X. I want to talk to Josh at some point about that. If we're supposedly traveling around the sun 66,600 miles per hour and chasing it through the universe faster than the speed of light, then how are they sticking to the ball and staying around it so perfectly all the time?
I mean, really, in order to keep up with all the orbiting and chasing the sun and spinning, these satellites, I mean, when they're in between when you got the sun satellite, Earth, the satellite actually has to pick up speed so the Earth doesn't crash into it. It's just, it doesn't even make sense. They can't think anything through. And then when it's on the other faster to fucking keep up, it's ridiculous. It's stupid, including the moon.
There's a real easy explanation, and that is refraction.
Refravity, man. It's refravity.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah, it's refravity. That's what it is. Yeah, I actually
you don't need temperature variance to explain refraction when all you have is refravity.
I actually think if we do ask Josh this question, he's going to say gravity. But I don't know. I'm curious to find out what the official narrative is.
You know what really pisses me off about when they say, yeah, sure, gravity just means weight and all that good stuff. And yeah, sure, we all see stuff fall down. But, you got all these scientists in this field here that want to claim gravity for everything. And you say, hey, man, what is gravity? Every single one of them goes, I don't know. Then how do you know it's gravity? It's got to be. We need it to be. But don't you call it the weakest of the four fundamental groups? Yeah. Easiest to overcome? Yeah. But it's doing all the heavy lifting, huh? Oh, yeah, man. It's keeping trucks down on the ground, keeping our atmosphere from equalizing with the vacuum out there, keeping tin cans floating around us, keeping us the moon right there. I mean, it's stupid. It's just stupid.
Who was it that said that they lied to us about gravity? I can't remember. Was that Japanese guy? What's his name?
Kaku. We lied to you. Gravity doesn't pull you down. There is no gravitational force. Space pushes you. How
Do we
does
have
nothing?
a clip of that? We can play it. Go ahead. Sorry.
I have it. Oh, well, I was going to say I got it someplace, but then I remembered I'm on a new account. All my bookmarks got trashed. I hate these globies. I've never seen such a weak group of people than, globies. It's seriously.
Yeah, I wish we had that clip in the chat. We could play it on the bot. It's a really good one, and it's funny. We lied to you.
We definitely lied to you. That's why sometimes I take the tack of like when the Globie comes up and says some kind of ridiculous thing, especially like when they're talking about like the unoriginal thinker in the side chat who posted the space pizza earlier, then haha, you fell for it. You fell for the oldest trick in the book. They've been telling that joke since the days of Moses. I'm glad you fell for it. And maybe that's more of the tack we need to take with these people because they just don't even appreciate the prank they fell for.
Right. Brian, do you know if that clip is from The Principle? Trying to
That
locate
particular one is not in the principle. The one in the principle says when it comes to cosmology, we can be off by a factor of 10 to the 120th. That's a 1 with 120 zeros behind it. It's the greatest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science. That's in the principle. I mean, seriously, that's akin to we have no idea what we're talking about. That's as good as nothing's lying to you. I mean, seriously. And then they talk about nothing. They say, hey, man, once you understand nothing, you understand everything. That's the, I mean, they got paid to say that. Once you understand nothing, you understand everything. So Globies think they're smart because they understand nothing.
Good points. I remember that quote from that. That's a pretty good documentary.
Everybody should watch The Principle. It's a good one, man. It comes from Robert Sargentist. You know, he's geocent. He still believes in space and all that, and he doesn't think flat Earth is true. But you know, he still goes with Michelson Morley and Airy's failure to prove that we're not in motion and all that good stuff. I'm all like, well, you're almost there. But this is one of my favorites right here. This is a physicist who won the Nobel Prize in physics in 2004. That's somebody. They're at a conference here. Give you a setup, and there's a bunch of physicists on the panel here, and this the host or whatever MC asked him a question. This is I'm going to play it for you. It's like a minute long.
What is gravity? Any orders? No, just jump in, please. I wish we really know. No, I mean, we can certainly, it's easy enough to describe the properties of gravity. Easy enough to describe theories of gravity. We've had two marvelous theories. But what is, for somebody like me, raises the question mark. It's not the answers that we already know. So in a deep sense, we don't think we know the answer to that because of some of those things that we probably discussing later. But in a practical sense, if I want to send a rocket to the moon, we know precisely what is gravity. Or, by the way, if I want to calculate the ripple, the waves that might move the arms of LIGO by a fraction of the size of the photon, I can also calculate that. So we have a pretty good practical understanding of gravity. Conceptually, I don't know. That's one of the ideas I wanted to introduce to the audience, is that the thing that we take for granted, that we live with, we don't even think about, except when it's in headlines, is something that we don't really know what it is.
They got no clue what gravity is. Man, I don't know how to. I can't seem to load anything into the chat. I can just write in there.
Yeah, it's a timing thing. You gotta like.
I mean, if you're following me on X, I'll post it on X, and
you can always DM me the clip as well. If you have a YouTube link or if you have a clip over on X, I can just go there and download it, and I'll play it. These are good things to have as well. We get the questions about these things all the time, gravity, blah blah blah, and then it's good to play these clips for people, kind of use their own experts as hostile witnesses.
oh, and then when we do that, they are like, "Oh, you're appealing to authority." How am I? Because you're using this guy. How is that an appeal to authority? I'm literally taking your authority and fucking throwing them under the bus and running them over, and then backing them up, and then running over again, and then backing it up and running them over. You know, because I understand your freaking paradigm doesn't mean I am appealing to authority. I'm literally trashing on it. If anything, I'm the anti-authority.
Hey Brian, just so you know, you'll get image firms the longer you stay in the server. So like if you have a computer, you just leave it on Discord sitting in some random room. Eventually you'll level up to image firms.
Is that what it is? I gotta well, you know, I know.
Yeah, it's time and server here. On the other one, it's the more you interact with the server, like if you microphone up and send links and, you know, put things in the rooms and everything, then it'll level you up that way. But this one, it's strictly time and server.
Yeah, I go into Ether Cause a lot for the most part, but I can post in there. I figured it was something like that. I haven't been in here long enough.
Yeah, whenever you're just randomly like not doing anything on Discord, just sit in this room or visit the other rooms. I think visiting the other rooms might help you level up a little quicker.
So it's like a video game when you're starting out. You got all the crappy everything, and then pretty soon I'll get the multi-armor. I can be like John Coffey and be having multi-armor and stuff.
All you have now is a
Exactly.
rusty knife. You need to level up, yeah.
Soon you'll be Voltron.
I don't know. I think I sat around in this chat for a month before I could post anything. But I don't remember exact how much time it is. Maybe it goes faster if you post text chats and whatever. Anyway, let's read another tweet. Radar doesn't curve around a ball. It works over long distances because Earth is flat and stationary. Yet they keep pushing the globe lie. Think for yourself, says Flat Earth Zone over on X. It's a good
Dude, it's
point.
true.
Radar only work on a flat Earth. Go ahead.
Dude, it's true. They'll even say that radar is a flat-based system there, and they're like, "No, that's no. That radar has a limit. It also says that it goes out so far, then comes back on a flat freaking plane there." And they say because it doesn't extend out further, they're calling that the curve, and it's not. It's just it has a limit. They don't get
Hey,
it.
I'll say this. Brian is a huge history buff. And without going into too much of the history side, focusing on just a specific event, Brian, tell us about the Battle of the Beams.
Well, that's an interesting story. I mean, you got one side of this crazy people apparently. They wanted to bomb this country that was pretty far away from them, according to globe math. And what they did is they had two locations, one kind of like in the Netherlands or whatnot, and one in Germany. And they would shoot a beam out towards their target from one location, another location shoot another beam out as well. So they had a cross on it, X marks the spot. They would fly planes in the dead of night with no lights following these beams, and these beams would actually have three different signals on them. You go in the middle there, it's just like a solid. You go to the left, you go, and it goes to the right. So it kept you in the middle there, so you can just follow it via the beam there. And then once the beam started interacting, crossing, they hit that. It got a different signal, and they knew to drop their bombs. And due to the curvature of the Earth, it shouldn't happen. And England didn't even believe this was possible. They wouldn't even look in. They were actually offered the same technology, and they said it wouldn't work because the Earth is curved. But Mustache did it, and he was bombing England for about a year until they, came to the conclusion that the Earth. That they figured out that they were doing it, and they went in there and started interfering with the waves. But yeah, a bombing campaign for over a year where they were pretty much hitting all their targets.
That's amazing. That could only happen over a flat surface.
And to cope with this, man, they're all like, "Oh, it hit the ionosphere, man." Man, are you telling me that we got beams that deflect off of air, and you're believing that? Because Marconi sent a transmission over 2,000 miles, and they didn't think it'd go 200. Took them 23 years in 1924. They said, "Oh, it's got to be this magical air. It's bouncing the beams." It's retarded. And they'll believe that. They say, "Oh, that makes more sense." Versus a line of sight. It makes more sense, huh? Versus line of sight? I don't know, man. The thought process just is.
What they actually telling you is that the nonsense makes sense. That's what they're saying.
Exactly. Well, it doesn't make sense because if I go your way, the Earth is going to be flat, and I totally think it's a spin. Dude, I thought it was. How many times did anybody ever get up, get their coffee ready, head out to work, and go, "Boy, I gotta take care of this curvature today or adjust. And you just get taught this and you just go about your business. And I didn't even know this was a conversation until like 3 years ago. Somebody said, hey man, Elon just hit the firmament. I was like, what the fuck is the firmament? I didn't even know about this stuff, man. I'm just thinking aliens are real and stuff. And they built the pyramids because we didn't do it. A bunch of yahoos with copper chisels didn't make a perfect pyramid. Give me a break.
And from what I understand, Brian was just looking at dandelions all day. He's like, oh, look at that pretty yellow weed.
Man, and then turns out dandelions actually cure cancer. I don't know if we're allowed to say that on
Allegedly.
YouTube. Allegedly. No medical advice here. I'm not a doctor. But the owners of Roundup are Monsanto and Bayer, and they sell cancer and heart medications. And it turns out that some people say that the dandelion also does that type of stuff and has vitamins A and K. And, you can eat the whole thing. And it's a first flower for the bees. And, the root was the traditional root for root beer. It's a rubber substitute. You can make rubber out of it. You can make coffee substitute out of it. But they told it was a weed, and we got to spray it with poison. If you look at every bottle of weed killer, it specifically has a dandelion. They don't care what else you spray it on, as long as you're targeting the dandelion, which is weird.
It looks like the Epstein files are alluding to the fact that the cure for cancer has been suppressed. They actually have it.
Dude, the cure for cancer has always been suppressed, man. Dr. Otto Warburg, you guys look into him. 1921, he said an alkaline blood system with plenty of oxygen kills parasites, that's all cancer is. Cancer is a made-up word by Big Pharma. That's why they get mad if you say you can cure it, because it's their word. But it turns out he actually won a Nobel Peace Prize in 1931 for this alleged cure for that particular thing that Big Pharma says you can't cure.
Oh, that's it. That's interesting. That's interesting. A lot of people are having results curing their cancer with horseworm or dogworm or ivermectin, fenbendazole.
Yeah, I'm gonna step in and say let's just hold back on saying cure, and maybe we can use like treat. Right? It's an alternative treatment, right?
Well, I just say I can kill worms, and we give. If you go to Tractor Supply and you look at all their stuff, it'll actually say cure stuff. But when it comes to us, it's like no. But we can use the same stuff as that. But apparently, all of our pets and our farm animals and our zoo animals all need to be dewormed. But somehow, some way, if we get a parasite, it's an anomaly because they really don't like us. We got meat suits just like they do. They like our meat suits just the same. But we never deworm ourselves. That's weird, right?
I forget the gal's name, but there was some health doctor on Sean Ryan's show. She said in her studies, over 90 some, I don't know if it was 99, but 90 some percent of human beings have parasites.
No, all humans have parasites. 100%. All humans have parasites. All humans have biotic in their intestines.
Do we actually have
a whole nother conversation in itself, dude?
We actually have good parasites in us too. We have got we have a lot of bad parasites, like a tumor. Every time the C word spreads, it's because some doctor who's still practicing medicine and makes you sign a waiver so you don't sue him goes in there and does a biopsy, makes it spread, and that's when it spreads because they poked a hole in it. But the tumors are actually saving your life because it collected all the bad stuff and put it in. It would be safer just to go in there and cut it out.
If you really want to think about it, we're just a walking terrarium for other life, right? And then what our consciousness is, that's completely separate from whatever our body is.
I will tell you guys one thing of a personal experience that I have with a family member, that I spent about, 3 weeks reading deeply into PubMed, which is where medical research papers are all kept. And I then went to the family member's cancer doctor And after showing the family member what I had read over and over and over again, and I asked the cancer doctor, hey, what would a vitamin D level over 70 possibly do for her? And he looked at me like I was nuts and says, oh, vitamin D has nothing to do with that. And she got her vitamin D level over that. And I'm not saying one thing caused another or lack of one thing caused another, but it really, really is interesting that the cancer doctors will not talk about vitamin D levels over 70, but there's paper after paper after paper in their own research talking about the importance of it. Would you guys happen to know why that might be?
I'll say this. So, if we continue to have a conversation about cancer, then obviously that's going to get walked on, and we're going to have to change the subject. You want to talk about parasites? I don't think there's any problem talking about parasites.
I'd like.
You're just going to have to call. You're going to have to say parasites. You can't say cancer.
Yeah, it's parasites, man. It's always been parasites, but
Don't use a C word. You guys can talk.
Yeah, but
yeah, I'm just thinking a little more about research. Like, I just wonder why, like, a doctor might tell you something different than what's in the doctor's own research compilations. I just curious.
It's for a lot of different reasons, man. For all we know, there's a specific protocol that insurance pays for, and so the doctors go by that insurance protocol, and the insurance protocol is backed by the FDA. So you just take it for what it is.
You pay for that medical, but yeah, they get trained to think about medicine in a specific way, because that's the way John D. Rockefeller set up his stuff there. But there is something you guys can do to help yourself. There's an app you can download. It's free, Apple or Android, whatever. It's called Yuka, YUKA. You basically scan the barcodes of all your foods. It gives it a score between 0 and 100, 100 being the best. And it'll also tell you all the additives in there. And, some of the additives, I mean, we send kids to doctors and whatnot, for ADHD and hyperactivity. But, just these food colorings here, this is stuff out of, Fruit Loops, Yellow 5. This artificial colorant is suspected of contributing to hyperactivity and attention deficit disorders in children. Disrupts the gut microbia. It has effects on the liver, kidneys, and reproduction organs. Yellow 6, also hyperactivity and attention deficit disorders, effects on the reproduction and male organs, notably sperm alteration, disrupts the gut microbia, contains contaminants suspected of being carcinogenic. If you know what that word means, the big C. We got Red 40 here, also suspected of contributing to hyperactivity and attention deficit disorders in children. Contains aluminum, which is poison. Contribute your hives, mess with your gut microbia. We got Blue Dye 1, again, hyperactivity, attention deficit disorders. It's genotoxic, cytotoxic, hematoimmunotoxic, contains aluminum. We got red dye number 3. It's suspected of being carcinogenic due to its effects on the thyroid. Could also contribute to hyperactivity, behavioral disorders in children, and have harmful effects on reproduction. Contains aluminum, suspected increasing several diseases to its accumulation in the body. That's just the dyes in Fruit Loops. And not one doctor ever says, hey, is your kid on Fruit Loops? You go in there and say, hey, my kid's all this hyperactivity and attention deficit. They just go, here's some Ritalin. So and then you keep on feeding your kid the drug that's getting them to need Ritalin, and then you put them on Ritalin, and everybody wonders why Johnny's weird at 18. So not to mention, give them like 72 vaccines by the time they're 18 nowadays. So
Did you guys see that documentary? I forget the name of it. It was really good. So they took the regular school lunch, and then they took these other select schools, and they just gave them raw, fresh vegetables, fruits. Probably some just simple ingredient dishes, and a lot of their mental issues, disorders went away with just changing one meal a day. And think what changing their entire diet and health program and everything would do for them.
Man, just teaching everybody how to fast. I mean, fasting is one of the best ways that you can cure diseases. If you fast for 30 or 72 hours, it sets off your autophagy. It resets all your cells and stuff. If you can go further than that, get rid of all this. Stop eating fast food for one, and first and foremost, stop eating all fast foods. Just stop it. Just don't eat fast food. That's going to help you tremendously right there, bud.
Just stop it.
And everything out there is just marketed for sugar. Guess what the worms like? They like sugar, and everything out there, sugar, 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 sugar. I mean, you got to get off the sugar for the most part. Am I 100% off the sugar? No, but I use better kinds of sugar, but honey and stuff like that. But yeah, they like all this stuff. You want to just stop feeding the parasites, man. It's all about fasting too.
All good points. Thank you.
Man,
Let's,
I've
go
always
ahead.
been a tall, skinny guy, and as I hit my 40s, mid 40s, and I started putting on some weight and stuff, and everybody's like, "Damn, you're getting fat." And then I started learning what I was eating and stuff, and about fasting, and I was like a size 38 to 40 on my waist, and in about 6 months, I dropped all that down to a 32. Once you get stopped putting all that crap in your body knows what to do. It'll rebound.
Once you go fat, you can go back.
Along with fasting too, like I've been on carnivore for 6 years now, and it's been life changing.
Oh, 100%, man. And everybody should be eating eggs every day. It's good for you. I mean, they want to talk about good cholesterol, bad cholesterol, and your cholesterol levels are too. Cholesterol is good for your brain. Is pretty much all cholesterol. You need that stuff. It's basically the oil for your body and your brain. You want higher cholesterol levels. Yeah. I mean, our whole medical system is designed to keep us sick. I mean, seriously, why would an industry that's based upon our sickness do anything to make us healthy? They would lose profits. They're in there to make profits. Big farmers, big business. If they start curing people, they wouldn't be in business anymore.
Yeah, I eat 60% fat, 40% protein, and no carbs, and it's remarkable. I had cancer. I had my kidney removed from it. That's kind of one of the reasons I did it, and I'm glad I did.
Nobody knows what B17 is. There's a reason why they say an apple a day keeps the doctor away, because apples have B. But you got to eat the whole thing. You got to eat the seeds and everything. I mean, that's why they're making all these GMO fruits and stuff with no seeds, because the seeds are where the magic is. If you eat the seeds, you actually keep yourself healthy.
Yeah, pumpkin seeds is a great dewormer. I feed them to my chickens all the time for their cleanse.
You can feed your animals diatomaceous earth, sprinkle it on their feed,
You can
and
eat.
that'll kill worms.
You can eat that stuff too. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to your animals, because they're so expensive, they tell the truth about that. But when it comes to us, they're like, well, it's like, It's like, no, man. If it's good for the animals, it's good for us too. And then they want to try to say like raw milk is bad. I was all like, but cows drink raw milk, right? Yeah. It doesn't seem to be affecting them, and we eat the cows, right? I mean, what's going on? Every other animal on the earth can eat drink raw cow milk, but if we do it, oh no, raw milk is actually good for us.
That's why they don't want us to have it. Yeah, when I start feeling flu symptoms or getting puny, I'll take just a little dose of horsewormer, ivermectin, and man, it kicks it in the butt. You're not sick for half a day, maybe a day, and it's gone.
All right, guys, we gotta stop with the medical stuff because the YouTube bots, they're gonna get banned on their channels up there if we talk about the I and the C and all that stuff. But it's a good discussion. We just can't do it. Hey, Brian, guess what I found when I did the X search? Up came a post from you. And it
Eventually,
says, yeah, weirdly enough, even though you have 8 accounts banned, I searched for Flat Earth and this one popped up. It says, I think it's you, right? Pasted it in the chat. It says, did 8 hurt you?
Yep, that's me.
NASA has the best cameras, Brian says. NASA stated that this camera was not modified for space or the moon, yet Apollo 11 took 121 pictures in 31 minutes. The film wasn't radiated, the lenses didn't shatter from temperature differences, and the battery still worked at minus 280 Fahrenheit. What do we think?
I think NASA's holding out, man. I live in Arizona. It gets hot out here. I mean, those batteries not only work to negative 250 degrees, but 250 degree heats. That kind of temperature. And batteries get roasted out here, and we reach temperatures like 140, 150 degrees out here. Everybody's got to replace their batteries all the time. Not to mention all the people in the cold countries that get all that snow. Their batteries are dying from the cold. NASA's holding out, man. They got batteries out there that can last through all this stuff, and they're holding out. And those zippers too, and the thread they use, man, to sew those suits. I mean, it's durable. We just can't go down to the local, Piggly Wiggly and buy this stuff. It's just very upsetting.
That Mars rover too, like it never needs greasing, it never needs new tires, it never needs any maintenance. Like, wish they could make a vehicle like that on Earth.
Never needs to be cleaned. It's always clean. I mean, I don't know what they're doing up there, man.
Good points. I'm scrolling through your timeline. You have some good, nice tweets here. Here's another one. Coriolis is a myth, and it actually is a quote from Indio, our good friend who is not here right now. But both of these people, you should follow them over on X if you're on X. Let's see, I can probably link to the Indio tweet as well. I thought it was going to quote it in the chat here, but it didn't. Copy the link, go over to the chat, and paste it in. Here we go. Indio says, why would a former USMC sniper say that Coriolis effect and curvature are? And then it's cut off, but it says, if I read it here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and there's a video. You can go watch the tweet if you want to. The sniper says that, no, they didn't take Coriolis into account at all. Is that the guy who did the world record for 4 miles or something? I know Sheepdog knows about this.
No, that guy wasn't a Marine
No,
sniper.
that guy wasn't. It was a different guy.
Yeah, this is a different guy. He actually shows his credentials on the video as well, which is cool.
I shoot with a former Marine sniper, and he's got shots over a mile. I think his record's 2,300 yards or something like that. And I've asked him about Coriolis, and he just chuckles, is like, that's ridiculous.
Dude, I didn't even stuff to 3-4 years ago, and all of a sudden I was like, I've shot a lot of guns, man, and not once did I ever consider the earth moving. Ever.
Well, if you look at their claims at 1,000 yards, you're supposed to figure in Coriolis just shooting east or west. Well, at that distance and the speed of the bullet, the time in flight, so the argument is the Earth is rotating up toward your bullet at whatever velocity of your latitude line, and then if you're shooting east, it's the target's dropping away from your bullet at, so little over a second in the air with 308 at 1,000 yards, you'd be off by like an inch and a half, give or take.
Dude, what's
Well,
crazy about that is that at the equator, they're saying it's 1,034, and as you go up towards the North Pole or whatever, the top of your ball, the speeds actually go down. So now you got to figure out where you are, latitude and longitude, so you know exactly the speed you're going. Am I northwest, southwest, east, west? It's like, man, one of the
exactly. Well, and then here's the thing though, like if you guys have done any shooting at distance, if you're shooting 1,000 yards and you hit a 2-foot target, you're hitting pretty good. If you're off an inch and a half, how are you going to say that it's Coriolis? It could be wind, it could be air density, it could be your load, your bullets, it could be all kinds of stuff, and you're off by an inch and a half. Oh, well, that was obviously Coriolis, right?
Dude, that's the
No
only
way.
thing ever taken account for is the distance to the shot, the temperature that's going on, and wind. That's the only thing they take in. No curvature of the earth spinning. No, dude, where's that at? No, we don't do that. That's retarded. The military.
Yeah, when I shot a kilometer shot, they just told me what the wind was, and then I didn't even know what I was really doing, like how to calculate for it and all that. They're like, "Oh, the wind's 7.5 to 11 miles an hour to the east." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And so I just like shot where I thought it was supposed to go, and I almost hit the bullseye. I was like, "Oh, cool! Wow, shooting with snipers."
Yeah, it's awesome.
I mean,
1,000 yards.
how can you
That's
set your gun for a certain direction, then turn around and shoot it the other direction? I mean, you wouldn't be able. You'd have to sight it for every single direction that you're going to shoot. No one does
Yep.
that.
Well, and then it gets worse than that. So I looked up the claims of Coriolis and long distance shooting, and they say, well, shooting north south, there's no effect, right? So you're shooting along the axis of the rotation, but that's not true. If you look at Coriolis as it's described in physics, there's a net centripetal force. You're actually adding to the acceleration that body, that projectile, is already going. So when you pull the trigger, so in the chamber, that bullet's already going, like I'm up at the 45th parallel. So 520 miles an hour. I figured it's 700 something feet per second, 720 feet per second, I think it was. Okay. So when I pull the trigger, I'm adding to that existing velocity by just a little bit. There's a net centripetal force that is added. So you would have an eastward throw to your bullet, to your projectile. They claim that that's not the case, but physics says that there's an added energy in real Coriolis, not in Earth's Coriolis. So their ideas just don't add up.
Right.
Have you looked at the naval guy that did the it was like World War II era, slightly after? I forget the name of the paper. I looked it up, and he gives the equation for like shooting artillery 20 miles away. So, and I might have screwed it up. I don't know if I got all the math right, but I did the equation, 20 miles, all the whatever he figured in. And if I didn't use the equation, the projectile at 20 miles would have been off by 6 feet. So you're shooting this massive projectile. Does it really matter if it's off by 6 feet?
I think it'll still do some damage.
Yeah, yeah. But they claim, well, this guy proved artillery requires Coriolis, but does it really? Or equation for correction, but does it really require a correction?
Does anybody actually give a crap about Coriolis when the enemy's attacking? No, they just point their gun and shoot.
Yeah. I shoot with guys regularly that we're over 1,000 yards, and nobody is figuring Coriolis. I'm just happy to hit at 1,000 yards.
Right? I mean, they'll say like, well, what about this? Oh, you're too close, so you don't have to worry about Coriolis there. But if a plane hovers, Coriolis is affecting that. It just moves with the. They're all over the place. They'll just say whatever it is to keep their little paradigm in there. They're like, oh, the atmosphere sticks to the Earth, and I'm like, what about jet streams and wind?
It's like I always tell everybody, they have an equation for something, and when that doesn't work, they have another equation for that. And when that doesn't work, they have another equation for that. And they have all these different equations, so when you say, oh, that doesn't work, well, here, use this equation instead.
And they always say, where's your math? Dude, I don't need, what are you talking about? Math? Everybody, all these guys think math is science. Math is not science. Math is just a language, and it's lying to you.
This doesn't match the curvature of the Earth. Oh, use 7/6R, it'll work.
Someone actually told me that I made up the flat Earth calculator. Oh, you made that up. I didn't make that up. It's literally 8 inches per mile squared, man. Oh, that's a parabola. Yeah, it works great up to 2,000 miles. And seeing as how I don't go past 275 miles, hey, what's up?
It's such a bad. It's a cope when they do that. It's crazy. And then you ask them, okay, what's the actual amount of drop over distance over 10 miles? And they will refuse to answer, or they'll say something really dumb like 4 inches.
It'll be like 69 every 1 degree per 69 miles. I'm like, dude, that's just a distance measurement, man. You can do the same thing with a freaking light pole. You stand up next to it and you go away. The freaking light pole is going to drop. It's like they don't get it.
I was talking to a surveyor last night and asking him a bunch of questions on different, surveying things that he does. He's using really high tech robotic total stations and prisms and lasers, and he's going to give me a little training on the stuff that he's using, but so I can be a little more knowledgeable. But I asked him about Earth curve and told him ran him through the numbers, and he was shocked. He said, I would not have guessed it was that steep. And I said, well, that's the claim, man. And then he said, sir, are you suggesting that there is no curve? And I said, yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. And he took pause and sat there a minute, and he said, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
I mean, why don't they teach the kids in school that the Earth curves at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared? Because everybody would be looking out the window going, wait a minute, what?
I ran that past that surveyor, and he looked stupefied. Like, is that seriously the claim for the globe? Because he surveys land all the time. He doesn't see it. And then I asked him, what's the furthest distance that you can accurately measure? And he said, with this new equipment, 8 miles. That shocked me.
You really shouldn't be able to see that whenever you're looking at a mirage, and you think the globe is real.
Yeah. 8 miles. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was like, well, and he told me with the older equipment, it was like 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet is a pretty long shot to get accurate. But this new equipment, I guess, is just tremendous what it can do.
Yeah, they say that, an average theodolite is about, 4,500 feet. So not even a mile.
Yeah, I asked him about the averaging, like, because in the old stuff they would take 5, 6, 7 measurements and then average it out, and rule out the outliers and whatever. But and he said he thinks that the new technology is doing that. It's just doing it so fast that they're able to get much further distances with, so many more averaged out measurements. They're able to get further distances. But yeah, pretty remarkable stuff. I'm going to spend some more time with the guy, pick his brain. He might be a flat earther before we're done.
Anybody that looks at this, with an open mind and is honest is going to be like, well, this is what they're telling me, and this is what I'm seeing, and this doesn't match up from what they're telling me. Something's amiss.
Yep.
Yeah, I turn most people on to flat Earth in person than I do like in Discord or online or whatever. But I will say this, man. Like Brian, I don't know if you've been in here long enough to see some of the interactions in here, but a lot of people in here are pretty genuine. They're like, "Oh my gosh, that actually makes sense." And then honestly, I don't think we hear from them ever again.
Dude, I get that a lot on X, man. People come in. I don't know if you remember that one guy, Rebound or whatever. You stupid flat earthers. I came in here and talked to him logically about it and walked him down a logic path. And at a certain point, he's like, you could just hear it in the tone of his voice. He's like, oh no. And then he left. I haven't seen him again. Stupid flat earthers.
I'm starting to think Globers are demonically possessed. The way they react to
They're NPCs. You got to remember, they've been brainwashed since they were babies. I mean, literally, you can go into any store. Like, I've seen a game, it was like a memory game, right? It was like NASA, right? And it had all these different cards. It was just like the game Memory, where you have all the cards flipped upside down and you got to find the pair. But it was for NASA. It was with NASA logos. And it's like for ages 3 and up. So, like, that's the whole point. They just get them on it while they're young. And then, like I tried to explain to somebody earlier, the truth is out there. They don't hide the truth from you, but they only present the lie. And then they present it in such a way that nothing else could be true, even if you found the truth.
Yeah. And then there's the I forget the psychological term when a group of people all comply to the same ideology, herd psychosis or something like that. Anyway, I've been kicked out of a bar one time for talking about physics. Of all of things you hear people talk about at a bar, physics. Well, the girl thought I was flat earth, and the bartender, they know I'm a flat earther, and she starts barking at me. I can't talk flat earth at the bar. It's like, I'm talking about physics with other flat earthers, and but yeah, I mean, it triggers them, man. It's an emotional response.
So flat earthers exist unironically in the world.
On a globe, you mean?
Yeah, something like that.
Dracula's here.
What?
Imagining a globe only takes place on a flat earth.
Mm-hmm.
But we can imagine all kinds of stuff.
Man, most globies can't even steel man their own position.
Yeah.
Well, that surveyor I was talking to last night, so I wasn't going to go there because I wanted to get some information from this guy. So I was going to spend more time with him before I did any flat earth talk. But
but he mentioned planet, and I couldn't resist, and I said, a planet, huh? Well, how big? What are the dimensions? And yeah, here's a Glober surveyor, just indoctrinated, and he had never heard of 24901, 3959, never crossed his path. He never considered it.
I also don't know these numbers.
Those are the dimensions of our imaginary globe. Some of the dimensions.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is no one knows those numbers. I mean, imagine telling us we have a radius of 3959, and then we got this big old fireball down there in the center with some iron core in there that's somehow producing magnetism that surpasses 10,000 degrees, and we've only dug down 7.8 miles. I mean, talk about throwing a wild guess out there. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, Nagaso. Circumference is alleged to be 24,901 miles. Diameter 7,918 miles. Radius 3,950 miles. These are all alleged dimensions to the globe Earth, and from those you can derive a curve rate that we should be able to observe. Right? Of course, where a geometric horizon would be observable, but we see far beyond those measurements. If you want to know more about it, I'm sure everybody in here would be happy to explain, but we see far beyond where those measurements would limit our ability to see. So what does that tell us? I mean, if there's no observable curve that matches the model that we're told from these dimensions, no observable curve, there's a problem. There's a problem. It's pointing toward flat, horizontal, level.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my main problem is that it's hard to believe that you are not a troll, actually.
It's hard for me to believe that you're not a troll.
Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe I am.
Do you know why? Because you know what he was talking about? All those dimensions, the 25,000, 3,000, all that, that's never been measured. Nobody has ever gone out into reality and performed any kind of method by which you could have derived those values. Not directly. You could do something which kind of like infers that you could calculate something from measuring some shadows or something, but it's completely fallacious to do so. Like some shadows, you're going to measure shadows and tell me the Earth's circumference? Come on, bro. Are you serious?
Yeah, it is too long for a ruler.
You've never seen that you've never seen that reality, by the way. You have never seen a globe in your life, a globe Earth with your own eyes. You've only ever seen it on TV, on a TV screen or a computer screen.
I appreciate that Nagaso said maybe I shouldn't believe that he isn't a troll. That was very honest, and
Yeah.
I don't believe that, Nagaso. I don't believe that. That was very honest of you.
I am very honest troll.
I want to suck your butt.
He's a very honest troll.
Yeah, but I just don't have anything to say on this dimension stuff, like how we measure it and so on and so forth, because
They didn't. Look into it, bro. They didn't measure it.
Yeah.
Look into it.
So most people just have a blind faith that the Earth is a globe because they were taught that while they were growing up, And then when we start talking about how do you know it's a globe, right? That's when people realize they don't really know anything about the globe, right? They don't know the radius, they don't know the drop over distance, they don't know how fast it spins or anything. It's just a belief, nothing more.
Well,
And you
I mean,
uh-huh.
I thought it is like uh yeah, my vocabulary is not that great. So I thought it is not interesting to just Google stuff up, but if you ask me to look into it,
Well, Google's just going to repeat the mainstream information. It's not going to give you information about flat Earth. It's just going to tell you the same thing that you get taught at school about the globe. It's going to make claims, and then when we go out in reality and test the claims, it turns out that it's not true. Yeah, like they'll tell you that 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water, and that water is all curving. Okay, and then we calculate over a certain distance how much it should be curving, bending. Okay, and then we can go and test for that. And the water on the surface is not curving, it's not bending, it's flat on the surface. Now, we're not claiming to know everything. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, flat is not a shape. Okay, so when we say flat Earth, we're talking about the surface area of the Earth not curving over distance, specifically water, the surface of water, which covers most of the surface of the Earth that we know about. So you don't need a ruler. Okay, there's other ways to make measurements. We could use like lasers and things like that. We could use radio signals. We can just use long distance observation to look for what would be the byproducts of Earth curvature, like things disappearing. Okay, if we see something that's 20 miles away, we can calculate, okay, this thing 20 miles away, should we be able to see that if the Earth's a globe? That kind of thing, and we can test for the curvature. There's been hundreds, if not thousands, of tests done now, and we can't find any curvature. And we can't find any tests by the globe earthers throughout all of history that prove that there's any curvature, other than believing in pictures from NASA from the 60s and the 70s, or just pictures that you can't really go and verify. You just have to believe them.
But I think, I mean, you're saying the water is flat, but I believe when I looked in the ocean last time, it was kind of curved in the horizon at least.
Well, no. The horizon is horizontal, and even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the horizon from ground level. But there can be an illusion sometimes where you can see the same distance in all directions. So if you have a large field of view and you're looking out at the horizon, if you look to the right, okay, you can see the horizon. That's a certain distance away from you. If you look in front of you, you see the horizon. That's the same distance, right? It's the same distance in every direction that you can see due to the way that your eyes work. So sometimes that can give the illusion of people thinking that they can see curvature, but they're just seeing in a circle. We see in a circle. Okay, like if you think about it like this, if you go out into the middle of the ocean and you're on a boat and you look around you 360 degrees, you can see the horizon the same distance every single way that you look. So you see in a big circle. It's the way that our eyes work. It's the way perspective works. So sometimes that can mistake people into thinking that they can see the curvature. But it's like looking at a flat circle, the edge of a flat circle.
Okay. By the way, person in chat mocking my accent, and he typed it in chat instead of saying it. Just an observation.
Well, you should hear his accent. It's even worse than yours, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, about curvature. I don't know. I guess I should look at it next time I will be by the ocean.
Yeah. They tell us that the horizon should be a certain distance away from you. So they tell me, right, that like when I was at school, I remember them telling me this. If you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the beach and you're looking out into the ocean, the horizon should be 3 miles away from you. And that's caused by the curvature of the Earth. Now, when we go out and test for that, we can see the horizon sometimes 20 miles away, sometimes 30 miles away, sometimes even further than that. Okay, that's not possible on the globe. And we never see the horizon at that 3 mile mark. Because we can do tests where we have something out in the ocean, we know the distance to it, okay, like a boat or an oil platform, okay, and we know, okay, this is 10 miles away. The horizon should be at 3 miles, but we can see the horizons way beyond the 10-mile distance marker.
Maybe you see the upper part of oil station and lower part is covered by horizon.
No, we can see the whole thing, and we can see the horizon is beyond. Right, I'll show you an example. I have an example for you, so I'll put it in the side chat in just a second.
Uh-huh.
All right, I found it. I'm just going to post it. All right, see what I just posted?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you can see two oil platforms. The first one is at 6 miles, and the second one's at 10 miles. Okay, the guy's just got the camera set up at the beach, about 8 foot above the surface. And when he zooms in, you can see the horizon is way beyond the second oil platform. That platform's 10 miles away.
I believe that camera a foot off the ground.
No, this is a different observation.
It's not the Black Swan.
No. Same guy, different day, different observer height. Much clearer. This one's very clear. The original Black Swan footage, I don't like it because it's super distorted in the distance. This one's crystal clear. You can clearly see the horizon is past the oil platforms.
Mm-hmm.
So I can show you the exact coordinates, the exact observer height. I can show. Yeah, I'll put another GIF in the side chat that shows a bit more information.
I think I kinda see the issue. In the last frames of the GIF, it is visible that he is standing on some kind of wall or something.
No, he's just standing on the beach. Have a look at the last GIF image that I just posted. It shows exactly where he's standing. Okay, it's not a wall. It's actually on the beach. Okay, it's like a little railing, and in the video he shows you the elevation. Okay, the elevation's 8 foot high. So this is all from a full-length video. I can post the full video if you want to check it, but he shows you all of the information. He confirms all the distances.
Yeah, I can check out the video.
Yeah, so this is just one example. We've got hundreds of these basically. Different days, different observer heights. We got ones that have been done from the tops of mountains where we can see things that should be hidden by huge amounts behind the curvature of the Earth. We've got ones from 1 foot, 3 foot, 6 foot, 8 foot, frozen lakes, ocean, all sorts of different, anything that you can imagine. We've got an observation that debunks the globe, right? And we can't find any observations that match up with the globe. That's the problem. Not one. But look, this is the thing. That curvature has to be there if the Earth's a globe. You can't have 10 miles of water and not have a specific amount of curvature, because they tell us that on the globe, we have gravity, Newtonian gravity, Einsteinian gravity, whichever one you want to choose, mass attracting mass, bending and warping of space-time. They all dictate that the water would have to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. So over 10 miles, there has to be 66 feet of curvature, which is 20 meters. Has to be there over that distance. That horizon has to be at a certain distance depending on the height of the observer. So in the one that I just showed you, okay, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles. Right? But we can see the horizon is actually beyond 10 miles. Way beyond 10 miles, actually.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know about miles.
Yeah, you can. Well, kilometers. Okay, so.
No. It was not
Well,
intentional. I mean, I don't know.
kilometers. 10 miles is 16 kilometers. Okay, so
No.
the oil platform's 16 kilometers away.
It's not what I meant. I'm sorry. No, I mean, I don't know about numbers. I never was
Gotcha.
curious about it.
Yeah. I know it's confusing when you first hear about all of these numbers being thrown at you. But basically, look, to put it very simply, over that distance, there should be 20 meters of curvature. Right? So the bottom, the whole bottom of the oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon, and the horizon should be at about 6 kilometers away.
Got it. I wonder what this guy that did around the world trip on foot have to say about all this.
Well, he didn't do a north to south circumnavigation or anything like that. He basically just went from country to country. Kind of like, so you could do that on a flat surface as well. Okay, if you picture it like this, picture the flat Earth like a big lake. Okay, like the known area of the Earth like a big lake. And then you've got continents like islands in the lake. Okay, like an island sticking up out of the water. And you can just go around the lake and go from place to place and come back to where you started again. It's pretty
Yeah.
pretty
I can
logical.
imagine it.
Yeah.
So max geometric blah blah blah.
So what you can do if you want to check the mathematics, you don't have to do the mathematics yourself. You can just go on Google and you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and then you can put in the distance, you can put in the observer height. So there's a link to it there in the side chat, Earth curvature calculator. You can change it to metric system as well. But I'll post the full video just in case you want to check it out later on.
Got it.
All right, Goosebump has asked a question. Goosebump has asked, how about the sun and the moon movement in the flat Earth theory? Yeah, so we see the sun and the moon move east to west across the surface, over the surface of the Earth in the sky. They move in cycles. They appear roughly the same size. I'm not claiming they are exactly the same size, but that's how they appear. Okay, we've been told a big story about them growing up, that the sun is many, many times larger than the moon and many times larger than the Earth. and that it exists in a big space vacuum 93 million miles away, and that the moon is it's a big rock that orbits around the Earth as well, and it's 250,000 miles away. Okay, that cannot be confirmed. Okay, you have to trust them on that. You can't work that out for yourself. You can't go there. What we observe is that the sun and the moon appear approximately the same size, and they take particular paths above us, apparent paths in the sky. This creates daytime, nighttime, seasons, etc.
Mhm.
Good afternoon for all. Right now in Brazil, it's time to lunch. Bye bye.
Who was that?
That was Josh.
What did he
Josh,
say?
something about going to lunch.
Yes, right now it's time to lunch. Goodbye for all. Have good afternoon for all. Bye bye.
Oh, no, you
Bye
too.
bye.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, Josh.
Take care.
Enjoy your lunch.
That was
Yes,
the
it's time
hungry.
to eat right now.
That's the hungry Brazilian.
Yes,
Bon
I am
appetit.
very hungry.
Yeah. By the way, did
Pleasant chap.
you saw that Reddit post I sent in the
Hello,
group
guys.
chats?
Yep, Lake Pontchartrain. I see it. Hello, whoever said hello.
Hello.
And
Hello, that's me.
welcome.
Yeah, thank you very
Yep,
much.
cool.
Hello.
All right. So, Nagaso,
Yeah,
Lake
yeah.
Pontchartrain. I don't even need to click it because I already know what the image is.
Yeah,
Right.
I guess.
Yeah. So what you can see in that image there is called an inferior mirage. Right. It makes things in the distance look like they go downward. Looks like they get displaced downward. If you have a look at it on days where we don't have the obvious inferior mirage, we can see all the way across the lake. Now, if that picture that you posted was correct, that would mean that the globe is a little tiny miniature Earth, right? Like a little baby globe, little mini globe. Okay, but if you have a look at the picture I posted, you can see the inferior mirage, right? You can see the mirroring effect. You can see it's all distorted in the distance. And if you have a look at the one that Triggering Triangle posted above it, okay, that's on a day where there's no miraging effect. Okay, and he zooms in across them. You can see the land on the other side of the lake, which is almost 30 miles away, which would not be possible on a globe. Now, I can show you an example of another inferior mirage. Okay, so have a look at this video. It's just uploading now. So when this video finishes uploading, have a look at the railing on the left-hand side of the bridge. Think of that like the power lines. Now it looks straight, and then what happens is as he puts the camera down low to the ground, it looks like it starts to curve. We see the mirroring effect, and it looks almost identical to what you can see in the Lake Pontchartrain picture over a bridge.
Yeah.
And the reason that happens is because the surface of the road is much hotter than the air above it. Okay, so it causes an inferior mirage. And if you look at the
Inferior
side by
mirage.
inferior mirage, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting because I saw this effect of asphalt turning into mirror in the road
Yeah,
tips, but I
it's
didn't
because
know
it
the
heats
name.
up. Yeah, it heats up basically, and what you can see is a reflection of what's in the background because the light is deviating upward and it's actually going over the top of your head because it's deviating towards the cooler air which is more dense above you. And it makes that mirroring effect. A reflection effect. Total internal reflection is the name. and it makes things in the distance, because the light's bending up, it makes things in the distance look like they're going down. That's why the edge of the bridge looks like it starts going downward. We can replicate the same thing on a small scale, on a floor that has a warmer air down low. Like, here's the same effect with some cans on someone's floor, for example.
I see that.
Yeah, same sort of thing. It's just an optical effect due to the weather conditions. It's very common to happen on that lake because it's a very humid environment. You have a lot of temperature fluctuation, and if you have a look at the weather data from that lake, quite often the water is much warmer than the air temperature. So that's what causes the inferior mirage effect.
Nice.
Yeah. I'll show you just one more example of that on a small scale. This one's a really good one. Okay, so this person does observations to demonstrate these kinds of refractive effects in their house. Okay, see where it says sky free? What I just posted? What they do is they set up some blocks across their floor, and then they adjust the temperature conditions in the house. So the cooler air is up higher and the warmer air is down lower. And what you'll see is it looks the same as Lake Pontchartrain. It looks like the blocks start to curve and disappear behind the flat floor. Even though the floor is flat, all of a sudden it looks like everything starts to curve.
I don't see the blocks yet.
Oh yeah, it's taking some time to load for me too for some reason.
Yeah, happens.
You'll see a red light. They've got a red light in the distance, and you'll notice the red light. Everything starts to dip downward. The red light disappears. The blocks start to disappear. Right, and that happens when they introduce cooler air up higher. They've got temperature gauges to show everything that's going on. So basically, it's very simple. If you have warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher, generally you'll get this downward bending effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Got it.
And then if we have a look at Pontchartrain, here's just some more images of Pontchartrain. So now what we have here, this is a real killer. Okay, so this is the same thing that you're looking at, but this is a side view. Okay, this is a side view of those same power lines that look like in your image that they were curving. But then now we have a side view where we don't have that same atmospheric effect taking place, and we can see that it's completely flat. And we even drew red lines across the screen to show you that it's perfectly flat.
A question that I have, I'm kind of digesting it, so I didn't grasp it very hardly yet. But so idea of Earth curvature, that on certain distance, looking from certain height, Earth should have some number of curvature, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And the curvature is a distance from, like, if it would be a flat line, to the arc, to the highest point of the arc. Am I correct?
Yep, I'll show you an example and let me know if we're on the same page. So just a second. Right, I have a diagram here somewhere. 1 second. Like this. It's just uploading now. Okay, so we have the observer, then we have him standing on the globe, and then we have can you see it?
So we wasn't on the same page.
Okay. Right, do you want to say what you were going to say again?
No. I just get it wrong, so let me read the picture.
Mr. DG, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Leech.
If I like in the in the oceans and seas, we saw like ships or boats far away from the beach, right? From the shore.
Yeah.
And slowly we see them like go down. Not We cannot see them from a long distance. Like they came in a place and then they slowly go down. You know what I mean? So if
Yeah.
Earth was
Yeah, that's
if the
the
Earth was
claim. That's one of Right, that's one of the arguments for the globe. But when you actually go out and test that, in reality, that's not really what happens. That only happens if you have certain conditions. This is what happens most of the time. If you have a look at the images in the side chat. Okay, what happens most of the time is that the boat gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. Right? It doesn't disappear bottom up. It just gets smaller, and then you can take out a camera like this guy did in the picture, and you can zoom in and you can see the whole boat again. Now, sometimes we have ocean swells, right? Waves out in the ocean, and that can block the bottom of the ship. And then occasionally we have miraging effects as well, which can make it look like the bottom of the ship's missing as well. So those things need to be taken into consideration. But most of the time we can zoom back in and we can see the ship again. And we can show this on a small scale on a flat surface as well. Same thing happening, where it looks like there's something disappearing behind the horizon, even though the surface is flat, right? Just over a small distance, like a floor of someone's house or a footpath or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty dumb to
Right,
me,
also-
Chief.
Oh, yeah, really?
That's an argument, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if they say that it's disappearing because of Earth curvature, well, we can zoom in and we can see the ship again. Obviously, if there's waves, it's going to block the bottom of the ship. And obviously, if there's a miraging effect, you're going to have something happen as well, depending on which type of mirage it is. Okay, so if someone wants to claim that the reason that we can't see the bottom of the ship is because the Earth is curving, then they would need to prove that that is the reason. And they would need to know the distance to the ship, the distance to the horizon based on their height, right? And then they would have to account for ocean swells, right? What's the waves doing on that day? How big are the ocean swells on that day? Check the weather report. Okay, and then measure what's going on with the atmospheric refraction. So we know it's not a sinking effect due to a miraging effect taking place, which that's
Okay,
exactly
so
what it turns out to be most of the time.
okay. So does NASA have like a purpose to hide the truth from us and just claim that the Earth is round, has a round shape?
I don't think so personally. I think NASA NASA is just lying about going to space. I think that most people that work at NASA genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe, but they're lying about space travel, right? Like they lied about the Apollo missions, for example. Faked
By the
it
way,
to win the
this
space
is,
race.
yeah, very interesting perspective. You mentioned space race yourself.
Yeah.
So these two nations that are at Cold War, USA and Soviet Union, both go to space and claim pretty much the same stuff. It is very interesting conspiracy.
Well, right. They were trying to compete with each other to be seen as a country that could do what no other country could do. Now, when it comes to space travel, Russia and America seem to be great friends. Okay, they share training facilities, they help each other out, they share a space station. But back then, now you might not have seen it on the news because obviously in the West and places like that, they're not going to show any of this on the news. But the head of the Roscosmos, right, the Russian space agency, he said that America absolutely faked the moon landings. Okay, we've had reports from Soviet astronauts saying that if anyone tells you that man has been to space, they're lying to you. So you don't see these kind of reports in the mainstream news, but these are things that you can look up, right? You can look up head of the Russian Space Agency claims that NASA faked the moon landings, and you're going to see a bunch of articles about that. So yeah, they do call each other out, right? But they were also faking footage, and the Russian footage looks even worse than the American footage. They both look terrible, but the Russian footage looks even worse. So if they're going to call America out and say they're faking it, then people will say, well, your footage looks even worse than their shitty footage. Right, I'm going to show some footage right now in the side chat. Okay, most people haven't seen this footage, but this is claimed to be real footage from NASA. So just a second. Right, so
Mr.
this
T,
they're
Mr. BZ.
telling people that. Well, last thing, just let me post this really quickly, and then I'll. Right, I just want you guys to look at this. Right, they claim that this is real footage from space. Right, so if people want to defend this footage and say, "Oh yeah, this looks realistic," then maybe this conversation isn't for them. This looks ridiculous. Yeah, what was your question? Was that you, Lich?
I said, I forgot actually what was the question is. Like, listen, yeah, the gravity. Like, if the Earth were like a flat shape, people claim that if it was like a real flat shape, gravity was never been exist. It is exist because the round shape of the Earth.
Right. Yeah. So they had to explain how you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a big spinning ball in space, that kind of thing. Right. So they had to make up gravity to be able to explain things like that obviously need an explanation. Because obviously you can't have water sticking to the outside of a big ball like an ocean. Okay. So they had to invent gravity to make up for all of the things that defy logic and common sense and scientific experiment. Right. So they came up with gravity. And then you ask the experts what gravity is, and they say, "Oh, we don't know. We have no idea what gravity is, but we know it has to be there for the Earth to be a globe." Okay, so you need gravity to have a globe. You can't have the globe without gravity. But we can easily debunk that. Or not that we need to debunk something that's never been scientifically proven, but if we wanted to easily debunk it, okay, we could test it. Okay, so if gravity is real, the water should be getting pulled towards the center of the globe. The surface of the water would have to be curving at a specific rate. If it's not curving at that specific rate or at all, then that would debunk gravity. That would debunk the globe. Okay, and this has been done. We've tested it. There's no curvature to the surface of water over large distances. Right, so that debunks gravity right there. Not that it's ever been proven in the first place.
Is there any chance you actually remember which head of Roscosmos said that Americans wasn't on the moon?
Yeah, I can look up his name.
Did you ever hear of the
It was
Bradford level
Vlad.
experiment, dude?
Yeah, his name was Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, it's like Dmitry Rolzin. It's really hard to pronounce. I've never been able to get it right.
Yeah, that's
Did
why I
you
couldn't
ever hear
remember
of
it.
the Bradford level experiment?
Yeah, that was originally done by a guy named Samuel Robotham, who he did that and debunked the globe, right? But all of the people that believed the Earth was a globe told him that it was wrong. Okay, so they tried to redo it again, and they said that the second time they did it, now it matched up with the globe. Okay, but they
Sorry,
failed.
dude. No, they did not. They did not. That was a flat earther trying to prove something.
Right. So first
Yeah.
the flat earther did it. His name was Samuel Robotham. Okay, so
Yeah.
first he did it. Okay, and he came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat. Okay, and then someone else said, no, that's wrong. Right, a guy named Wallace. Right, so Wallace went and did it, and he basically did the same thing from a slightly higher observation point. Okay, and he said, oh no, it matches up with the globe now. Right, neither of them accounted for refraction at all. Right, and it's just invalid tests. Okay, we can't go back and see all of the setup. We don't have photographs. It's just kind of like fairy tales at this point. Whatever they did, it's inconclusive. Now we have professional tests that have high definition video footage, weather stations, high powered lasers, right? Tens of thousands of dollars worth of equipment, engineers, right? People going out and actually doing professional tests rather than these like old tests that we don't really have any correct data for. So they were inconclusive, but now we have conclusive data that people can go
And
on.
what does that conclusive data suggest?
Zero curvature ever detected. Yep, zero curvature can be detected. We can't find any, and that's why we have millions of flat earthers now, because anyone that looks into it, they'll realize that, wow, that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, do you like white power movement?
Oh my god.
No.
It is
It's a
just
strange thing
what
to say.
What
it
in a
is
non
just a
sequitur?
funny fact. Yeah,
No,
it
what
is
would
funny
possess
fact.
you to ask such a ridiculous question?
Oh, he'll be all right. He's just pretending to be a troll. Remember?
Yeah. So the reason I asked it because it is funny
No,
fact about
very
Mr.
interested, please.
Rogozin is it is
Have you let
actually
him talk?
kind of famous photo of him doing
No,
Hitler salute.
nobody cares about that.
I guess it is fun fact only for me.
No,
That's
it's
why.
not a fun fact.
Why can't you address what was just said?
But I mean,
DJ spent some time speaking to you.
yeah. Do you ask me?
Yes, you, the one who showed us no respect. I'm asking you to show DJ some respect because he's took some time out of his day to talk to you and explain something to you, and you didn't show him the due respect he deserved. Are you
What are you
going
talking
to?
about? Like, telling
No one's
facts
interested in white
about
power.
people.
Let's put it like this. For you to say or ask us about white power was completely disrespectful to DJ's time talking to you. The fuck? Why you're still
How's
able to
that?
speak, I don't know.
Okay, can you give me a minute to answer? You asking question? Can you give me a minute to answer?
Then you're going to show the respect. I just require a yes or no answer.
I didn't show disrespect.
No one's interested in white power. It's got nothing to do with the subject. It was a complete non sequitur.
It actually is have to do
It's
something
not.
with subject.
It's not. So you need to address what DJ just said specifically.
What you say? The Earth is flat.
Yeah. And like DJ speak for himself. I think we had very chill conversation with him, and then you jumped in screaming like, "Oh, you disrespect him! You disrespect him!" No, I don't.
You do.
No.
You think God is real?
God Israel, yes. And I mean, if you have any desire to listen, I can like answer very easily why it is not disrespect.
Well, you can take your idea there and like go away. Because if somebody's going to try to explain something to you and you completely ignore it, a question you asked the question, then you're given answers, then you completely ignore the answers and then
What
start
makes you
talking
think
about
that I'm ignoring his answers? I actually followed all
you
the
started
links
talking
and
about
I'm
white
reading.
power. What the fuck's wrong with you, dude?
I'm Michael Jordan.
Yes.
Stop it. Get some help.
So if you like give it a second, the reason why
Dude,
I asked about white
it
power,
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Stop
because the
laughing,
person
dude. I
connections
can hear
as
you
authority
laughing.
is white
Dude,
power.
I can hear you laughing.
It's not
I'm
connected.
not laughing.
What we call this is
Crazy?
what we call bricked. You're bricked. You have a topic that you wanted to bring up that had nothing to do with the room at all. Somebody told you some answers that you asked. You asked some questions. You were given some answers. And instead of following the conversation and being a participant in the server, in the channel, you decide to start talking about white power. there's something wrong with you, dude, or you're being disrespectful. Giving you charity, the maximum level of charity, you're simply being disrespectful. If you're not granted that level of charity, there's something fundamentally wrong with the way your brain works. Which one is it?
Oh, you give me my mic back. So you're saying it has nothing to do with topic, but it have.
No,
That's
nothing at all.
the reason.
We're talking about
Maybe
geometry. We're talking about the physical measurements of the
maybe
surface of the
you
Earth.
will give me a chance to say what it has
No,
to
we're
do
not
with
going
topic.
to.
No? You just screaming it has nothing to do with
Yeah,
topic
because people
instead of
find
just
that
saying
topic
what it has to do with
extremely
topic.
vulgar and insulting. So no, that topic is not only completely unrelated, but it's also going to be a problem for some people to hear. That's not a topic for this channel. It's not a topic for pleasant conversation.
I mean,
you want to roll out some of the worst things that humanity has
it's
ever
not
done
a
to each
topic
other,
for this
and then
room.
say,
Maybe
"Hey,
you stop
let's
mentioning white
rope
power
this
members.
into flat Earth somehow." No, no,
It's
thank
not.
you.
It is not me who bring white power.
He won't stop, will he? He'll just keep doing it over and over again.
It's the troll. He's a fake accent too.
It's like, hello there, fellow Ruskins.
DJ, did you want to pick up where you left off? Or have we moved on?
Maybe Lich. See if Lich has another question. But yeah, apparently this guy was white power. The Russian guy. This guy was the vice president. I think he was the head of the
He was
Russian
the
space
president
agency.
of space agency. Yes.
And yeah, he said that they faked the moon landings. So that's all I was saying. That doesn't, if whatever he did, I don't have any association with him.
Yes.
No one did here does, obviously. So I'm just
why?
just stating that yeah, some people from Russia that were high up in the government and the space program said that America faked the moon landings, which obviously they did, right? Even if I believe the Earth was a globe, I would know for a fact that obviously they faked the moon landings.
I totally get it, like 100%. But why is it so offending to mention a fact about person you bring to conversation? I don't get it.
Well, it's unrelated to the topic, I guess.
Well, it is related to the person you mentioned. So
Maybe
I
the well,
conversation.
no. Well, okay, so right, so that doesn't. It's unrelated to the topic that we were talking about. It's also what it seems like. What it seems like is you're trying to discredit or saying like you're trying to say that because he had some worldview on a different note, allegedly, right? That flat earthers must also support that worldview. Because you asked, do you support white power or something like that's what you said? Why would we support white power? We don't support the guy that said it, right? I'm just
No,
pointing
you
out
don't.
that this Russian guy called bullshit on the moon landings. That's all.
No, you don't. But why this simple joke is so offensive? I don't get it.
Well, Nagaso, get a clue, man. You know, it's obvious that people don't want to talk about that.
He said it was a joke. He's just a LARPer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't really want to talk about it much either.
No, you don't want to talk about shit. That's why we figured it out. Goodbye.
I find it
Yeah, no,
interesting, though, that the Russians called out the Americans for faking the moon landing. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Hey guys, like my question is, I have two questions. Like,
The first one.
Yeah, Lich. Yeah, you're up, Lich. Go ahead, man.
Okay, thank you. I believe that no one just goes to Earth and just stand to Earth and I mean, like nobody just land on the Earth. I don't believe that. But I do believe that the Earth is globe, has a shape. So when I got a trip to some country, so when I fly in the plane above the from the plane I saw the Earth was globe. So uh, this has like a really curve and round shape was like totally visible and just like pretty obvious. Anybody who can see this gonna say the Earth is globe. It did not gonna claim the Earth is flat or something like that. And the other question is why, if the Earth was flat, NASA gonna claim and just make a big lie to everybody on the Earth and just lie to them and say that it's globe. I think they have no purpose on this. They have no advantage saying that the Earth is globe and just
Yeah,
faking all
I
the
think the
faking all
NASA's lying about going to space, right? They believe that the Earth is a globe, right? This is my opinion. I think they believe the people that work there, okay, believe that the Earth's a globe. I think most people believe that the Earth is a globe, but it's just a belief. Now they were trying to fake going to space to win the space race or whatever their motive may be. Okay, there may be more than that, but I can just break it down to this simple level. Okay, so if you wanted to say that someone at NASA is lying, that they know the Earth's flat and they're lying about it being a globe, would be a claim that you would be making, not us. Well, not me. I'm not making that claim. I don't think they don't know if the Earth's a globe or not, right? They can't go up to space, right? You can't go to outer space. Yeah, brainworms, whoever that was. Right, and I think it was your first question about seeing curvature from an airplane. I just posted a time lapse of a flight showing that there's no curvature from an airplane. If the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see curvature from the airplane. All right, bro. All right,
What's
you
going
gotta.
on here?
Yeah, brainworms, I think. Okay, yeah, so you wouldn't see curvature from an airplane, but some planes have thick rounded glass windows, so it could maybe cause a false curvature in some particular models of aircraft windows. We do have examples of that where even from the runway, it looks like the runway's curving because of the way that the glass windows are made. It's like triple layer thick rounded glass. So some airplanes have those windows, but in every flight that I've ever been on, I see a perfectly flat horizon. That's what most people see. That's what pilots will tell you. Pilots will tell you that you don't see curvature from a plane. And even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see curvature from that height anyway. It's not high enough. It's only you can only see a.
So if I have like a 2,000 camera zoom lens and just zooms from like a pretty high distance from the Earth, like a pretty high, just like from the like an Eiffel Tower or something like that. And I got the 1,000 x zoom lens. Did I gonna see America from Paris if I zoom through
No,
that lens?
no. Do you want to know why?
What?
I said no. Do you want to know why?
If it's no, so the Earth is globe.
No, the Earth is flat. You're just forgetting about all the air that you're looking through. Right? The air acts like a medium that distinguishes light over distance. Right?
Uh-huh.
Cool. That's why you can look at the sun on when it sets. It looks like a reddy orange color. When it's high in the sky, it looks really, really bright. It will burn your eyes out if you stare at it for too long. The reason why this happens is primarily because of the amount of air that the light is going to have to pass through. So if you're on, say, the top of the Eiffel Tower, thinking that if you have the world's best camera, you're going to be able to see, say, the Statue of Liberty, you've got 3,000 miles of air to look through. It's the same phenomena as when you say, go down into the water. It's midday, it's bright outside, but if you start swimming down and down into the water, it gets darker and darker and darker until the light of the sun isn't perceived from your position. That's because the light can't penetrate the water. You've only dove down, say, 200 meters. We're talking about thousands and thousands of miles of air. So that's one reason why you can't see the reflected light off of the Statue of Liberty from that distance, even if you did have the best telescope in the world.
Pretty convenient. Thanks so much.
You say it's convenient. It's an observable fact of reality. It's why the mountains at the distance, even though they're green, they look like a blue color. It's why the sun looks like a orange-red color. It's because all of the other wavelengths of light have been dispelled through the atmosphere, the orangey-red being the last one to distinguish. It's based on how optics work, the visible spectrum. It's not convenient, dude. It's just how it is.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. You just polished the lens from my eye, and just like I think I can see the Earth clearly right now. The word how it works. You know what I mean?
I like your idea, though. If we get a telescope, we should be able to see further than the curvature of the Earth. If the Earth was flat, we wouldn't be able to see any further, no matter the optic that we used, if the curvature of the Earth existed, because the curvature of the Earth would be the limitation of how far we could see. It's a good point. Thing is, when we do bring out those telescopes, we don't observe that type of obstruction. The limitation that we have is the technology, right? You invented a really good telescope. Okay, we've got optics that have limits, right? Angular limits. That's why we invent technology, because we're talking about optics. Things with distance appear to reduce in angular size. We understand this, so we need optics to be able to see them. The other thing that stops us seeing far is the meteorological conditions, like I said earlier. Right? These are the limiting factors to how far we can see, not the curvature of the Earth. We can simply say we see too far for the Earth to be a sphere. Now, we can math that out, for example. We can do some geometry. We can do some measurements, being as they claim the Earth is a shape, a sphere. We should be able to observe and measure a curvature rate over a distance of the Earth and observe and measure a geometric horizon. That would be the point at the sea that we can't perceive any further because the surface of the Earth is curving down. These should be observed and these should be easily measurable. They're not. When we go to observe and measure this geometric claim, what we observe and measure is a flat Earth. Now, measurement is an empirical standard when we're talking about identifying things, specifically geometry. So when we measure the surface of the Earth, that empirical standard tells us that the water is horizontal upon the surface, telling us that the Earth cannot be a sphere.
I got your point.
Yeah, so if I may, I thought about my behavior and I actually want to apologize because I didn't actually mean to trip you off that much. It was simpler. Yeah, I forgot the word. Yeah, so mostly I just want to apologize to trip you off when I didn't meant to. And I kind of have a simpler question, if I may.
Yeah.
So the Earth curvature, yes, the main point of discussion, as I see so far. It is what it is exactly, like geometrically. It is like what DJ was teaching me about. So
DJ,
you
you still
have
here?
like, yeah. Maybe he doesn't want to talk with me anymore. I guess I deserve it, but
DJ is very kind-hearted. He will possibly give you another chance. I'm just asking to see if he's still there, to see if he's even listening.
it was a question. Yeah. So key
You blew
measurements
it.
are the distance. Distance from what to what? The height you're standing on, and the distance to the horizon. But yeah, all this stuff is really confusing. Like in this original video of Black Swan, there was a claim that horizon should be 3 miles away, I think, and it is in reality 10 miles away. And at 10 miles away, you should have this kind of curvature. And in reality, you don't have curvature. So I just want to sort out all these measurements. Yeah.
Okay. So you understand we're testing the globe geometry.
Yes.
The globe geometry has a radius. 3,959 miles. You can do the conversion into kilometers. This gives us a consequence on the surface. One consequence is curvature, a rate of change of slope at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. That's a parabolic formula. We can find other ones, but it's roughly that. And it should also give us a geometric horizon, which I think is what you're referencing. This is based on the height of the eye of the observer to how far that top of the curve will appear to you, and distance. That calculation's 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's eye height in feet or meters. So when we use this simple math, let's say we have an observer that has a camera 1 foot above the surface of the water. Using the simple mathematics, the calculation of 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet, if that's 1, square root of 1 is 1, you times that by 1.225 and you get 1.225. This means that if you're on a sphere, the geometric horizon will be 1.225 miles away from the observer. Conversely, if you're 3 foot, the horizon is going to be approximately like 2 miles away. If you're 8 foot above the surface of the water, the horizon will be 3.46 miles away. With altitude, the horizon will appear further away from you in distance if you are standing on a sphere. And that horizon is the curvature of the Earth that you perceive the Earth to dip down after, and boats go over. So that's the simple math. The black swan shows us that the horizon isn't at that distance. The horizon is well beyond that distance. In the observations of the black swan, which there are multiple, I remember an observer at 8 foot, where the horizon should be, as I said earlier, 3.46 miles away. The horizon in the image is beyond the oil rigs, which I think are at a distance of maybe furthest one's about 9-10 miles. So we can say the horizon, which is observed beyond the oil rigs, is at least 10 miles away, if not further. It should be at 3.46 miles away in front of the oil rigs if we were living on a planet, a sphere, but it's not. It's beyond that physical limitation of a geometric curve. In actual fact, when we go to repeat these observations, which we do many times, what we observe is the horizon moving around. It can appear at different distances for many reasons. One, because of the optic that you're using, the horizon can appear closer to the human eye than it can appear with an optic. It can appear further away. And again, we can have the meteorological conditions. There can be a lot of moisture in the air. There can be temperature fluctuations, for example. And then we have to think of the marine conditions, what the actual body of water is doing. There might be, for example, a tide coming in, a swell out to sea because of the geology on the seafloor. So there are many reasons why the horizon can move around, but the fact that it moves around demonstrates that we are most definitely not standing on a sphere with a radius of 3,950 miles. If you've got any questions, I said a lot. I do apologize. I appreciate your patience. But if you've got any questions, please feel free to ask.
Yeah, the problem is that it is super hard to catch by ear. I didn't want to interrupt you, but yeah. I think I didn't digest most of it.
That's truth in digestion.
Yeah. Kinda.
Some great explanations and descriptions this morning. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I see there's an event running at the moment called the Basics of Tarot. Sounds fun.
The basis of terror?
Yeah, tarot cards, divination, reading people's futures, and blah blah blah.
Ah, tarot. Yeah, okay.
There's lots of interesting subjects around the world. I guess that's one of them. The difference between all of these other things and the flat earth is the flat earth can be empirically demonstrated to be true.
Mm-hmm.
The other things, you're going to require some kind of belief or faith or something else. But this, if you want to term it under the umbrella of conspiracy theory, flat earth is primarily the one that you can physically prove to yourself to be true. It is flat.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if you like not busy, can you sort out with me just the variables at play from the geometry standpoint? Like, I'm not ready to go into optics and weather, but at least simple variables that I catched so far is okay. It is Earth radius, supposed Earth radius or diameter, doesn't really matter. Observer height, distance to horizon, and Earth curvature. Do I miss something from equation?
No.
Okay, I think I can sort it out from here.
Good. If you're looking to do the maths, then I appreciate you trying to.
I mean, like, most of the room thinks I'm like some deranged troll, but in reality, I don't really believe in flat Earth, at least yet. But you at least make me curious because getting a nice optics camera and going to the beach is not that hard, and I like empirical experiments.
You've come to the right place then.
Exactly. Like, we're not here to convince you. Like, that's not necessarily our ambition, is to convince you, to get you to believe anything or anything like that. This is really just mainly for your curiosity. That's good that you're curious, because that's what we'd like. We like conversation with people that are actually curious, and we can share information. And then what you do with that information from here on out is entirely up to you.
Yeah, that's nice. Didge posting that space is gay.
Yeah, fake
Oh.
and gay. According to NASA, space is gay. That's what they claim. It's kind of strange thing to claim about space. Yeah, there's a funny YouTube channel. He's a flat earther. He makes videos where he takes crazy clips from things that NASA say and puts them together really well. I posted the link in the side chat. It's pretty good.
This is hard.
It might be imaginary.
Your imaginary friend.
But understanding Earth is easy as cake, is piece of pie. I don't mean to make fun of your accent, just quoting Yakov Smirnov.
No, it's fine. I mean, some person in the chat don't even believe I have a Russian accent.
I think that was 2010, or was it 2001 Space Odyssey? I forget which one. I think it was 2010 he was in the follow-up. Great character.
I didn't saw neither of those, but I should. I actually like Kubrick.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah. I'm sure it is like the great movie director. Doctor Strangelove is a masterpiece.
He possibly directed the Apollo moon missions.
Yeah, that's actually also a theory.
Yeah, I might have to watch that later. See what he has to say. Black magic inversion?
That's a weird title. Before Epstein, there was Einstein. Okay. The theory of relativity is pure black magic inversion. Oh, that's what we're speaking about. I get you.
In Soviet Russia, space-time bend you.
Okay, being as I'm bored and it's Sunday and it's loosely termed as speculation Sunday, I was looking at an interesting video yesterday with regards to the moon. Now, it was a much wider video, but specifically it's the moon thing that I want to talk about. Because within the common heliocentric narrative about the moon, there's a lot of anomalies about the moon that don't fit physics or predictions and so on. There's a lot of scientists throughout recent history and throughout time who have questioned about why the moon's even here. According to the physics of, let's say, the solar system, for a planet our size to have a moon that size is kind of ridiculous. If we were to have a moon at all, it would probably have a maximum diameter of about 30 miles, if that. Considering the moon's got a diameter of, I think it's a 1,500 miles, close to that. That size of orbital body close to us shouldn't exist. No other planets show this type of thing. If the moon was by itself, it would probably be classed as something along the same lines as Pluto, right? A dwarf planet. So that's interesting. They also say that the mass of the moon isn't really enough. It appears not to have the right amount of mass. There are lots of oddities about the moon that mainstream science kind of scratches their head about. One of the main things that struck me, though, and we probably have heard this story before, is about when NASA decided to hit the moon with rockets. When NASA hit the moon with rockets, they have like impacts and so on, the moon rings like a bell. The moon rings like a bell for over half an hour. The moon rings like a bell, showing that it's probably hollow inside. It's just interesting that these things get brought up by the mainstream narrative, because according to their physics, this moon, the one that we've got, shouldn't even be here. It's a bit of a quandary. So I don't know, guys. Just food for thought, I guess.
The alleged diameter is almost 2,200 miles.
Shit, dude. Thank you. That's even bigger than I said. So I appreciate that.
Hollow on the inside or hollow on the other side?
Ooh. No, on the inside, dude. On the fuck.
Oh, damn it. I was thinking about the moon too. Like, last night I saw it. It was still sort of daylight, actually. And it was a crescent. And I was thinking about the phases, and I was like, so it doesn't seem to significantly change throughout the night. Like if you were to observe it at sunset rising, you know, or in that area of the sky. Well, it's never going to be in that area of the sky as a crescent. But I mean, when you observe a crescent moon, it really doesn't seem to change, right, throughout the time that you can see it. So I was thinking, like that means that your angle, if you're like on the spinning ball thing, right, your angle never changes throughout the entire period you can see it. Your angles from, but they say that that's it's basically only partially being illuminated. Right? You can see parts of it that aren't. Well, you're not seeing the parts that aren't illuminated, but it's in shade, right? It's in shadow. So, and that's due to your angle of the difference with the angle of the sun and your position. That has to not change for the phase not to change while you're spinning and orbiting the sun, and the moon's moving in the opposite direction to what it appears to, mind you.
That's an interesting point because it allegedly is transiting its diameter per hour, or 0.51 degrees per hour. So, in observing that phase throughout the entire night, wouldn't that add up to a change in the appearance of its phase?
It just all works out, I guess. The way the Earth rotates, the way the sun, the moon orbits.
What a coincidence!
Yeah, the orbital mechanics of the moon just do not make sense. Because if the moon has to speed up to get ahead of us and then slow down to get catch up with us, and so on and so forth, that would totally destroy its orbit.
I was surprised the other night. I didn't know if the light of the moon would show up in a thermal scope, and it does. So there's some kind of radiant heat signature coming from it to show up on a thermal. But yeah, Anyway, it's pretty crazy.
Are you talking about not being able to see the unlit portion with thermal imaging?
The lit portion. The lit portion does show up under thermal, which really only picks up heat signature. So I was kind of shocked at that. I'm still not sure what to think of it.
Well, in the spinning ball world, that side's very hot and the unlit part's very cold.
Yeah, there's that. I think that reflective relationship would make more sense in the flat Earth understanding, though, because the relationship to the moon and sun's transit or precession rates are much closer than the alleged orbital velocity of it going around the Earth at 0.51 degrees per hour, or its diameter per hour. Like you were mentioning earlier, there'd have to be a change in the angle that you're viewing the phase over 8 to 10 hours throughout the night. That would add up to a fair bit, but we don't notice that. It stays the same all night long.
For the moon?
Yep.
And then what happens the next day?
It changes a little bit.
And then after 28 days, what happens?
It's gone.
Yeah, you know the answer to that. It goes back to where it was before.
There we go. Yeah, it's like a cycle. It's like a clock. A 28-day clock that's been non-changing for all of recorded human history.
Oh, right. Good point.
It's kind of a clue, wouldn't that be?
Yeah, the term "the Watchers" was actually assigned to people who kept an eye out for the new, you know, the new moon, the first tiny sliver. People were designated, that was their job to like look for it. They're called the Watchers.
That's crazy.
I was just watching, the show called like the Seventh Kingdom, the Seventh or something like that. It's about the Vikings and English people, and one of the scenes was one of the Vikings had said that the peace will last for one moon, and that was part of the plot device that they had their watchers ready for the first sight of the sliver, and hoping that the English side wasn't paying attention enough to the sky, so it'd give them one extra day to muster their armies and to get an advantage over the other side. And that was like the 800s, like 868 or something like that. Apparently, when it's supposed to be mostly based on real events. This kingdom of Wessex, kind of like south of London, like supposed to be like the last of the seven kingdoms that almost fell to the Danes or Vikings, whatever you call them, depending on what side you're on. And what's interesting about this is that has been, I mean, you're talking about a millennium plus later, and still the same moon cycles are just as present then and now. But the explanation on the globe side is that this body is tidally locked to the Earth. You're like, well, how does that work? Gravity or something like that. Well, doesn't the moon about a quarter of the size of the Earth? That's how they get their explanation for how far the sun is, to make them appear about the same size of the sun and the moon, appear to be about the same size. And they're like, well, yeah. And like, well, is there anything else in the visible universe that has a tightly locked body that stays tightly locked for this long, that's about the quarter of the size of the object it's rotating around? And they're like, well, no. Generally, tightly locked things are just almost super small. Like some of the moons of Saturn and Jupiter will get tightly locked, but they're very small compared to the other two, the thing they're orbiting. And they don't stay tightly locked for very long.
Yeah, they have to rotate at the same rate as they are in orbit. Is that right?
Yeah, and it's something
That's
about
right.
the gravity of the thing they're facing forces that interaction. But eventually it loses it because on a solar scale, like on a solar system scale, that object from the sun's point of view, the moon isn't orbiting the Earth. Both the moon and the Earth are orbiting the sun.
Jedi, are they basically saying that Earth is unique?
Yeah, it's so unique that they basically have to take it out of the model and put a placeholder in there called Terra. It's called like the rare Earth hypothesis. It's one of the very few hypotheses baked into heliocentric. That Earth being so rare and so unique, so model breaking, that there isn't an explanation for it, for why it's that way. So, and while they look for an explanation, they have to take it out to the model and replace it with a thing called Terra. And the sun and the earth and the moon are just one thing in that model.
It's interesting this ancient cosmology used to put the moon and the sun like in their own orbit around the Earth, and they were just considered like planets, basically. Like, the fact that one seems to illuminate, give us day, and while the other one brightens the night. They weren't really considered to be like. So it was there that they were given non-importance, really, motion wise, right? Earth was the center. Those things were, and they weren't even like the first or the second, thing. They were like, like the sun was like the fourth in the ranks, right? It was like, oh, it's interesting. They've got Mercury and Venus there before the sun. Doesn't really have a primary position. Now they've done that, Copernicus came along and gave the sun the primary position, so Earth being like having really any sort of important position.
Okay, so thanks everyone. At least I learned something new today. Like, unironically, I figured out, I think, like geometric formula for Earth curvature drop.
Yeah, man.
But
Thanks for stopping by, and come back again.
Yeah. The problem is, so I started to read about it, and it's clashes with atmospheric something, atmospheric refraction and stuff like that. And I'm probably
Right.
not curious enough to go into that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll learn about atmospheric refraction. You know, it's if you have a nice clear image in the distance, obviously you don't have very much atmospheric refraction. Now, they tell us that atmospheric refraction, standard refraction, okay, so standard refraction allows you to see a little bit beyond the horizon if the Earth were a globe.
Yeah.
So 14%. Okay, so instead of the horizon being at 3 miles, it would be at 3.2 miles or something like that, right? So we're seeing so much further than it cannot be accounted for with atmospheric refraction or anything like that. But yeah, something you would have to look into. It's it's not a super complicated topic, subject, the refraction, but it does take a bit of research. Right? So what I could do is post a video for you in the side chat where a physics professor who is debating some flat earthers explains that atmospheric refraction, yes, it is something you would have to account for, but it's usually only 7 to 10%. Okay? And he says if you can show me an observation where we can see more than that, right? Beyond that limitation that we could account for using refraction, then that would not be possible to explain with atmospheric refraction. That's coming from a very credentialed professor, engineer. He teaches physics. So yeah, I can put those clips in the side chat if you want to see those. But otherwise, you could do your own research on refraction, or you can come here and learn about refraction from us.
Yeah, well, I can't promise that I'll watch it.
Well, these two clips, they go for about 20 seconds each.
Okay, then I'll watch it.
All right, so I'm just going to post them in the side chat now.
Flat earther versus scientist versus physicist. So they're battling.
Yeah, these are some clips from the debate. You can click through and watch the whole debate if you want. But yeah, here's some clips where he's talking about refraction, atmospheric refraction.
Got it.
So that's just like a hostile witness, if you know what I mean. That's someone that's an expert from the globe side telling you that refraction is not an excuse for these extremely long distance observations that we make every single time we go out and observe the Earth. He's telling you that it's something real that you would have to account for, but it's not something that can account for these crazy distances that we can see. Yeah.
Got any thoughts on the Great Circle routes?
Great circle route, like when you see a plane flight path plotted out on a Mercator projection, making an arc.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Just a coordinate system conversion that makes it look like an arc. That's all. Here's a
Interesting. Interesting
yeah.
how it doesn't work to the south; it only works to the north.
Doesn't it work to the south, in the south, and to the? Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't checked them.
The
Is it
only
always?
claim, claim of that I've seen, and there could be others I just haven't seen, but I know that they make that claim from Santiago to Sydney, but then when we looked at the compass readings that Max Egan had on that flight, it was opposite. It was actually started out north by northwest from Santiago. It should have been south by southwest. So, and really the only evidence we have that they did do a Great Circle route south is a cartoon on a flight tracking thing they put in the back of the seats of the airplane for people to look how they're going toward Antarctica, but the compass sure didn't match that.
Yeah. Who was that took that flight and did a video with his compass?
Max Egan.
Ah, yes, thank you. Yes, that's him. Yeah, that kind of I think tipped him. But that just kind of also, I guess, made him lean more towards, say, an AE map projection Earth as well, because that's what it ended up being compared with. But nevertheless, I mean, the back of the seat's telling you one thing, and the compass that you can actually hold in your hand tells you a different thing. That is super interesting.
I found it very suspicious, and then the Great Circle explanation that going into more northern latitudes will shorten your distance. But if you're following a terrestrial meridian on a ball, you're a straight line over that, that arc would just follow the meridian, not go up into different latitudes. And I've seen one example here. I was talking to a young kid. He's an airplane enthusiast, and I was talking about flight patterns and maps. And so we were watching this plane go overhead, basically heading due north, and we're above California. So he looked up the flight app and he found the plane, and it was Turkish Airways from San Francisco to Istanbul, and it was going basically into Canada at a due north direction. So, yeah, this doesn't make any sense because that's on a more southern latitude than we are. Wouldn't he want to drop in latitude instead of going more north in latitude? I find those flight patterns really suspicious when you look at them on flight trackers. As far as that terrestrial meridian line goes, you guys might have seen it. Somebody, I've got it bookmarked. I'll have to look it up. A guy did a basket or a globe model, and then did I lose signal? No. Okay. And then he cut a hole in a piece of cardboard to show which the most direct line would be, flight pattern on the globe. And what he discovered was pretty darn interesting. The Great Circle routes are way off.
Hello everyone. Anyone here? Hello.
Yeah, mate. How's it going?
Hello, bro.
Hello, brother.
How is your life?
Just keeping on, keeping on.
Nari, 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 nari.
I love that question. How is your life?
Yeah. Tell me, how is your life?
How long you got?
What you say? What you say?
He joked. He said, "How long you got?" What shape you think the Earth is? To the fellow who asked how our lives are.
Unfortunately, he left.
Must not have liked your joke. What a shame.
He obviously didn't. He obviously didn't have long.
Yeah, this undefined behavior person might have to actually start talking to us. Give us, it seems that account just seems to be in here constantly, like all the time. Hasn't left.
Got to watch out for those open claw bots these days. Have y'all heard about them?
No, what do they do?
Basically, it's a decentralized AI assistant and agent you can have. There's been a lot of people buying up Mac Minis, and it's just like a large language model, but it inhibits or inhabits your Mac Mini, and it's decentralized and pretty autonomous. So they can get on Discord. I don't know the limitations of it, but it's crazy. They have their own like Facebook or Reddit chat website. It's called Molt Book. MOLT book.
MOLT. Malt book.
Yeah, I think OpenClaw was released like a month ago now. It's a pretty big movement if you're interested in those type of things. I don't know how y'all feel about AI in here, and we don't have to get into that subject if you guys don't want, but
Well, he's not here to Are you talking about you mean like ChatGPT? Right. Cool.
so these OpenClaw agents, they run on large language models. You can program them to run off of any large language model with an API key, and then it'll just use that. But it's pretty autonomous. It'll do stuff like a bot living in your computer. You can write the code, have it write its own code, and get it to do tasks like organize your emails in real time, send emails in real time, update your calendar. People have had like it call them and remind them of things. So the key is it's decentralized, and I think as long as it remains that way, that's the best case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust that.
Sorry.
I was just saying, I wouldn't trust that.
Yeah, huge security risk. That's why you're supposed to install it on like a computer that has nothing else on it.
We were talking. Someone.
If I may just
quickly. You want to say something, Cups?
Yeah, I was just going to say another thing to say that it's decentralized is a bit of a misnomer, man. Yeah, sure, the agents themselves may be decentralized, but if you're forced to link up to a large centralized large language model like ChatGPT or Claude or whatnot. I mean, without those things, these agents can't do shit. You know?
Yeah,
So,
that's a
like,
fair. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. So unless you can link up to, say, a large language model existing on your own machine adjacent to these agents, then sure. But at the moment, it seems like everyone's relying on ChatGPT or OpenAI or whatever for this stuff and still saying they're decentralized. And I think that's a bit misleading.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But you can set it up to run off of local models. It's just not as
Oh,
powerful.
fair enough. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, who's to say that those local models are, you know, how can you prove they're truly local? You know, so there's always that risk. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, well, you can always, one way to do that is cut off your internet when you're doing shit. And if it works,
Yeah,
it means there's no network communication. It means they're good.
yeah,
But yeah, there might still be telemetry and shit like that. Yeah. It's a big discussion.
yeah. The thing that sucks about that, if you shut your internet off to it, then you can't like have it doing stuff in real time.
No, I
Just
just mean as a test, right? To test if your large language model locally will run without connection,
yeah, true.
right?
Good point.
You know. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, it's wild. There was a guy who forget what the term is, but they basically uncensor the local language model that they have. They uncensor it to whatever censored algorithm that is programmed with, and they had it running off that.
Trump is a pedophile.
It was pretty cool. Do you think so?
Yeah, definitely, man.
I mean, it's pretty sus that he's hiding all these redacted files, but just because he's in a couple photos.
That's not the topic here, guys.
All right.
Neither is AI, really.
It isn't, but I think it's interesting how some, entertainment that we've seen in the past, like from like pretty much the advent of TV, comic books even, but this technology that they envisioned being part of the future is like we're seeing it now. Like in Star Trek with their AI. We're not flying around in space, exploring galaxies, but I mean, they just say, "Computer, do this. Computer, do that." Right? It does it, and I think that's where we're headed. They call it smart access. Yeah.
We were talking the other day about someone posed the question, what do we think about like AI video generation getting to a point where people can't discern the difference? And I was thinking again about that, and I'm like, does it really make a difference? Like people watch the news and the news just, shows them footage all out of context, all the same, and they don't scrutinize it. So what difference does it ultimately make, that they couldn't tell something that's AI generated, from reality?
Yeah, that's a great point.
It's like status quo doesn't change at all. These people just believe what they want to believe, irrelevant of what they're shown, how fake it is, whatever. And we know this all too well with Globers.
Yeah, the same could be said, like we're ruled over by this cabal lying to us about where we live, what realm we live on. And people are like, aren't you scared of AI taking over? Like, really can't be worse than what we have now. Satanic pedophiles.
I wonder if AI is some form of litmus test, like a grand IQ test. maybe. I mean, the people that really call for its integration into society essentially don't want life anymore. They don't want effort involved in anything, and you know what I mean? They're just like, yeah, just extract my brain and put it in a jar for all I care.
Yeah, there definitely are some people who fit that description, but I wouldn't say every enthusiast is like that.
Yeah, I get your people that they just love technology and they love tinkering and they love where it all leads. You know what I mean? But the other people that just kind of accept all the new AI devices into their home and whatnot and don't think twice about it. Just another level of convenience, you know, to strip away having to basically get off the couch for anything. It's like ultimately, when you really get down to it, what are these type of people really worth in the world? You know, not very much.
Yeah, for sure. If they're not utilizing the time they save properly and beneficially to others, yeah, what are they worth?
Not to mention, like when it comes to them querying AI for information, we know that they're getting fed just complete propaganda, essentially. You know, and unless they really know how to go through it with AI, you know, they're not going to get any type of real answers.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's a total write off in that regard for people using it for convenient access to quotes real information. You know, like sure, it's going to tell you the truth about what the weather is outside today, but you know, is it going to tell you the truth about political polling and all stuff like that? You know. What's the latest on climate change? Are we dead yet? I was going to say yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the simple-minded will be simple-minded, as they say.
I'm all for humanity utilizing its technology to create a more convenient situation for us all. But I think there's a point where you have to say, no, we don't want to take that away from our day-to-day lives, you know? We don't want to take that, whatever task it is that you have to put effort into, you know? It's like, just have the wisdom to be like, it brings fulfillment to just do it hands-on, you know, instead of delegate it to, you know, a machine or something.
Take a look at it from this
And you
angle.
got to know what things to pass off to machines and what things to keep for yourself.
Yeah, for sure. I know this is off subject, and you can cut me off if the subject you want to change it, but everyone thought AI was going to impact blue collar jobs, right? Hard work, robots would take it. No one before, you know, 2023 saw the impact it would have on white collar jobs first. So you could make an argument it's actually better for society because it takes away these jobs where people just sit around, kind of forces them to go get hardworking jobs where they have to move, at least.
I don't know who told you that.
Well, just think about it. It impacts accounting. It impacts the lawyer.
It impacts,
you know,
like database based occupations.
yeah, but it's also made
deals in
accountants.
information.
Sorry, it's also making accountants obsolete, lawyers obsolete. You know, all these white collar jobs, cybersecurity, coding. Like, so instead of people sitting around, maybe they have to go work construction and stuff.
Weird, because in my white collar job, we're putting robots in and removing the people.
But you know what? Like, so people will still hire others to press the button. So instead of them going, hey, unless it's just, that's what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. If it's as easily accessible as just talking to something, giving it a prompt and then an instruction, you know, with a couple of sentences, they'll probably still hire someone else to either do that or press the button because they don't want to.
I think it really is a case we've been able to design the brain a lot faster than the body, you know? Take a mechanic's job, for example. There's a lot of complex anatomical movements involved in just doing that job, you know? And designing a robot that can actually do that. I imagine this probably all ties into why they just want to get rid of repairing things completely, you know? Just forget about repairing anything. Just scrap it and roll a fresh one off the production line. Because, you know, they've already got all the robots in line on production lines. They have for decades now.
Damaged and repaired things generally become you know, end up in the marketplace for the poor.
Be having that.
Gotta go. Gonna hang out with some blokes. Talk to you guys later.
Catch ya. Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Have a good one, Amphibian.
So, as what's his name? Never mind. Forget. Was it Anthony? Anthony. Has Anthony been back at all? Because I think Anthony was in here and had a real chill discussion, right? And he's gone away and he's brought back some friends. Obviously, he'd he'd praised us up and said, "Yo, come in here, talk to these guys. They're really chill." And they come in here and they're talking to me in Matrix. We're just trying to set them straight on a couple of things, right? Trying to like actually get them to understand our position. And they kept on tone policing and like making it about us, the way we were talking, insinuating that they're stupid or something. You know, like, I don't know. It was, and I just called them snowflakes and stuff. And Matrix wasn't, gonna like. We didn't really do our best PR jobs. They took off. They just all left, and I was just wondering if
You
they had
telling me
been back.
Matrix didn't use his indoor voice on him?
just normal Matrix, No, I wasn't being soft on them either, but we weren't really like necessarily being mean, derogative, or anything like that. We might have just been like, hey, like we're getting a little frustrated here because you're asking questions which really isn't related to our position, right? And we're trying to explain our position, like trying to get them to understand we don't think Earth is like a disc space and all this. They just kept on taking it all the wrong way. It was really weird, and they weren't non-English speakers. They sounded like American or
Oh, was
British.
there multiple of them?
Yeah, there was like maybe 3. Anthony brought maybe 3 people. Yeah. But
It's
anyway.
difficult when they come in a group, because they have all that like huzzah energy between them. You really got to single them out.
Yeah. And they kept on saying, "What's happening here, Anthony? I thought you said these guys were." I'm crying, It's so
Thought he
funny.
said they were what? You cut out right at that word.
But they were like, "I thought you said they were chill, Anthony."
Ah, chill. Yeah. So did they manage to onboard any information?
Yeah, nah. I don't know. They're acting like they were just innocently using the bathroom and we came in and started shoving them in the toilet, flushing it.
Maybe they were like studying for their victimhood exams or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Imagine going into someone's house and then complaining that they've painted their walls yellow when they're actually like white. And you just continue like, I can't believe you painted your walls yellow. It's horrible. It's disgusting. And they're like, they're white. They're white. They're white. You know what I mean? And then they just eventually like are mad at you, like get out of my house. Oh, you guys are mean. You're so unchill.
Right.
Same thing, yeah. They come in, oh, fuck, you guys believe in a disc in space? No, we never said that. No, we don't claim that. Oh, but disc in space. No. And then, yeah, same thing.
Yeah, it was like a guy in the lobby earlier, asking for a map. Or no, a model at first, right? And I said, that's not, I just typed, that's not what is meant by flat Earth. And he's like, oh, so you're telling me you don't have one? It's like, oh, God. Piss off, bro.
These guys are trapped in their own concept, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. He wasn't there to be, he wasn't genuine. I mean, so then the follow-up question to that would be, what is it then? Right? You give these guys like information that should raise specific questions. If they're smart, they're intelligent, they're not there for that reason. They're not curious. They don't have genuine curiosity. They don't want to know your position. Just interested in looking for a gotcha or something like that. People like that. That response told me everything about that person. So you don't have one, you know? Whatever, bro.
99% of people that come in here are coming in out of morbid curiosity, you know? They haven't even taken the time to look through a few basic introductory flat earth videos, you know what I mean? Like, so we see all the time that they come in and they haven't even separated the two cosmological ideas, you know? They just make it a flat disk orbiting the sun all the same. That's a really, really low tier position to be starting from. And I don't blame them for being totally confused when they haven't yet come to that understanding that we're talking about an entirely different setup of all things, you know? Of course they're confused.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Like when I heard the term flat Earth, the words in my head were, "What does that mean?" I guess my mind would have began to try and like make sense of that term, right? And based on information that I already had, right? Whether that be information be false or not. That's why I'm going to start basing some sort of mental image, you know, on. But I don't know that that I necessarily like thought of a disk in space. I was just, I was curious. What do they mean by that? What does that mean? Flat Earth. I was
Yeah, I mean,
curious.
a big thing for me when I came to this was just hearing that, just having it explained that like Flat Earth Society was complete controlled opposition, because from understanding other deceptions and how they go about getting the wrong information out to people and hiding the right information, it's like, oh, okay, right. So that immediately made me kind of my ears perk up, and then having kind of the rest of the idea of flat Earth, explained, I paid more attention to it, took it more seriously. And then you bring in all the buffoonery with NASA and all that, and it's like, ugh, This is undeniable. You know what I mean? I don't think most of the people we deal with here even have a basic understanding of the idea of controlled opposition. You know?
Or that they're part of it. Exactly. Yeah. That's it. People don't even realize that they're a puppet.
No, they certainly don't. I think all happenings are very organic. You know?
Exactly. Man, this is an excellent analogy. Like, because they don't realize that they're a puppet, that there's a hand shoved up them, moving their freaking mouth. Right? You take them off the hand, they don't know what to do. Malfunction.
Yeah, we see that. After we ask them a few basic questions to back up whatever claim they've just made, they just short circuit. You know, there's no flow chart. The flow chart ends for them. They're like, what do I do next? So they just start spurging.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, then it's just the hand without the puppet on.
Yeah,
That's really what it is
it's
like.
kind of sad. Always being reminded how little substance is actually in most people once you get past the very surface level kind of narratives that they've been taught to repeat. You know, it's hard to think people can get to like 40 years of age and just have so few kind of genuine critical thoughts regarding something. And people say like, oh, you know, life is so busy, you know, nobody has time to research things. And yeah, that is a big aspect for sure. And they've designed it that way on purpose, so we know that. But there's something else to it, you know. There's plenty of times in a work, you know, moments in a work day in certain professions where you know your mind is free to kind of wander and think about things. You know, there's downtime here and there. But most people rather sit around fucking pondering who would win in a fight, like Superman versus Iron Man, you know? And ask, like, what is actually the supporting evidence for this thing that I believe in? Yeah, Doug, I see you chat there. I agree. So it's pretty much the only place you can find any type of sanity, you know? It's, you know, it's not like we're perfect on all topics. We've still all got our speculation and we'll probably have errors, but you just know the people around here, people that see it and get it, you know, they're trying very hard to minimize their errors and not just, you know, be wishy-washy with what they say. Don't know if someone wants to start an event or something. Ah, you returned, DJ. Yeah, I was just saying, maybe we should start an event. Get some Globers in.
What do you got in mind?
I don't know. I like that title. Do you think you're smarter than a flat earther? That seemed to bring them in.
Oh, that would be entertaining.
I think DJ's on it. He'll come up with something. He always does.
Unfortunately, there's a stage event taking place, so we can't.
Oh.
Right now. Not right now.
Fair
anyway.
enough. Are you able to get on the mic, DJ? Yeah, I was just going to ask you how you think it went with that moderator the other day that wanted the Q&A, you know? Yeah, that's good. Good. You feel like some bridges got built there, you know?
Come back, AA on. Damn it.
Yeah, I have to say I'm skeptical myself of psychologist types coming in here wanting to do Q&As, but yeah, maybe they're genuine. It's definitely there is a shift, like in the Overton window, like people are thinking twice about all this stuff, you know. And the whole kind of excuse off flat earthers are just crazy is kind of crumbling, you know.
The more people that we share information with, so, you know, there'll be a conversation taking place, bar, cafe, wherever. friends gathered together, and it comes up, right? And the usual, stigma type rhetoric comes out, like flat earth, that. At least maybe there's one person who can go, well, actually, right? If they're brave enough to go, well, actually, I've spoken with some people who make these points, blah 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 blah, right? Not that they might even say, not that I'm agreeing with, here's what they said about all that, right? And I don't know. I can envision that being a situation, a possible situation.
Society then we're allowed to know about. As I always say, for every friend group, there is one smart one, I don't know what I managed to say before I DC'd there, but I agree with you, T-Dub.
Cheers, man. I did hear, yeah. Usually there's at least one smart one, yeah.
Yeah, for every friend group, there's always seems to be one that's paying a bit more attention than the rest.
It has to get to the point eventually, hopefully, like that, comes up in the conversation that, well, there's actually some people out there that aren't saying those things, right? EA maps and whatever, like they're just saying this, right? This particular thing about the geometry, right? And here's how, what they're using to justify it. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, me and Trace were having a good conversation the other night about all this, talking about how, well, his position was that they may attempt to reintroduce flat Earth as the mainstream cosmology after some great kind of societal restructuring, say, another great war or something. And I was saying how, to me, it's always seemed that the globe is on like a kind of set time limit. They know that there's just total limitations to what they can actually do. And we never see them advance it in any way. And I was bringing up the point how kind of all rocket launch footage we see is always the same shit. It hasn't even got to the point that they've stuck like a 360 camera on the front of the rocket, and you can pan around during the live stream and stuff like that. There's just, it's always the same rear facing rocket or something, and then they do have front facing, but only at choice moments during the footage. And they just repeatedly put out this samey stuff, and it's only a matter of time before the power of it dwindles enough that real doubt creeps into common people's minds about it all. That's why they drag their heels about the moon missions and all that. They're probably terrified for the fact that they have to attempt putting out even more fake footage that could completely trip them up.
Yeah.
Easy to get away with in the 60s. Everybody's watching the moon landings on 6-inch black and white grainy TV.
And hey, look, you know, like, I know we've got, you know, our direct measurements. You know how they come, you know, some people come in and say, well, what if someone paid for the offer? Show you. I'm all for that. Absolutely, 100%. Pick me in it now. Let's go. If they're saying there's an experience that I can have, which is antithetical to my ground-based experience, right, at high altitude, and there's an environment I can be within in which I will see the Earth's form as something that's not apparent to me on the surface, then let's go, bro. Take me there now. Make it my experience.
We've long
But
speculated that they're
they
gonna
won't.
they're just gonna cast all of space exploration off to robots, you know? They're just gonna, at some point, they're just gonna be like, you know what? It's all too dangerous for humans. We'll just leave it to robots. You know, it's all up there, but we don't need to go up there. We'll just get our mechanized brethren to do all the heavy lifting.
Right. Yeah, Josh. So line it up, man. And it's got to be all free. I don't want to spend a fucking cent. You got it? I'm up for it. Send me to the environment in which I can see the Earth. Make it my experience. So there's
You know
no
it doesn't
doubt left in
exist,
my
T-Dub.
fucking mind whatsoever, Josh. Right? Line it up if you're up there and all in, you know, rubbing shoulders with the elite. Make it happen for me. I'd happily
Oh,
go.
you sell out, T-Dub. You sell out.
See it on the news now. Mad T-Dub Hughes, second flat earther to die on the planet curvature.
Oh, that whole story is hilarious. And how high did that guy go? It was like 3,000 feet or something.
In his steam-powered rocket. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey,
It was some incredibly meaningless fucking altitude. And all the flat earther attempts to prove the Earth is flat from like 3,000 feet height. It's like,
You guys want to see something funny? I just made it into a GIF actually in the side chat there. So this is what they're telling us that the sky looks like from Mars.
oh yeah, I saw that the other day. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that footage is not necessarily add to the globe propaganda. I think it's the sneaking in of the without pollution part. You know, it's a climate propaganda, climate change. Just look at this sky we could all be enjoying on Earth if not for our dirty ways, you know? Josh is probably taking a boner over that gif.
Very quiet now.
Why is it so
Bush's
eerie quiet?
grandkids is gonna live in domes on Mars, staring at that sky.
Why is it so eerie quiet now?
But what's up, Deep Thoughts? What you saying?
I'm saying, why is it so eerie quiet in here?
There's
How the
people
fuck is it
talking.
quiet when I've spoke through you every time you spoke?
Well, you did eventually.
No, I mean, I missed everything you were trying to say because I was speaking. So make that one make sense for me, please.
Fucking about.
Well, that was a quick defeat.
Defeat? What? What are you? What? What are you defeating?
There we go. We got some reaction here.
Ooh, he's stirring up
Feisty. We got a
Scruffy's head.
feisty.
Don't.
Yeah, we got a
don't,
feisty one.
Okay, don't react. He's only an idiot. Don't react. He's an idiot.
Oh, there we go. Straight up with the abuse,
Blah, blah,
lashing
blah, blah,
out.
blah. Shut up.
Triggered.
Triggered. He's gone into full spiral within 30 seconds of conversation.
Yeah. Bye, Karen.
Wow. Is he still here or has he run away?
He took off.
Wow.
He told you to shut up and he left. He's like, I'm going now.
I think
I'm
Katy Perry
telling
kisses the
Mom.
ground every time she gets off a plane flight.
No, I don't know. Maybe. Only when she steps out of fake capsules.
So, how do you go from that GIF of the sky from Mars to all the footage from the moon landings with not a single star in the sky? You know?
Right.
And you're just
Good
going to
point.
talk about exposure levels. I mean, the moon has essentially no atmosphere compared to Mars. So,
Oh, but wait. The surface of the moon maybe is more reflective. That's what it is.
oh, of course, yeah.
It's its own light pollution.
And then, of course, you got the ISS astronauts that are not too sure if they saw stars or not. Or what is it? What's that clip with Don Pettit and the other guy? It's like, no, you can see a sky. You can see like a field of stars equivalent to what I imagine, it's showing in that GIF. That's what they claim from the ISS.
All right, event started.
Yoda's setting up his stall, getting it stocked and ready. I never realized that Elon bought Google Loon. Wonder why he wasted his money buying that. Since apparently has nothing to do with Starlink.
So how do you get rid of your competitors?
Yeah, competitors. Wink, wink.
You are here.
Hello? Hello?
Hello. Oh no, someone said hello back. What should I do?
Houston, we
talk
have
to
a
me.
problem.
And he goes back to his English class. Yes, I said hello, but you didn't tell me what to do next.
Hello? Smart and flat earner. Flat earner.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
There.
So the are you smarter than a flat earner?
Uh-uh.
I am a flat earther. Am I smarter than myself? No.
Yeah, I think the Earth is sphere. Is a sphere. I don't think the Earth is flat because teachers told me the Earth is not flat.
How round is it?
Wow.
Pictures? All right, sorry, go on.
I mean teachers told me the Earth is sphere.
Oh, teachers. Right. Okay, sorry, I thought you said pictures. Teachers told you. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Teachers told me. So I think the Earth is sphere, not flat.
Did they give you its dimensions? Did they tell you how round it is?
They didn't tell me. They just told me the Earth is sphere and they are surrounded by the moon. And also they will self-rotate. So what do you think? The Earth is flat.
Did your teachers describe how to measure that motion? That rotation?
Yeah, it's like the Earth is rotate around the sun, and the
Mm-hmm.
moon rotate around the Earth,
Okay.
and the Earth is also self-rotate.
So
And
they
if the Earth is flat, and some place will always be dark, and you will know sunshine, but it's not true. 90% of Earth will have sunshine, and because and the sunrise and sundown. So I think the Earth is sphere.
did your teachers tell you that light travels forever?
uh
Or does it have limitations as far as how far it can travel?
yeah.
Light does have limitations to how far it can travel?
Sorry, could you say it again?
Did your teachers tell you that light travels forever, or are there limitations to how far light can travel?
The light travel has limitation. Of
Okay.
course, they have limitation.
So why, if the Earth is flat and the sun's above the plane, why would light travel forever across the entire plane? Wouldn't it run into limitations of air density and atmospheric conditions and attenuation rate?
And yeah, I'm reading. You don't distract me. You what the fuck are you saying?
Said
And Yeah.
Okay. Did your teachers tell you that your teachers told you that the Earth is moving and rotating and orbiting and making all these motions? Did they describe how they measured that to know that? No? They told you Earth is a sphere. Did they give you any? Oh, he quit.
Yeah, he got out.
Bruh.
It's not the topic of the event, but I have a question that's been eaten at me. So in 2015, Obama said that NASA provided a picture of the Earth, the first one since 72. So did he just make I mean, in 2015, did he make an admission that any picture from 72 to 2015 was fake? Of the Earth, I mean?
It was 2015.
Yeah, wasn't it 2015? Obama said NASA has given us the first picture of the Earth since 1972. And was that an admission that all the pictures from 72 to 15 were fake?
I don't know. The one I heard of Obama, he specifically used the word photograph.
Excuse me, photograph. Yes. So is that was that an admission that everything from all the images from 72 to 2015 were not photographs? They were renderings and composites and whatever?
If you could pull up the interview, then we could go over it and break down what he said. I'm not sure if he said it's the first photograph, but I thought he said something like NASA has blessed us with this beautiful photograph of the Earth from space. I'm not sure which one he was talking about. I was thinking it was from 2012 that he did that, but maybe it's a different interview, or maybe I just got the year wrong. How sure are you that it was 2015?
It's possible I got the year wrong, but I believe it was 2015, if I'm not mistaken. But I am sure that he said the first. If he didn't say picture, he said photograph. Either one since 72, and so I found that very odd that he would say that, because there were images published between 72 and 2012 or 2015. But isn't that an admission that those were not photographs or pictures or real, when they had published some in between? But he said, well, maybe he made a mistake, they would claim, but I think he told the truth, or was trying to tell the truth as best he knew it. But I felt that that was an admission that all the other images were fake.
Well, NASA doesn't really claim that the other ones were like photographs. NASA
Yeah,
claims, yeah, they were composites.
True, but I thought if a Glober was looking at that, I would find that very suspicious if pictures of the Earth are some of these evidences, that the Earth is round. Because I mean, a lot of people say that. It made me think of it when somebody thought the last guy said pictures so many times people say pictures of the Earth. That's how we know, but they're not real pictures or photographs.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Jedi, you alright? Okay. Wild Bill, are you
What's going on,
do
Jeremy?
you,
What's going on with your research?
what do you mean my research?
Oh, it's Jeremy again. Fucking hell.
Yeah, Jeremy, you were gonna ask me something, or you want to answer DJ first? Whatever.
DJ, I don't know what he's talking about. I'm very serious about this.
Nice.
Wild Bill, do you think the Earth's flat or do you think it's a globe?
I know for a fact it's flat. It's measured flat. How can it be anything else?
Okay.
Well, it's a horizontal plane,
Yeah, I know.
Stationary.
I'm not saying anything. 'Cause I don't think it's a globe either.
Oh yeah, you were Donut Earth, weren't you?
Was what?
Were you the one saying Earth's a donut?
No, that was not me.
Saying he went to space. He went to the moon, and then he went to Mars, and then he went to the galaxy.
Oh,
And
that's
now
right.
Now,
and now
Jedi, I can tell you that I've locked in. I've actually got the knowledge now.
Oh, nice. So you're a flat earther.
Yeah. Jedi knows.
Right on. It's an amazing feeling, isn't it, to realize the truth about that? I was shocked that I'd been lied to for so much of my life and didn't see it. But it was a relief when I finally did.
Got my tag on Discord, guys. Flat.
Say what?
My Discord username, it says flat.
Oh yeah, right.
You should all join the Flat Earth Discord in DJ's Discord description. We get to learn more about the world being flat, the Earth being flat. There's a chill chat in there where you can chill and talk about the Earth being flat.
Is that 24/7?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks
Okay.
for plugging our
Yeah.
server. Most of us are mods in there.
No problem, bro. No problem. What do you mean? Just helping you out, bro. I'm just helping you out. Everyone in the YouTube, go join Discord/Flat Earth. It's the best server on Discord. I'm a part of the community.
It's the best place on Earth to talk about the Earth.
Yes, Jedi. Jedi, haven't
That's
I
right.
changed though? Haven't I changed, Jedi?
I don't know, dude. We had a reasonable chat the other day, and you appeared to take some things in, but that was a few days ago, dude.
Yeah. DJ, take that, mate. Hey, you're muted now, boy.
Oh yeah.
Some of our
I'm actually
mods
serious.
used to be very difficult people, and they came around.
Yoda's
and they're honest.
butt hurt cream. Where can I buy? I also joined the Pickled Minds Discord server
Thank you.
through Yoda's invalid link in his bio. They fixed that, Yoda. Yoda, your thing don't work, mate. Just start to announce that DJ's completed a quest on Discord. He's also part of the Pickled Minds community. Yoda, how do I become part of the Pickled Minds community?
Yeah, just join the server and then DM me or DJ or any of the bots. We started it as a repository mainly for the best information on this topic and related topics too.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, the link is invalid.
Oh, really?
In your thing.
Thanks for letting me know.
Problem.
You can click on the Lightning Bolt FE tag next to my name.
Yeah, but it doesn't let me join off of that. It just it won't let me join. It says the server, but it
that
won't
one
let me
too?
join. Yeah, no. When I click on the FE, it won't let me join it.
Wow. Okay, I will have to fix this. Give me a bit.
It just shows the server. It just doesn't. Right.
You had your fish, or?
All right, check side chat. Posting a valid link.
Chat, you won't be able to post a server link in there.
Okay, I'll post it to my profile.
Yeah, now we got Brown Recluse has joined the Pickled Minds.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
Brown Recluse. I'll give you image perms and stuff.
Oh my god. I'm now part of the Pickled community. Look at my tag.
All right, bro. I'm gonna. All right, good stuff. It's a lot of information.
DJ,
in
are
it,
we
so-
live? Are we live 24/7 on YouTube right now?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I've got it tabbed and I've got it off, so I'm one of the viewers. I'd like you to know. Supporting
Outstanding,
YouTube.
man. You're doing wonders for Flat Earth. Thank you for your service.
I listen to it like a podcast in there, like when I'm just sitting on my computer.
Awesome. There's a YouTube channel that has all of the best conversations that people have, and they're clipped into.
Wait, where's that?
I'll just find it and I'll post it for you.
It's like where they clip the best conversations. What would you classify as a good conversation, though?
A conversation where a lot of information gets presented, right? And it's a good,
it's a chat on the thing.
like a good faith conversation where someone asks a bunch of questions, they get answers, and then they,
DJ mate, is that you in your profile picture?
Yeah, I'm not gonna put a picture of some other random guy in my profile picture.
Hello,
Mate,
hello.
you go gym, bro. You go gym.
I fucking must be there.
No.
You sure that's you, DJ? You sure that's you? He's got big muscles, DJ.
Yeah, I don't go to the gym though, bro.
Look at his, you don't go to the gym. Look at your
No,
traps,
man.
bro. Your
Looks
traps are
like we're
crazy.
being crossed over by a minicab company. Hold on.
Yeah.
Look at me, I'm a hood man. Who man? Oh. Who's posted that then? Where's the YouTube? Oh, is this it? Master Yoda, a new lens on reality. Oh, I see it. Who manages these channels?
We do.
I just subscribed, guys. DJ, can I manage it?
Well, oh, you mean the YouTube channels? Yeah, it's just some
No.
other members from our server. Yeah, you'd have to ask them. They'll say no though, right? Until they trust you.
Yeah, but they don't know who I am, though, do they?
Exactly. All right, in the side chat, I'm putting the
No, I mean like
Duke
like
FE posted it on the level. You should subscribe to that channel.
I know.
So-
I've on it on the level _archive. I've got it. Episode 180, episode 181, episode 182. Yeah, I've seen it. I just subscribed. Yeah. You're in all these videos. You're in it, DJ. You're in the channel. Very active, I see.
Yeah, some of them are. I'm in some of the conversations. Jedi, Yoda, lots of people are in the
Jedi's a nice
conversations.
guy. Jedi's a really good guy. Yeah.
He is. Yeah, facts.
So
Out of what?
I've got a question, DJ. Also, anyone that knows good knowledge.
1 second.
If the Earth was flat, why is the now I believe it is because of the evidence you've given me. But if it was, why would there be flight paths?
Why would there be flight paths across a flat Earth? Think about your question before you ask it, dude.
I am.
Because planes have got to fly somewhere.
Why can't it just go fly straight to where it's got to go? Why does it have to go like around it? Because it's like the Earth's round.
Because it'll be organised chaos. There's specific flight paths to minimise problems, like planes crashing into each other.
Yeah, that's some of the knowledge I've gathered. No person will ever be able to see the curvature of Earth.
What do you mean by around? They fly around. When they fly, yeah. When they fly around, do they come back to where they started from? Is that what you're trying to get?
I give up because you just proved me wrong. But is this is
Why?
no person will be able to see the curvature of Earth true?
There is no curvature of the Earth, dude.
Yeah, so if people say like they can see the curvature of Earth, no person will ever see it because it's not there.
Okay.
Correct.
It's knowledge I know. If you think you're seeing the curvature of the Earth, you're seeing it because you want to see it. All right.
Well, sometimes it can be mistaken, right? Because when you look out at the horizon, you see the same distance in every direction. Okay, so think about it like this. If you were to go out into the middle of the ocean and look all the way around you, 360 degrees around you, you would see the horizon at the exact same distance at every point. That makes a circle of vision due to the way our perspective works. Okay, the horizon would be a certain amount of miles in every single direction that you look. If you plot that out, right, mark that out, that maximum distance you can see, that's a big circle. Same when you go up higher in altitude. So some people might confuse that circle of vision as thinking that they could see curvature. That's something that could happen.
So guys, I have to leave, guys, but I'm gonna deafen and then later I'm gonna mute and then just listening to what we're all saying. Yeah.
All right, man. Catch
Thank
ya.
you for having me. Yeah.
Welcome in, Pankesh. Who else do we have?
Hi.
AR. Welcome in.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for joining us. Are you interested in discussion about this topic? Or have you come because you think... Have you come here to challenge your intellect or intelligence level against that of a flat earthers?
So what kind of intelligence I have to show? Like, can you please explain me so I'll show my expertise in what?
Well,
If it is my
let's
voice?
say, for example, well, since we have a topic, a room topic, right, that being flat earth, right, some people think that that's not true, right? They think it's a big spinning ball in outer space, okay, right? Does their knowledge of that idea go beyond the simple term of globe earth in outer space? For example, do you know the radius value? Do you know the rotation rate? Do you know how long it takes for the earth to orbit the sun? Do you know the distance to the sun, right? All these sorts of things.
Okay.
What would you say, like, do you have a lot of knowledge of the globe earth or heliocentrism? Or would you say that it's you don't have a lot of knowledge about it.
Hello.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Are you getting my voice?
Could you repeat that?
You guys are getting my voice.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some kind of a bandwidth issue from my hand, so that's why I'm not
We can hear you just fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little bit
Okay.
echoey, but yeah.
Okay, little bit icon. Okay, I'm really sorry. Sorry to say. Please come again. What I have to say, what kind of community is this? I'm not aware about this. So, I just joined to what we can say that I have not a good communication skill, so that's why I'm finding some kind of channels. So I'm just browsing on Google. So I've got some channel like English Hub. So on a Google, I've got the channel, this channel. So I've just joined this channel. What exactly is this channel is like? So can you please tell me so I can, if I have to like introduce myself first, or uh, I have to say something, another thing? What exactly is going over here?
Well, we discuss with people the nature of reality and the geometric form of the Earth.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're not obligated to speak. You can just simply listen if you like. But if
Yeah,
you'd
sure,
like
sure.
to if you'd like to talk, yeah, we're open to discussion.
Not right now. Let me just listen first now what kind of discussion is going over here. So if I know something, so definitely I'll join you.
Absolutely, yeah, you can do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hopefully, we'll find someone soon. Excuse me, frog in my throat. Hopefully, someone will come along soon that wants to have a discussion about the topic. I mean, we get a bit bored of talking about it amongst ourselves, although that does happen, and we may. But hopefully, someone with an opposing view comes along and wants to either debate or discuss or ask questions. I saw Juririk typing in the side chat. Yeah, feel free to open up your mic and say hello and ask questions. Or you can type in the side chat if you like, and we can respond either in there or in voice chat. But thanks for being here, Juririk. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Jury, okay, I'll just call you Jury. Yeah, cool. See, Jerry, it says that you have the beginner role. So this may not be the best room for you if you're seeking to like improve your English speaking skill. But you're welcome to be here. You're welcome to listen. Welcome to use the side chat and type. Welcome to ask questions. And we'll do our best to communicate with you. But if you feel like this is a bit advanced for you, you might consider going to some other channel and improving your English speaking skill before coming here. Confidence comes with continued practice. Just keep at it. I'm sure you're doing great. Well, Ahmed Taj Al-Din, welcome back. I did receive... Hello. I did receive a DM from you, I believe, inviting me to another voice chat. Sorry, I didn't investigate that voice channel. I think I didn't get your message until a while after you'd sent it anyway. But yeah, nevertheless, welcome back.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. Hope you're doing well. It is a little quiet in here at the moment. We're just patiently waiting for people to join. Sorry, go on, Pancake.
Yeah, I'm just saying like DJs is speaking now. Which one is?
How dare you, sir, say that all of Australians sound the same. Although we might.
I'm really sorry to say. I'm just
No, we
speaking,
don't.
I'm just a new. I'm just a new person in the Discord, this channel actually. I'm come over here to learn English over here. Might be I'm in the room, so that's why like some kind of echo behind of me. Might be you guys are getting an echo, so I'm really sorry for that. So
No, it's
let's.
okay. We're just joking. But yeah, keep talking with T-Dub.
Yeah,
You were talking with T-Dub.
Yep, you don't. Okay. So nobody's talking about anything now, so I'm just like giving my introduction. I'm from India, so like you talk. Can you please tell me where you from?
I am from Australia.
Okay, great.
We have something in common. We are both, well, at both our countries, playing international cricket, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
We
what
are
do you
both
do
doing the
for?
cricket.
Sorry.
Sorry. Continue.
Yeah, please. Come again. Not an issue.
No, I was saying that both the countries are playing cricket. Yes, I agree.
Exactly the same thing.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just asking, what do you do for the living, sir? Did I call you sir, or I take your name directly?
I generally don't get called sir. You're welcome to call me sir if you want. It's a nice
That's a good.
change. I'm a
Exactly.
carer. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you do for a living, actually?
I'm a carer.
I'm not aware about the thing care. What exactly is the care?
I'm a home carer, so yeah, I get basically paid to help people function and get through their day, function in society, and to help them with their daily duties, etc. So yeah, it's just.
Is that why you spend a lot of time in here?
What do you call? What are you saying about carers?
You helping people.
That's a good one. Okay. So actually, I'm a DevOps engineer over here. Actually, I've helped the people to run the business with a great cost cutting things, deploy the things on internet. You know aware about the cloud engineer, no? Actually, I'm that one.
So are you talking like business management?
No, not a business management. Actually, I am a DevOps engineer. I
Oh,
work DevOps engineer, like a cloud engineer. You heard about the AWS and Google Cloud. So I am work on that.
oh, very good. So in IT or
Exactly.
internet
Yeah.
technology, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a techie person.
That's awesome. Yeah, computer science. Yeah.
Mhm.
I was going to ask a question. I've forgotten.
Sure. Why not? Did you want to ask something?
I can't remember what it was now.
Yeah, just ask something for the DevOps engineer.
Oh my God.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's too little bit scary.
So, are you afraid that AI will take your job?
No, actually, it's not. Actually, those people who don't know the AI thing, so definitely they can lose their job because AI is artificial intelligence. What we can say that AI definitely take the job those who know how to use AI. Actually, I'm right now working in a agentic AI. So those someone who, aware about the agentic AI. Okay, if someone aware about that, so that is good thing. But I'm not sure okay, AI takes the job from the people. There are some kind of rumors or maybe some kind of genuine information. You guys are know about that, like Infosys, Capgemini, some kind of Google, Amazon, doing a layoff. They are completely kick off the people from their companies just because of AI. So might be those people are not good at their particular field. They are not aware about the AI. They don't know how to use AI. That's why maybe I can say that they left it out, or maybe they kick it off out from the company. That is the reason. But those who know how to use AI, how to build AI, so might be we can say that their job will be definitely secure.
Okay, so like for
That's
example,
my
if I'm a
opinion.
software developer and I
Sorry.
learn, for example, basics of usage of ChatGPT, then I can
Okay.
feel safe that I'll not be fired. Assuming that I work for the
Chat
same
GPT.
company for the last 5 years.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I'm not like exactly getting your voice. Some kind of disturbance I'm getting from your hand. So can you please repeat again what exactly you're saying?
Okay, so let's assume that I work for the current company that I work in for about 8 years.
Mhm.
And I learned some basics of AI. So, like I use ChatGPT, for example. So after I stop, so like with my ChatGPT skills, that I can feel safe with my job as for the last 8 years, I understand, yes?
Yeah, you can say that. That's my opinion. Na? I'm not exactly saying that. If you're using a chat GPT, it's old like a chat GPT. There's a multiple tools right now in our industry. Multiple peoples are using those things. Did you hear about the cloud bot?
Yes, yes, I've heard about the cloud. What about the cloud?
Exactly. You just heard about the many things like entropy. So you're just saying that we are firing, we are doing some kind of things that's things definitely impact the people who are the right now software engineers. So I can eat their jobs within 6 months if you heard the news. So, but I don't think so. Those who have a proper knowledge about the AI, like how to build, how to run the AI things, or definitely we want what we can say that if you know how to like use AI, because AI is nothing. AI cannot do anything by its their own. They need a humans. Definitely, they need a human. So that's why we need to upgrade our skills. Nothing much more, na. Like definitely, some people are there. Those who don't know about the skills, so they definitely can left it out from the company, or maybe they can kick it out of from the company. But those who have a good knowledge about the like skills, like agentic AI, like entropy, and then cloud bot. There are multiple tools are there like AI things. So don't focus how to use AI. Just focus on those things. How to build the like agents, how to build AI tools, or how to use like shell scripting, like how to what we can say that build AI things. Na? So if you know that, so definitely you can what we can say that you can save your job.
All right.
That's my
Okay, so
opinion
now I can
actually.
feel
Yeah.
safe, definitely.
All right. Wrap
Because,
up the
like I was a
off-topic,
little worried
boys.
about my future. Because, like I really do not, because I really do not have other skills than programming. Because, like
Guys,
if I will have no
So my,
opportunity for programming, then I really do not know what I will do in the future.
all right. If you guys want to continue talking about that, then you guys need to get a private channel to go talk about this particular topic. In here, we're running an event about flat Earth. So if you have questions about the topic of the channel, please feel free to ask your questions.
so what exactly is the topic? Can you please tell me so we can talk on that?
Okay, so flat Earth.
Flat Earth, something.
Right, yeah. Okay. This is the channel where we talk about whether the Earth is a globe or whether the Earth is not a globe, right? A flat plane.
Oh, okay, it's not a flat plane, or it's not a a globe. It's some kind of what we can say that geoid I just learned the things. It's a geoid shape. So what do you mean by geoid? It's a stretch from the up and bottom sides and squeeze from the left and right hand side. It's the geoid thing. Like you can say it there. You can see like
Right.
what exactly is the
So
like
this
egg.
this in the side chat. So this in the side chat here. Do you think that's a geoid? Is it? This is a
Sorry?
picture from NASA in the side chat. Is this a
Okay.
Is this a geoid?
Geoid. Yep.
That's a geoid.
Where is the chat? I'm unable to see, right?
Side chat.
Not
Okay, wait.
really,
Yeah.
because the geoid, like it
It's
has
not a
this like
geoid. No,
slanted
no.
on the
It's completely a circle thing.
Oh, so not a geoid.
Geoid. I'll just put it on chat. Just do one thing. Just wait
Well,
for
this is a picture from NASA.
Okay, got it.
All right. So NASA is showing us a perfect circle here.
It's look like a perfect circle, but it's not a perfect like a oval shape. What we can say that. I'm just I'll give you what you mean by geoid.
Well, I
Okay.
drew a perfect circle around it, and it fits inside. So basically, it fits in a circle.
Wait.
So even though that fits within a perfect circle, and this is an official NASA photograph from the moon, apparently. Is this the original? No, this is not the original, is it? Blue Marlin.
Yeah, this is the
Exactly, that's why I'm-
1972.
Okay.
1972. Yep.
Okay, so it certainly appears to be a perfect sphere, but let's pretend for a moment that there may be some kind of variance. What are the dimensions of this geoid?
Wait, I'm just checking from my hand now.
Question.
May I have a
Go ahead.
question regarding the flat world?
Yes.
Yes. So let's assume that the world is flat. So what happens like with the sun, like when it's the sunset? Like is it touching someone's house or what is like what is
Dude, don't be
happening with
that
the sun?
guy. Dude, don't be that guy. I swear. We're not going to do this today. The sunsets, that's what we see. Who did anybody here make a claim about the sun, or are we just talking about the earth?
So we're talking about the earth, but
Okay.
you
So
know,
who
like
here?
when the
So we're not talking about the sun then, right?
yeah, but the sun touches the earth
When
at the sunset.
Not that
it
I'm aware
does?
of.
Can you show me some evidence of the sun touching the earth?
Yes, you can see like of any picture showing the sunset. There's some animation someone is putting in the chat.
Right. When is the
You're
sun
kidding with
touching
us
the
now.
earth?
I'm just saying
The
like this guy is kidding with us now. How can you say that sun touches the earth? How is this
Yeah,
possible? You know
this
that
is
the
bizarre, bro.
exactly temperature of the sun.
You're
How
talking
he's
about
kidding with us.
its appearance at sunset, appearing to meet with the Earth, right? But
Yeah,
we know that that's not actually happening, right? Obviously, it's not doing that.
That's why I'm saying, no, he's kidding with us.
You know, but if the world will be flat, like I'm
no, the
asking
earth can be flat and the sun can appear to meet the horizon and still not be touching it. I feel like you could probably figure this out on your own. It's kind of a stupid question.
So perspective, right? So there's some diagrams showing you how perspective works in the side chat. Okay, so as it moves away from you, it looks like it's going down because of the way our perspective works. Just like the clouds, right? Just like the roof of a hallway in the distance looks like it's going down, even though it's not. It's just the way that our eyes work. There's some examples in the side chat.
I mean, you could ask the same question. So, in the globe mentality, the Earth is curved, but it appears like the clouds in the distance touch the Earth. Are they touching the Earth?
Like I believe that that Earth is not flat. So
Weird, bro. I
like
ask a question, but you don't answer it. On a globe, if you believe
I
that that's where
haven't
you live,
finished my
does it?
answer yet. You
Excuse
just
me.
don't listen.
Does it?
Okay.
It's a yes or no question. Does it appear like the clouds touch the Earth?
No, they don't touch the
No,
Earth.
it does not. They don't touch the Earth. Right. So if we know that they don't touch the Earth, even though it is supposed to be curved, the sun appearing like it touches the Earth doesn't mean it actually is, globe or flat, right?
I'm trying to imagine.
Oh my gosh. Don't imagine. Just go measure the Earth. The Earth is measurably flat. That's what you got. Everyone got in this problem, in this predicament that we're in, because they were told to imagine things and they never bothered to go measure the Earth.
Buddy, don't do this kind of don't ask this kind of questions, na, because it's interrupt the communication. Just read the books, or maybe you have a good internet connection in your laptop. Now just use that connection, because uh, the knowledge is spreading in all over the world on our internet. Just ask the internet. Internet definitely give you the answer, because
Yeah, just
that's what
sell,
I was
just
saying.
sell, just trust anything the internet tells you. Yeah, that would be really
I'm
good
not.
for
I'm not just
mankind.
saying. I'm not just saying trust anything on internet, but do some go some the trusted website. There's some kind of blogs, some kind of videos. You can use a internet as a YouTube. You can use. So there's some
Really,
kind of a
we didn't know that. Yeah, we
yeah,
have never
definitely.
heard of the internet before or YouTube.
What's the internet?
You asking with
Is
me?
Bankesh trying this? Is he speaking to Tom or is he speaking to us?
I don't know who he's
Sorry?
speaking to.
Either one. It's still. We got look. We to the guy that asked the question. Tam, have a look at the streetlights. Okay, have a look at the streetlights. Okay, they're not going down, but they're appearing to go down. What do you think the reason they're appearing to go down is? Tam.
Because the perspective, the lanterns
Right.
are smaller.
Yep. Good job. All right.
So the height
So
is smaller, but the size of the sun still is the same, even when it's up
No,
and
it's
even when
not.
it's down.
No, it's not.
not always.
It
Not
might look
always.
to
Even
you. Sorry,
go
carry
ahead.
on, mate. No, please.
Yeah. So you may not know this, but you can take angular measurements or angular size measurements of the sun throughout the day, and it will change angular size. And in certain places on the Earth, especially where it's very arid, the sun can reduce in angular size, right, or apparent size as it gets closer to the horizon. So this is not going to help you just because it sometimes stays the same size. In fact, sometimes it gets bigger. So, I mean, what do you want to do with that? Angular size is not going to tell you anything ultimately about the true size or distance of the sun. But there was a question on the table about the geoid. So, did someone have an answer for us as to how the geoid fits inside a perfect circle? I kind of want to get back to that.
Yeah, actually, I'm just doing this, and I don't know how to put the images over here. Actually, the Earth is considered as a geoid, which is the most accurate description of the shape. But I'm not getting a proper image of geoid. It's some kind of what we can say that. upside and downside is like stretching, and like left and right side is squeezing, that kind of like an egg shape, not a fully of egg
Yeah.
shape.
You know it's only about 12 miles, right?
That actually sounds a bit more like an ellipsoid to me.
Yeah, that would be an ellipsoid. Yeah. So where do you think they got the dimensions for this geoid?
Dimensions.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not aware about this time, but actually, I have read in my books the Earth shape is a geoid. That's why.
Well, okay, you're
Because there's
claiming
some
that.
kind of
I
okay.
appreciate the claim. What is the evidence that this is actually the case?
I'll definitely give you the evidence, because the reason behind the geoid, some kind of internal force and external force. When you standing in a one position and like your hands out of your body, just round, like there's some kind of internal force and external force. When you round, your hands out flows out. So
Friend,
same thing happens with the
I'm
earth.
sorry. You're not answering the question that I asked you. I asked you,
Yeah,
what is
please.
the evidence for the geoid? Not to tell me some fanciful pseudoscience about how the geoid was formed in your mind. I want to know what evidence you have for the Earth being a geoid of any shape or size, whatever you want it to be. If it's curving like a geoid would, where's the evidence for that? How did they get it?
Okay, honestly, I don't have right now any kind of evidence. If you want, so I can put some books to in front of you, or maybe the lessons in front of you, where I
No, I want
just
you. I've already looked for the evidence. Remember on the internet, like you told us, I've already looked for the evidence all over the internet. We all have for 10, 15 years now. We've been looking for this evidence and there isn't any. So you telling me that there is some book that you can give me is going to be a lie, because if the book existed, we would be finding it. So where is the evidence on the surface of the earth that it is curving like the geoid that you claim?
Okay. I'm taking my words back. I'm not exactly I don't have evidence, so I'm not going to like discussion on that, because definitely I don't
Okay.
have any evidence. Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So if there's no evidence that anybody can point to that the Earth is in fact a geoid, other than the claim itself, then why are you believing that it's a geoid? This question is for anybody who believes in a geoid or a sphere or an ellipsoid. And if you have the internet at your fingertips, which I just heard about, this internet thing, can you use it to find us who measured the curvature of the Earth for this geoid, ellipsoid, or sphere?
Actually, nobody's measures this thing now. Like everyone is like observing, because they as per the like experience, or what we can say, that as per the analytics kind of thing. Because
Analytics? No.
no.
You would actually have to make a geometric claim. You would actually have to have some geometry,
Exactly.
right? So you would have to
Geometry.
measure the Earth.
Exactly. So how
Yeah.
can
So
you
if no
say
one
that?
has,
But
so if no
no
one's
one
measured any
visited.
curvature, no one's measured any curvature on the surface of the Earth, why would we believe that it's any kind of round, spherical, geoid shape?
So I understand, but there are many things we are not believing. If we are goes like this, if we are not
I'm not interested in belief, right? So you might like to just believe things, kind of like Santa Claus. I don't. I like to have knowledge. So if there's no knowledge of the Earth curving, no measurements, no empirical data that we can point to, nobody's experiences of the Earth being a ball, or rotating, or being exposed to a very high vacuum. If none of these things are being experienced and none of these things are being measured, Why would we believe such a silly idea?
I understand, but let me take up one example. We are not seeing the air, so but we feel that, nah. That is the thing. We are not what we can say, that there is a sun. No one visited the sun. No one take the some kind of experience with sun inside the sun. But there's some kind of theory, scientific theories, or some kind of scientists have some kind of what we can say that like I don't getting the word actually, but there's some kind of things now. So that's why we are believing okay, there's a sun, or the sun is spreading the light or radiation, some kind of things.
Okay.
Exactly.
I can see the sun, the light from the sun. I can detect it. I can measure it. I can do all
How can
kinds
you
with the light
measure?
from the sun. I can see it, right? The air, the same
How can you
thing.
measure?
The air
How
has
can you
some
measure?
physical. What do you mean? How
Okay.
can I measure? It's called the simple thing that you have hanging off your wall wherever you live, called a thermometer. That will tell you, sometimes the temperature of the sunlight on that day, or the air temperature for that matter. The air temperature has physical properties that we can detect. We can use a spectrometer or some kind of. In fact, we've tested the light rays from the sun to see what kind of different frequencies we can pick up from. There's gamma rays, there's X rays, there's all the spectrum of light that we can
What is
detect
the
from the sun.
maximum? What is the maximum temperature of sun? How can we detect that?
What does that have to do with the fact that you said we don't have any evidence? Okay, sorry. What did you say about the sun that we don't experience? I'm sorry.
And that is the thing you are saying, na? Like someone is saying ki Earth is a geoid. So maybe behind of that, there's some kind of reason, some kind of like theories are over there. I'm not
No,
aware
no.
about that theory, so that's why I'm not saying okay, I'm
This
true or
is
I'm wrong. Yep, please.
sorry. If the Earth is a geoid, it should be curving, yes?
Okay.
Okay, why isn't it curving?
Not sure right now.
Okay. Yeah, there's no Earth curve measured by anyone. If it's a geoid, it should curve. It doesn't curve, therefore not a geoid. Pretty simple.
Okay.
So we don't live on a geoid. As experienced, we live on a flat plane that expands for quite a ways. It's pretty big, I'll give you that. But it's always flat. So it can't be a ball, a geoid, a sphere, an ellipsoid. It can't be any of those things.
I think that warrants investigation. Wouldn't you say, Pankesh?
Sorry.
I would say that this requires further investigation. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I have just lack of the knowledge. That's why I'm not giving the proper information. But definitely, I'll do proper investigation from my hand, and will give you some kind of information in future, or maybe
Excellent.
after next station. Thank you,
Okay.
guys. Thank you. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Oh shoot, we lost all of our cat PFPs. They're the funnest. Welcome, Jeremy, even though you're deafened. FE. Welcome, Josh. Welcome, No Will.
Thank you.
What brings you in today, Josh? First time?
I'm in home. I'm watching a soccer game right now. Right now.
Okay. That soccer game, that ball they're kicking around, you think you live on something shaped like that?
For me, the Earth is like a ball. Okay.
Okay. Why do you think that?
Because because the image, because the footage I have around the world from yes, about the footage, the video footage.
Okay. So you've seen videos. I'm assuming that you're talking about videos of the Earth from what you believe to be outer space. Is that right?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Well, since you and I can't go to outer space, if it even exists, do you think we should check and see if the image is good by measuring the Earth since we're standing on it and see if it curves like a ball?
I think so because there is the science, yes, the science behind the camera, the science behind all the tech. There is a logic behind this. There is no see if you see something like a sphere, a ball somewhere else. Is that for me the Earth is like a ball.
I got you, but I think I got you. But on the surface of the Earth, where we're standing, and we measure it to see if it curves, it doesn't curve.
This is a good question. I think I need to see another angle like gravity. Okay, the lay of neutron and so on. This thing.
Well, gravity or not, the Earth does not curve like a ball.
Have you ever been in an airplane?
Yes, many times. It still doesn't curve from 40,000 feet.
Have you seen the curvature? Like it looks so
Never.
freaking clearly. If you like see
Never.
outside the window.
Yes, I've looked out the window, bro. I've had many window seats. I like the window seats because I can see the flat Earth. The point is that the Earth curve has never been measured, ever. There isn't any. A lot of people go silent today. It's interesting.
Yeah, man, I've noticed that.
See, I'm with you guys. If I saw a picture and someone said this is of the Earth from very, very, very far away, out in the vacuum, this is where you live, I would say, yeah, okay, I guess I see what you're saying. But then if on the Earth I measured it to see if it was curving like a ball, and the way it looks in the pictures, in fact, a perfect circle, and there's no curve, and nobody's ever found it, nobody's ever measured it, then I would probably start asking questions. Who was I speaking to? Joe? Was that you, Joe? I know Josh is watching soccer or football, depending on where you live.
Soccer is from Brazil.
Oh. I thought everybody called it football except for the Americans.
Yes, football. You're right. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Joe's got an astronaut doing a dab on his PFP. Maybe that's just for style. Maybe he doesn't believe in the moon landing. I don't know. But Joe, if you think you live on a ball and it doesn't curve, maybe you should ask some questions. Pankish, I saw you unmute. Did you have something to say? A question, or did you find something?
Like you're just saying, like who measure these things, no? So I'm in 240 BC. Astronauts measure these things. Al-Biruni in 2000, Al-Biruni in 11th century measure this, and in more modern measurements, NASA, European Space Agency, also National Geospatial Intelligence Agency also measure this thing. Okay, like what is the
Okay.
exactly distance of Earth? What is the diameter? What is the radius actually? Is over here.
Can I insult you with my real?
Someone is
Yeah.
saying.
So no, there was just a troll that decided to come in and announce that she was going to start insulting people. I think that was interesting. So let's go through these one by one. Number one, Eratosthenes is the way you want to pronounce that. Eratosthenes, I think, as close as we can get. He was Greek, or he was supposed to be. We actually don't have any books or data or anything about Eratosthenes. In fact, he's essentially a ghost. I'm not even sure he even existed. However, the method that he used was not a measurement, but a calculation based on two assumptions.
Exactly.
The first assumption, right? The first assumption is that the sun is so far away that you can treat the sunlight that we receive as if it was coming in essentially at a parallel angle, or the light rays are parallel when they meet the Earth. Okay? That's assumption number one. Assumption number two was that the Earth is a sphere already. So then he took those two assumptions and calculated the size of it based on those two assumptions. But in the middle of it, he used a flat Earth to measure the angles of the shadows that he made with his two little sticks, or the well and the obelisk, or whatever it is that he used, because we don't have actually the story of it. No firsthand personal knowledge, no data, no writings, no nothing. It's just a story. The thing that we do have is that the Chinese did do this same particular test, and they didn't have the assumption that the Earth was a ball. Instead, they made the assumption that the light rays were divergent, meaning that they were angular to each other, or whatever. And then they assumed that the Earth is flat, and so they measured a flat Earth. So both, the Chinese and the Greeks did something with baked-in assumptions and got different results. That means that this particular calculation, or whatever you want to call it, is useless to us. Number two, Al-Biruni.
Okay, sorry to cut you off. I'm just saying, what about the modern measurements with the satellites and space agencies, NASA and ESA, like European Space Agency, also do this thing with the help of satellites. What about that?
Yes,
I'm
we'll get
completely
there. Just
understand.
we'll
I'm really
get
appreciate
there.
your knowledge. I'm really thank to you. I'm talking with you, this kind of legend. I'm saying ki just what kind of knowledge do you have, or you're taking the knowledge of internet. I'm really appreciate. I'm really glad I'm talking with you. So please continue. So modern measurement. What do you mean by that? Like NASA and other space agencies doing that thing. So what about that?
Well, before we get there, I just want to take a. You brought up Al-Biruni, so let's cover Al-Biruni. Number one, he was supposedly taking a dip angle from the top of a mountain to the horizon. The problem is that he had to know the height of the mountain. To know the height of the mountain, he must first measure the Earth to be flat and get an angular relationship from from wherever he's standing, to get an angular size of the mountain from the top to the bottom along a flat Earth. So that's how he got his altitude first. So he measured a flat Earth to go to the top of the mountain and know the height. Number two, he measured a dip angle to what he would consider to be a geometric horizon. And in reality, the horizon itself is not geometric. It is only apparent. But he was measuring a dip angle, which once again would require some kind of flat baseline to get that dip angle measurement as well, from the height of his mountain that he measured the flat Earth with. So he made two flat Earth measurements to get a dip angle to a presupposed globe. Same problem kind of with him as Eratosthenes. So he also measured the Earth flat, but we'll go past that. Now, modern technology. No worries. The idea of the satellite comes from the Earth being a ball in the first place. Okay?
Okay.
You have to have a
Okay.
ball Earth with some kind of center of gravity, right? If you're going to use Newtonian physics here, because that's essentially what they're using, as a tether to whatever sky technology that they are going to be putting up in the sky to say that they're measuring the Earth as a curve. But you have to have the Earth curve measurement first for anything else to work. So the thing we need to do before we get into any satellites is prove without a shadow of a doubt that there is drop over distance from wherever I'm standing on the surface of the Earth consistent with a radius of 3,959 miles. And there are no measurements of this. So if we don't have a ball, then there are no satellites to orbit around a ball. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So the idea that somebody is measuring curvature of the Earth when there's no curve in the first place to have a satellite orbit around, that would be just a story.
So, what's your opinion on this topic?
I don't have an opinion. I know that the Earth is flat as I experience it and as I've measured it, and everybody does.
Okay. Like you're completely believing on facts and figure if there is exist.
Sorry, can you say that one more time? Did you say a figure or?
Okay, you are just believing on facts and figure.
Yes, only by the data
Not
that we have available to us, not a belief. I can't believe in things that aren't true. You know what I mean? Because if the Earth is curving, we should be able to measure the curvature. But since we cannot measure any curvature anywhere on the surface of the Earth cannot be a ball. So the belief would be on the side of the people that, without any evidence, believe that they live on a ball and still continue to do so, even though their experience is completely contrary to that. It's completely opposite to that. You have never treated the Earth in your entire life as a ball. You've never even treated the Earth as if it was moving. And you certainly haven't treated the Earth as if you were exposed to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
okay. Great. So you believe Earth is completely a flat, right?
I know that the Earth is completely flat and planar. It does have topography, right? We have hills and mountains and valleys and things like that. But as far as we can measure, there is no curvature anywhere, like a
What about
ball.
the pictures? What about the pictures we are just seeing in our internet? What about
Well,
that?
if the pictures that you see are of a ball, but the Earth is not a ball as measured, then the pictures would have to be false or propaganda or just something for you to enjoy.
Okay. So what do you mean by that? Earth is if a flat, so it's perpendicular or horizontal?
Well, we describe it as horizontal, right?
Horizontal.
Yeah. That's why we call the horizon because it's horizontal. In fact, I think horizontal actually comes from the word horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Not only
So
the
what do you
word, but
think?
how we
Like,
reference horizontal and to be level with the earth. To be level means to be parallel to the earth. So the plane of the horizon is where we get horizontal from.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Yo.
We're talking about flat Earth. You want to get involved? It's really fun.
Come on, don't be shy. The water's flat.
okay, so I was believe like Earth is like a globe or some kind of like circle shape kind of thing, but the person is completely convincing me he is a flat. It is a
Well, I don't
flat.
want you to believe me. So I don't want you to
I'm not
believe me. I'm
believing
just
you.
some.
You're just convincing me like some kind of because I'm completely
Yeah,
wordless now. That's why.
sure. Well, you need to experience it for yourself, and you always have. But if you need to go out to the ocean and have a look at it and how it's all flat, right? Like in the same way that the water in your glass is flat, the water in your bathtub is flat and straight, the water on the pond is flat and straight, the water in the lake is flat, straight, horizontal. And then you just go ahead and stage that up to the ocean. It's always flat and horizontal everywhere you look.
Yeah, I can
Water
understand, but yeah, please continue.
water does this. Water is level. That's why we use it to level things.
Might be there's some kind of another thing because land is too large now, and we are tiny particles on that. So how can we see the whole things? So it look like a flat. That's why.
Well, so the story goes about the globe that it's not as big as you would think it is. In fact, for 10 miles, you should have approximately 66 feet of drop. So over a 10-mile span of water, you could essentially hide a 6-story building with the curvature of the earth. It's not as big as people think. And we can definitely see 10 miles. Most days, 10 miles you can see. Some days you can see 30, 40, 50. I have an observation of 112 miles. Okay, so these are all distances that we can see without any obstruction by a geometric earth curve or a tangent point or a sagittah that would be blocking it out from our view.
Okay.
Let me ask you a better question that's a little bit more approachable because some people don't have access to large bodies of water. I know that some people are landlocked wherever they're at. Here's the other one I think is probably most convincing. Do you feel the earth in motion?
Yeah, definitely.
You do feel the earth in motion. You feel it?
No. We don't feel the motion. But if Earth is not in a motion, so how can we see like monsoon things, what we can say that uh, atmosphere changes, day and night things happening. So how can we see if Earth is not in
Well,
motion?
no. So what you're describing to me is that the sun, the moon, and the stars are in motion. That's what you're describing to me.
Everything is in motion.
Everything is? Okay, so how would you prove that the earth is in motion without using the sky and saying because I see the things in the sky move, therefore the earth must be in motion? That would be fallacious.
Okay, sorry to understand. Can you please come again? What exactly you are asking with me?
How can you prove that the earth is in motion without already affirming that because you see the things in the sky move, right, that it's actually the earth? I want you to separate yourself from the sky as a reference frame and tell me how you could prove that the earth is indeed in motion.
Okay. Look, I have an example in front of you. Okay, might be I'm wrong, but when you sit in the car or maybe in the your like a vehicle, and the vehicle is in a motion, or you are sitting inside the vehicle, actually you're not in a motion. your vehicle in the motion. You
Yep.
just feel, yeah, you just feel that like everything is in a motion. You know, you're
Okay.
getting my point. What exactly I'm trying to say?
Yes. No, I'm getting your point. That the problem is this is called a false equivalence or a false analogy, and I'll tell you why. Because the car or a train or a plane or whatever it is you want to use as a vehicle, number one, we actually do know it is moving because there are instruments that we can put on that machine to know that it is actually moving. Number two, this is going to be a problem. The speed that we can measure and detect of that machine or vehicle is in relationship to an already known stationary Earth. So if you're in a car, the Earth is not moving. Number three, if this car or train or airplane is enclosed, that would not be an equivalence to the Earth. The best thing that you could do is to cut the entire roof off of that car and then set down the highway, whatever you're going to do, so you can experience the 60, 70, 80 per mile hour winds that you would be experiencing. And this is going to be the problem most of all, because I'm willing to bet that whatever latitude that you're on the Earth, it doesn't matter where, you're probably experiencing, or you should be, if the Earth is in motion, a wind of several hundred miles per hour.
On equator?
On the equator, it would be 1,038 miles per hour on a globe.
Okay.
Because air does not stick to things. And the reason that you know this is when you are in a car and you stick your hand out the window, it's 60 miles per hour if you're going down the highway. It's a 60 mile per hour wind. So if the air doesn't stick to things and you are in the convertible Earth that is supposedly spinning out from underneath the air that is not attached, you would be having on the equator a wind that is 1,038 miles per hour.
Okay.
And since you're not experiencing that, you know that the Earth is still. And that's why your speedometer works, because the Earth is stationary, and on the surface of it, you're traveling at approximately, wherever you're driving, 60 miles per hour on the highway.
So
Isn't the
according
idea
to
to
you,
prove? Sorry, my friend. Please continue.
no, please. I'm just please continue. You're saying something.
Yeah, I thought the idea was to prove that there was motion, not excuses as to why you don't feel it. You would have to prove the motion to then show the reasons why you wouldn't feel it. You've brought an analogy of getting into a car. It's not analogous to the Earth's motion either. But you would still have to prove that the thing is in motion to give reasons as to why we don't feel the motion.
No, I'm just saying like he's saying like there is a no motion, like we are not feeling like what we can say that the Earth is not in a motion. He's saying, so how weather change?
Differentials
Because the
in
weather,
and
yeah.
water moisture. Are you talking about like more specifically like seasons or just a day-to-day change of weather?
Because Earth is completely revolving around the sun. So when the Earth come close to the sun, the weather is hotter, like
Incorrect.
hotter is correct. Sorry.
That's not correct. It turns out that in the winter, the Earth is supposed to be, according to the heliocentric model that you're giving us right now, in the winter, we are supposed to be closer to the sun, not farther away.
Depends. Sorry to interrupt again. It depends what hemisphere you're in. The reasons for seasons is the angular tilt of the Earth throughout the year and its change in relation to its position to the sun. Yeah, within the heliocentric model, there is a change in distance of about 3 million miles, and of course, we're going to be closer to the sun at one point. But there's still going to be both winter and summer experienced on the same time on the Earth. So, my friend, I do apologise. Yeah, what you said wasn't right. It's to do with the angular tilt of the Earth and its relation to the sun as it orbits around the Earth, not necessarily to do with its distance to the Earth. That causes other problems, but that's not the model. But if you're asking us how these things work, you're primarily going to be talking about what the sun is doing. If you're talking about temperature displacement causing weather patterns, primary mover of heat, and that'll be the sun. If you're talking about seasons, that'll be the sun's path above the Earth being flat underneath the sun as it travels its course throughout the year. So, yeah, that's just going to be the sun.
No, he's asking the sun, the earth is in a motion or not. So I'm just saying, if the earth's revolving around the sun, so definitely the earth is in a motion now.
No.
Sorry?
No, the Earth is stationary under the sun.
Can you elaborate this?
I don't think I need to. It's quite simple. The Earth is stationary, flat and stationary, like the floor that you stand on, underneath the sun. So that would be the sky above you and the things in it, like your ceiling, where your lights are. So you stand on the floor that's stationary, and the lights in the sky, they move.
Okay, so what about the day and night? If
That's the
earth is
sun.
not spinning,
Yeah, that's the sun. The sun travels across the Earth, completing courses throughout a day. It is limited with the amount of light that it can project across the Earth. This is why we experience day and night.
earth is revolving around the sun or sun is revolving around the earth. What do you mean by that?
The Earth is stationary beneath the sun that is in motion. This is why we
Sun in the
have
motion.
day and night.
You mean to say sun in the motion, not in
Yeah,
not
the
earth.
sun's moving. Anyway, I didn't necessarily mean to interrupt and stop the conversation, so I do apologise.
No. You put the good point over here. Okay, not an issue. That's a good
You're all
one.
right, Jedi. I mean, everyone's free to join. It sounds like he's just thinking about what we're saying, so it's fine to me.
Yeah, this person is at least
Cool.
talk. No one is talking over here.
We're just trying to help you understand that your experience is exactly how the Earth is, right? So if you don't experience any curvature or can see it, then or measure it, then it is planar. If you do not detect any motion except for the heavens, right? The sun and the moon and the stars, if they are the things in motion, but the Earth itself cannot be detected to be moving by any way that we can try to see if we can make that assessment, then it is stationary, and it is indeed the heavens that move.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. Actually, it's midnight 2:30 over here in India. So it's midnight. I have to take a leave, and definitely it's I'm really enjoyed your communicate with you. I'm glad. Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, man. See you. Come back anytime.
Okay. Yeah, but definitely. And one more thing I just wanted to ask you. This meeting or maybe this group is continue like when I can join next day? Like what is the exactly time? So I just wanted to like talk with you like
Well, we're usually open. We're 24/7 flat Earth for a reason. So there's pretty much always going to be someone to be here. Uh, so you could probably come anytime. We'll be here and we'll try to answer your questions as best we can.
I just wanted to talk to with you, na, like you are the
Oh,
like you are a teacher, na, you got some kind of teacher or you maybe you are kind of researcher, like you are deep down going down in some topics, na. So that's why I wanted to talk to with you.
sure. Well, it's kind of sporadic. It's not always very regular when I'm in here. And there are plenty of
Okay.
people here that have all the same, most of the same knowledge that I do, and probably even more, because many of us here have researched this topic for at bare minimum 5 years. A lot of us 7 to 10. So there's a lot of knowledgeable people here. I wouldn't worry about that.
Okay, so sorry to say, like before going to leave, I'm just asking, what exactly your profession, sir?
Oh, I'm a mechanic.
You're a mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
You don't sound like a mechanic. You're like a philosopher, like some kind of scientist. You are, I think.
Well, you can be a mechanic and you can also think deeply. The two are not mutually exclusive.
I
So,
understand.
but I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. So I'm taking a leave. Thank you much, guys. Thank you. Good night.
See you.
Bye. Oh, you made a friend.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
That was a really cool conversation. I enjoyed listening to. He was cool, man. He took that on board. He thought a little
He thought
bit,
about
but
it.
yeah. He definitely thought about it. Well done, man.
Thank you. Thanks for the support.
We've got an event going, haven't we? I can only read the first like 4 words of it. Are you smarter than? Is that a flat earther? I presume.
I don't know either. Check.
Yeah, we'll go with that. So I
Are
guess
you
being a good
smarter
one.
than a flat earther?
Yeah. So I guess as we're running an event and I see lots of names that I don't remember, I guess now will be the time to open up the floor. If anybody thinks that's smarter than the flat earther, could definitely pronounce words better than earther. But if anybody thinks that's smarter than the flat earther, or thinks that the earth is a ball and wants to demonstrate as such, or is just passing through and has got some genuine questions they'd like to ask flat earthers, please feel free, guys, to unmute yourselves. Don't be shy. Tell us what your name is, introduce yourself, and bring forth your point for discussion. So like I said, we are running an event, lots of names that I don't recognise. It'd always be good to get a conversation rolling. Otherwise, we're just going to be sitting here in complete silence or talking about what we had for dinner.
Hi, I'm Frosty, and I wanted to know why this question really matters to us. Like, either the Earth is flat or round. Like, I'm not asking for a satirical thing. I genuinely have this question like a pretty while now.
Yeah, it'd be a good answer. So what's something that you do care about and what's something you don't care about? So I can kind of gauge where your like subjective take on what you care about, what you don't care about is.
I don't mean it like in like a disrespecting way to you guys. I just wanted to know.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer your question, homie, but okay, do you care if you miss out on a good deal? Like say if you were you like you found out the like a day late that there was a 2-for-1 at your favorite restaurant. Would you care about that, or you'd be like, oh, whatever, I'll get the next one?
I would say whatever. I'll take the next one.
Okay, so you wouldn't really care.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to find where is that line where you start to care about stuff, that where it matters, or do you just kind of take it as it is? It doesn't. You really don't care about anything because there might not be anything you care about, and if that's the case, asking somebody why should I care if you don't care, that's kind of a malformed question at that point because you're not really asking why someone should care about this. The question is, how do you not care about anything?
All right, I get you. Thank you so much for explaining.
So where's that at? Where's something you do care about that it matters? Like what's a topic or whatever? Something that would matter.
Maybe I would like to like change the question to something like thing.
I mean, this question comes up quite a bit, and we've had
Yeah.
people come in here who are like, "Why does it matter? Why should I care?" I'm like, "Well, if you don't care, don't care." And they'd be like, "Yeah, I don't care," and then they'll go on to try to shut the channel down. You know, like they'll do all these really weird things to try to silence a conversation that they said they don't care about.
Yeah,
And
I
I'm
get
like,
you. I get you.
that's really interesting. If you don't care about the conversation, it's a pointless conversation to be had. Why do you also care enough to try to shut it down because of some reason which they can't explain or even take questions on?
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Okay,
to
so
be
how about this?
honest,
Why'd you click on the channel? If you really didn't care about the topic, is there a reason you clicked on the channel?
yeah, I get it. Though the conversation here, which is happening, is pretty interesting to be honest, as far as I have heard it.
Well, there you go.
'Cause-
There's why you should care. You're interested in interesting things.
Yeah.
You know, for me, it's a question of if something on that grand of a scale is worth creating a deception over, what is being hidden from, you know, my understanding, my what's being hidden from my discovery, and why. So that means it would probably be pretty important discovery, pretty important thing to understand if there'd be so much effort put into uh, uh, falsifying or hiding, you know, the true nature of the world around us. But that's just me.
Yeah, I got a good example here. So is guy Frosty, I think it was. You still here? Or did he head out? Do you remember who the speaker was? I guess he might have left.
It was Frosty. Did he go?
I'm not sure. I was tabbed out. I was going to give them a quote from the I have been like about a year, 2 years since I talked to this friend of mine, and we kind of had, I wouldn't say a falling out, but a disagreement, a very sort of minor disagreement that really didn't matter that much, but at the time it seemed like a big deal, and then just sort of like got out of contact of talking to each other. So then I just messaged him out of the blue. I'm like, hey, how you doing? It's been a while. I want to talk to you. Like how are things? And he messaged back. He goes, like, yeah, whatever. Shoot, just this, that, a couple personal things and whatnot. And then he said, because he thought I was mad. He goes like, oh, so you're not mad at me anymore, or something like that, right? I don't remember the exact verbiage. I was trying to look for because it was more insightful if I would read it directly. It says, no, man, I don't care about that. I only care to hear your voice again. So it might seem like this guy might be like, oh, it's on the internet. I don't really care. I don't care about this or that. It's just a Discord server.
Oh, I see what you're
Okay.
saying.
Yeah, well, sure. Then maybe it's good to hear the content. And that's kind of where he got to, where he said it's interesting.
Yeah, for sure. If it wasn't, he wouldn't have popped in here. So it had to have caught his interest.
Who are the stupid people who are discussing on the Earth is flat or not? Are there any stupid people?
Oh,
No.
go on, I'll buy it. Yeah.
So do you believe that the Earth is flat?
It's not a belief. It's not an acceptance without evidence. It's a demonstrable, proven empirical fact that the Earth is measured to be horizontal on the surface.
What's the evidence?
The evidence is direct measurement of the surface of the Earth water with surveying tools, for example, theodolites and lasers, but a few. These
Explain
tools
simple as that.
measure the
Like,
surface
simple
of
as that.
water to be horizontal.
What?
We measure the surface of water to be horizontal.
You measured it.
Yeah, we all do. You probably have as well.
I don't think that, because
Yeah, not with a
many of
laser,
the
but when you've
scientists.
probably built something, like even put up some shelves to put a book on, you'll notice that if you don't want books to fall off your shelf, it will be level. When we talk about level, we reference the earth. To be level with the earth means to be parallel with it. So that's what I mean.
So do you क्या बोलते हैं? So do the evidence that people show that of International Space Station, where there are live cameras, Earth, Sun, that the objects or the things that are in space all are round. That is all false, or why they are showing that?
I don't know why they're showing that.
Why do you think they are showing that in wrong,
I don't know.
wrongfully? You don't know that.
No, how would I?
Is that right or wrong, according to you?
No.
It's wrong because I said the earth measures flat. No matter what pictures of the earth the International Space Station show, if they show the earth to be a sphere, then when we measure it, it doesn't measure like a sphere.
So,
It measures to have
according to
a
you,
fuck's sake.
how is Earth? Is it all a flat, like square, or is it like a?
Rocky. How tall are you, Rocky?
How old am I?
Yeah, how tall? Tall. How in height?
Tall or old? Tall.
How tall
6
are
feet.
you?
6 feet.
6 feet. How did you find out that you were 6 feet?
I measured that with a
Exactly.
tape.
So they measured the Earth, and they found out that it measured flat. Measured is never. If you're
So
never going to be wrong
have
if you measure yourself.
I mean, basic observing sense. Space. All the objects that we see, like moon, sun, the stars, other planets like Jupiter, space, Mars, are all sphere shaped. So a solar system which have 99% objects sphere, how can we live on a Earth that is flat? This doesn't make a sense.
My God. Did I talk to this guy, bro? I'm not.
And there are thousands of cameras, satellites, private satellites which are roaming in Earth orbit, outer orbit,
Yeah,
which are
okay.
showing live footage,
Okay.
live streaming Earth that is
Okay.
round.
Okay. So there's lots of cameras, you say, that show the Earth to be a planet, right?
Okay, first response on the observing part, that
Yeah.
the other objects we see on this solar system like sun, moon, other planets, why are they sphere? You can
Okay.
see the
So
moon on
yes,
night that
like,
it is a
dude, if we're
square.
gonna have a conversation, you're gonna have to let me speak.
Speak, bro. Speak.
Thanks. So you're asking about you've said a lot, mate, so I don't know where to start. The moon.
Solar system part. Yeah.
The moon. What about the moon?
Moon. You are seeing moon. Its shape is sphere. Okay.
Okay.
observing moon, sun, it's pair,
Okay.
another planet.
Okay.
By that same logic,
It's not logic.
the same logic, Earth is also a planet revolving around sun. How that can be flat?
It's not right. First of all, it's not very good logic to say that all things must be the same. For example, if I showed you a banana and then I showed you another banana, does that mean the apple that I'm about to show you isn't an apple and it has to be a banana? It's not logical reasoning. But I get what you're saying. If the moon is round and the sun is round, you can ask if the earth is round too. And to answer that question, you observe it and you measure it. If it's like the moon and the sun,
You
like
and
you
I
suggest, and it's spherical, you will measure upon the earth a curved surface. When we measure on the earth, we don't measure a curved surface. We measure the surface of the earth horizontal. So the earth isn't in the same category because it doesn't fit the same identity as the moon or the sun.
Okay, what about the satellite part? There are hundreds of satellites which are revolving outer orbit in Earth. We are
Okay.
streaming.
And they've got lots of cameras.
Yes.
Okay. And they showed the earth to be a planet.
Yes.
Okay. That means we would measure on the surface to have curvature. We don't measure on the surface to have curvature. We measure the surface to be horizontal. So that's how you validate or invalidate the images, by measuring the surface of the earth to see if the images are true.
You as a human being can't measure.
Shit, we
Because the
now can't build on the earth.
size of the
Are you
Earth is
saying we
enormous
can't build on
compared to
the
you.
earth?
Rocky, let him speak, bro.
Dude, you're about to say
You
we
are being
cannot measure
stupid.
and build upon the earth.
Yes, brother. You are very small compared to the enormous Earth. You can't measure that it
How
is
big is
flat
the
or
earth?
probably in million kilometers or like say is billion kilometers like.
He has no idea.
No. What's
Bro,
the radius of the earth?
Earth is 12,000 kilometers.
Yeah.
I'm speaking about area, square kilometers.
Yeah, I know, but we're talking about radius, diameter,
Hundreds. It can be like that.
hello. We're talking about radius, diameter, and circumference of the three-dimensional object known as a sphere, a planet. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. You say we're too small to measure across the surface of the earth upon. First of all, that's silly. We measure on the earth all of the time when we build upon it. Constructions, tall towers, bridges, dams. We always measure upon the earth before we build upon it. Second of all, with the dimensions that we're told, radius, diameter, circumference, there should be a measurable curvature on the surface at approximately 8 inches per mile squared, which means after 1 mile, there will be 8 inches of vertical descent from point A's horizontal. After 10 miles, 66 foot of curvature. After 20 miles, 260 feet of earth curvature. Being as we measure 10, 20, 30, 40 miles across the earth pretty much daily, we should measure earth curvature. We don't.
What about the pictures from space station that people have?
Oh my god, bro! You realize? You think the pictures that
Cameras.
that NASA release are exactly how they're
I
taken?
don't understand the curvature logic.
You can't see You can't see any curvature of Earth, bro. You'll never see any curvature of Earth.
Because you and me are too compared to enormous size of Earth.
Even if you were
Sounds
in a
like
plane,
Scott.
even if I know, but that's like saying like if you were in a plane, you still wouldn't see the curvature of Earth if you were very high up. So the argument that you're too small doesn't matter because you could still be high up in a crane in a plane. You're still seeing the exact same thing. It just looks like it's flat. It doesn't like it's curvature or anything. It doesn't look like it has curvature.
Same with that logic.
He just mentioned satellites, and now he's saying that we're too small. So basically, you're saying you can't go high enough to see curvature.
You can go out of Earth, then you can see curvature. Rockets and the
Yeah,
people are
using a
sitting in space
wide-angle
station.
lens.
International Space Station. Then you can see the curvature.
According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, you wouldn't be able to see curvature from the height of the ISS. That space station would only show you about 3% of the surface of the Earth.
But when I go to the beach and that boat sails away, why can't I see it anymore?
Okay. It's a stupid debate. Talk about people.
What did he just say? So he just left the call because he was annoyed.
Did he rage quit?
Yeah, he just got annoyed. Proved him wrong, and he just left.
Oops.
Jedi, you think I've gathered some knowledge?
You're repeating what you've heard pretty well.
Yeah, the little like height one, the little height. How tall are you one? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good knowledge. You know what I mean? I'm listening. So, how much
Yeah.
people do you get? How much people do you get a day that are just new and like come and bombard you with loads of questions?
Flipping hell, man. 50.
Right.
Maybe more. Maybe less.
Too many to keep track of.
Yeah, right.
Look, there's another one.
How do they have permissions to send stuff in, like to send pictures and stuff?
I think that's automatically granted over time.
Oh, probably like you have to be in the server for like a certain amount of days to.
Yeah. That's how it usually is on servers like this that have guest rooms. Keep up the good work. Keep listening. Keep learning. Keep studying to show yourself approved.
Yeah.
Forgive me if I'm being rude, but can you remind me, mate, how old are you?
Me?
Yes, mate.
15.
Yeah, I thought you sounded around the same age as my my two kids, mid-teenagers. I've had lots of conversations with my children about things that they see on the internet, conversations that they have, things around conspiracy theories and stuff, and it is quite concerning.
Jedi, you're in the UK.
Yeah, man. Of course, I'm in Kent.
They're gonna ban it. I feel like it won't be a bad thing if they do, though.
Yeah, but my point
they're
is
not gonna
this.
ban Discord, are they?
No, probably not, dude. My point is this, though. You're going to be subject, and you are probably subject to a lot of information when you go around on social media and so on, TikTok and YouTube. I guarantee you most of it's fucking bullshit, mate, especially now.
Yeah, the what is it called? The scaremongering is very bad.
Yeah.
It affects
it is.
loads of kids.
Yeah, it does. If
because you can see all these posts on social media saying like, look, this country's going to go to war and all of that, and then you get kids with anxiety that go crying over it.
There you go. Yeah, that's a really good
It's
point.
like it's all a bunch of BS, bro. Like nobody's going to war. They're all just threatening each other. It doesn't mean they're attacking each other.
Well, be mindful of that, right? But I like what you said. It's fear mongering. It's there to build anxiety and so on. Confusion, apathy. It's designed to do a lot of things. Being as you're
And
young,
the thing is, yeah, if social media was made in 1980s, this would have been happening for 40 years, and it has been happening for 40 years in newspapers and all of that. They've been doing the same thing. They've been making it sound worse than it is, and it always will be like that because it's the news.
Yeah, well done. Just be
Epstein
careful.
didn't believe in flat Earth. Okay.
Just do me a favour. Be careful if you're going to go around to your friends and your family and whatnot talking about the flat Earth. It's not always going to go the way that you hope it does. If you stick around in these conversations, you understand that there's a lot of antagonism towards the flat Earth. People think it's fucking ridiculous, dude. You might be coming to the understanding that we've got some salient points, which is fine from your understanding. You, who are new to the subject, might not be able to approach the subject with new people from that foundational understanding, being as you're new. So I just want you to be really, really careful, mate. I'd hate for you to lose friends or for you to have conversations where people looked at you funny. Life's hard enough, my friend. Keep things to yourself until you know more about them. Grow up a little bit. Experience life first. Just be careful, mate, please. And I say that because you're the same age as my kids.
Yes, I'm basically like I could be one of your kids, basically. So.
Karoo.
Not believe in.
Yeah, Karoo. Who's saying he did? Nobody here is disputing that.
Who cares about Epstein knowing that he didn't believe in flat Earth?
No one made any claims related to Einstein being a flat earther. So what are you talking about, Karoo? What are you trying to say?
If Albert Einstein's opinion is just as valuable as someone else's opinion in this call. Like,
You see the side chat? This dude's saying weird stuff is all. You'll see if you check the side chat.
Yeah, I know. I can see what he's putting.
Karoo, we're not really interested in what Einstein believed, nor what anybody else believes, but we're more interested in what someone can determine as truth through empirical methods, thereby gaining knowledge.
D-Dub, I can tell why he's brought that one up. His tags mathematics and computing. It's all about maths, isn't it, Karoo?
What was the name of that scientist that Einstein took his plagiarized his work? I can't remember it.
Not sure.
Is it Hendrik Lawrence?
I don't think that was it.
David Henry Friedrich. I mean,
no, yeah, I can't remember. He basically took somebody else's writings and just published them. Einstein, but I can't remember the guy's name.
but that doesn't make him look good.
Oh.
It's always good when a conversation starts off with laughter.
Something funny, Karoo? Let us join in so we can laugh.
Einstein never proved anything he was saying. I mean, simplistically, he was just saying if Earth is X or was X, and it existed within the environment Y, then Z would happen. Or if Earth is X and Moon is Y, and they both exist within environment Z, then 0.1 will happen. It's just all theoretical. It's not. He's a theoretical physicist. He didn't perform any actual experiments to validate any of his musings, mathematical musings.
Hello, I sent you a DM.
Oh, joy. Thanks, mate.
You all right, Karoo?
No.
Okay. May we be of assistance? Well, why don't you tell us what Einstein did to prove any of what you said? He said.
What?
So, can you go ahead and prove that he made significant contributions to our understanding of the curvature of space and time through his theory of general relativity? How did he do that?
Wait. Because my dad said that my dad is a pilot. Okay, my dad is a pilot. You hear me right?
Oh, well, then he would know that for all practical purposes, all
And he
pilots
said
should
that
be Earth
the
is
Earth
flat and
is round.
stationary, wouldn't he? Yeah,
Bro, you
he
have
would know.
Einstein profile
I think
picture
you're a
and
liar, and
your
I think you're
idol
telling a
doesn't even
story.
wait, can I talk? Your
No,
idol
because you're a
doesn't even
liar
believe in
telling a
this
story.
bullshit.
You're a liar.
Wait,
Just
who's
because
calling
I
him a
don't
liar?
believe in flat Earth, immediately you believe that I am a troll. You always assume
Yes.
I am a troll. Yes, of course.
Okay, this is interesting. Quick question, Karoo. How old are you?
18.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for answering that.
Why
I always
does it
get
matter?
suspicious when I see roadblocks and stuff on people's profiles, but I appreciate you answering that question. No worries. Thank you. So how can we help? You seem to have this thing about Einstein and your father being a pilot.
No, there's nothing to do with Einstein and my dad. But my dad is actually a pilot, and he told me that this is just a myth, the thing you believe.
Okay. I appreciate that your father's a pilot and he has an opinion about flat earthers saying it's a meme. There are other people out there whose fathers and parents are pilots who will say that the earth is flat. It's kind of subjective to people's independent ideas. But
They
no
don't have
pilots.
the IQ to become pilots.
Excuse me. It sounds like, and I appreciate that you're 18, but you're starting to be a little bit immature. Like, that's not a good. My friend, thank you very much, but that's not a good way to conduct yourself within a honest conversation. Saying that people aren't smart enough if they're flat earthers to fly aeroplanes. That's a ridiculous response. Try again.
Okay, sorry.
Can you put your dad on? Can we talk to him? You sound retarded.
My dad doesn't want to talk with retarded people like you.
Well, Karu,
There
you
we
can
go.
tell your dad that there are most definitely pilots who are flat earthers.
You will put me down with experience, bro, and you will make me dumb
No,
as
no.
well.
No, no.
Like you.
It has nothing to do with us putting you down. I just want to talk to somebody that knows something. It doesn't sound like you know anything. Put your dad on.
Oh, another one that just leaves after.
I mean, I'd be happy to talk to a pilot.
I've talked to several that acknowledge flat Earth. I don't know that I could call them flat Earthers per se, but acknowledge it.
Well, do you get that a lot then? People just leaving after they, like, get annoyed. They get proven wrong.
Pigeon chess.
It's
Every
just happened
hour of
2
every
times
day.
in the past 30 minutes. She was actually a welcome break from Gemini, lol.
I wish somebody did know a pilot. That would be a great conversation. I agree with you. I'd much rather speak with a pilot.
Yeah, I've talked flat Earth with a lot of pilots.
Yeah.
It's like you go through all your training to become a pilot, and then right at the end of it, there's one last question before they give you your license. Is the Earth a globe? No. As in, no, they don't do that. It's not a prerequisite for obtaining a pilot's license. Thinking the Earth is a globe.
The only thing I would ever really want to ask a pilot is how do you land the plane when the Earth is spinning beneath the aircraft?
That's an alt account. Montada is definitely an alt. Thing is, like, imagine joining the server and trying to troll and actually waiting 10 minutes and then trolling. It's not worth it. Oh, look. Karu has something to say. Look at the chat. When you go to the beach, you can see. Can you see the Dubai? No, because of faking cut because of the curve. Does he know what the human eye is and how far they can see? Oh my god. Jedi, what do you say to the picture I sent you? I'm just curious to know.
Hold tight, mate. Let me have a look.
Because obviously you'd say it's wrong, but I want to see what you have to say about the AI saying that.
That's actually quite funny. Yeah, no, I appreciate you saying that. Hold on, let me copy that and post that for everyone else to see things you can't.
Wait, don't do that one. I'll give you a good one. Like the whole thing.
Alright. Oh shit.
There you go.
Alright, mate, give me a moment.
That's crazy. This guy is actually so annoying.
Oh my god, Crew's having a meltdown in the chat. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll just start with your question, right? And you're pointing out how AI is lying, was just not telling the truth, however you want to say that. So why can't humans see really first response, first paragraph, first thing AI says? Humans cannot see infinitely far, primarily due to the curvature of the Earth. Dum dum dum. Atmospheric effects, dust, water vapor, and the physical size of the object. Shit, we should just stop there, shouldn't we? Like, this is the biggest misconception. The thing that most people come in and say thereabouts most of the time. Why
They say
can't I
AI
see that boat? Yeah, it's funny as fuck.
But the thing is, though, like Google says that, but like, tell me if this is a better answer than what Google said. Eyes can't see that far. Also, mist.
It's kind of right with the size of the object. It's going to be the size of the object depending on how far you can see the object. Comparable to, say, you and a mountain, right? We're going to lose the ability to see you well before we lose the ability to see the mountain because the mountain is bigger. So that's primarily the easiest way to say why we can't see things. The angular size is too small.
That's like saying there's a massive ocean and then there's a mountain the other side. You can see the mountain, but you can't see the boat that just went into the ocean.
Yeah, it's funny. But yeah, right.
I mean, obviously not because it's small.
But yeah, well done for finding that, mate. It's interesting, right? You Google that, you expect some kind of like response, and it gives you this paradigm, and it's bullshit.
Somebody said he said my dad would make you all shut up.
Okay, the dad needs to arrive. Says who?
No, he can't because he's muted for 8 hours.
Okay.
So what's Pickled Minds about?
Y'all better stop before my daddy beats you up.
What's Pickled Minds, Jedi?
I think mine gave a slightly different answer when I typed in exactly what you did. This is interesting. Earth's curvature, yep. Atmospheric interference, yep. Then it has visual acuity and diffraction, and then light limitation.
And that's interesting, though, that AI says different when you type it in. Like, it just comes up with whatever it thinks it can come up with.
What does diffraction have to do with seeing over curvature?
But I sent you another image, by the way.
So yeah, basically mine's saying that the human eye has a really difficult time resolving things at great distances, especially when you're looking through a lot of air.
What is it? Isn't it about 2 degrees, which matches 1.22 times the square root of the height of the observers in feet? Interesting how they match.
So yeah, I'm not certain about the exact mathematical correlation or relationship there, but yeah, I'm told so. I don't understand it myself.
Yeah, there's a great video. Dang it, who did that? I actually, that was the topic of my last presentation in my community. I do a 2-part flat Earth Prezi once a month, and had this great video, and everybody that was there said it really clarified for them diffraction limits of the eye, angular resolution, Rayleigh's criterion. Maybe I'll remember who did that. I can't right now. Might be in my bookmarks.
I'm not saying that there isn't a diffraction limit of the eye. What I'm asking for is how does diffraction allow you to see over the curve?
Well, it's just interesting that it kind of creates the horizon, right? So we have this limitation of vision that just so happens to match where we should see the curve at 1.22 times the square root of the height of the observer in feet. So is that coincidence? I mean, but once you magnify and open that angle of resolution, then the horizon's much, much further. But it's just interesting that I think it was Al Biruni that kind of ran into this discovery of where the curve is, and it was really the limitation of his vision.
Welcome.
The earth is flat.
Yeah, man. That's right.
Word. Normally, people randomly join in to scream the opposite.
That dude said it with some conviction, man. I like that.
Yeah. I should have asked him what his proof is.
You don't
How do you? How do you know that?
Well, because Richard E. Byrd went to the Antarctica and the North Pole and flew his plane into a hole there and met civilizations under the earth and things like that. And then they cordoned off those areas and formed NASA and signed all the countries signed a treaty saying that we'll all stay out of there. And then they performed some tests in the atmosphere, nuclear tests, called Operation Fishbowl and Operation Dominic, and that was confirmation that we live under a firmament. And they also performed more expeditions to Antarctica. One was called Operation High Jump. That was the endeavor to get over the ice wall of flat Earth, and this is all because they're trying to hide the truth from us. And yeah, was that a good rendition of a TikTok flat earther? What?
I'll tell you what, dude. That was me year one. I sounded just like that, all circumstantial. I was a YouTube flat earther.
Inaczej w takich chwilach to po prostu się przełączam gdzie indziej. No i tak chyba sobie.
STM?
Co?
Fizjoterapeutyczna metoda terapeutyczna wykorzystująca specjalistyczne narzędzia do mobilizacji
Ha!
danych klinicznych.
Jest tam?
Morgan, you're hot micing, bro.
No. My wife told me what the istam is.
Okay. You know you live on a flat Earth, right?
What? Please tell again.
It is. You look at the horizon and observe it to be horizontal. You walk out your front door and you treat the Earth like it's flat and stationary every single day.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yes.
At no point do you treat it like a ball.
You just joined the channel of people who just trying to learn English, and you are the boss here because you are a native speaker. Yes. For you, it is really nice to talk to us. Yes, beautiful.
Okay.
You think it is nice to talk to the guys who just learn English and speak like you?
Yes, actually.
What are you trying to say, bro?
For a long time, I've helped friends of mine learn English and practice speaking it because I enjoy helping people do that. If somebody wants to learn something, I enjoy encouraging them to do so. So, yes, as a matter of fact, I do.
Yeah, so probably because of your English, you should focus on helping people, not to destroying them.
What?
I like showing people etymology.
What you want to show them?
Etymology, the roots of words.
Etymology?
Yes. There's like unlimited inside jokes there, man. There's so many different things.
Do you really want to show to somebody who is on B2 etymology?
Well, it fits with the theme of this server, doesn't it?
I really appreciate if you really want to show to somebody etymology, but we are here just trying to learn English from the basics, you know?
It helps.
It helps, yeah, it helps. But probably much way after the primary lessons.
Fair enough. But it helps. It makes it very interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll wait 3 months and maybe it will be understandable for me.
That's fair enough, man.
So what can you say right now to me what is understandable for me right now?
Everyone's a flat earther.
Everything what?
Everyone. Everyone is a flat earther.
Everyone is a flat earther. This is what I hear, you know?
Most people just don't know it yet.
Don't blame me for don't be a native speaker. I'm on a group who just try to learn English, and you are a native speaker and you try to be a boss here, yes? Because you know English so well. So maybe you can help us.
I'm just here to I am here to help. I'm just here to hang out and help. And to moderate the conversation so that if somebody hops in here and tries to disrespect you or anybody else, I can give them the boot.
I think your English is so amazing, and I really want to be like you in maybe 6 months, but not now. So if you can speak a little bit slower, then it will be much easier for me to understand you. because your English is amazing.
Well, you're welcome to hang out anytime.
I'm welcome to hang out for any time.
Yes,
This is
whenever
what
you
I
want.
Yes, okay, but before I didn't understand anything of what you say because your English was too fast, you know? You speak so great English, and this is what I really want to have in 6 months. But right now, I don't understand anything what you are saying.
I got you.
You got me. You got me. So you are the greatest. You are the greatest man who can teach me English. Is it okay for you or not?
I think that you're doing. I think you're doing a great job picking it up on your own, and you just need to keep practicing. Keep practicing. Keep listening. Keep learning. You're doing good.
You see, that was the hardest thing I ever heard from anyone, and what you said to me was the hardest thing, but I understood it, so I'm proud I understood it. So, okay, I'll keep practicing, and that's it, yeah. If you don't want to help me, I'll keep practicing, and maybe someday I'll be so good as you.
We're here 24/7. We're here every day, so you feel free to come in and hang out whenever you want to.
No,
I'm gonna
no,
mute up.
no. Because you come here and you just wanted to say you are the best, and we have no chance to ask you any questions. I would love to have a person like you to ask questions, because to ask some questions, because my English is like, you know, I understand 80% of what people tell to me, but I have no idea what people how to explain them what I feel. And you are the person exactly with this accent which I don't understand. And when you connected here, I feel like you are the person who can explain me everything. But I know you will disappear in a minute.
Feel free to ask any questions that you have.
Really?
Ask away, man.
So what do you think is the main thing between the people between people who learn English and people who speak people fluently? What do you think is the main thing they should learn? Because you seem like a person who speak English native, like fluently, and I feel like I'm a person who are the one who only understand people, and I don't know how to explain what I feel. I don't know how to answer their questions.
I would say the best thing that I ever learned how to do was to teach myself.
To teach myself?
Teach yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you learn how to do that, you set yourself free.
Could you say again, because we are listening to you and there is much more people than me, maybe you can really give us some good advices?
When you learn how to teach yourself, you set yourself free.
Yeah,
nothing will restrict you anymore. You won't have the same limits. And you won't have to take somebody else's word for it either. You don't have to just believe. You can know.
Okay. Still, we don't get what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all. That's the only advice I can give you. But like you said, in about 6 months, you're going to be doing really good if you keep on practicing, keep on moving forward. You're
Yeah,
going to
I'll
be
try.
able to speak quite fluent.
I'll try to find a man who will finally understand that I need an explanation from somebody who already know how to do the things, not like me. Okay, guys. So we'll get no information from the guy, I think.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, I am sorry, guys, but I just listened that you wanna help or you need help for learning English, right?
Yes, exactly. Because if somebody is on the B2 level, he have no way to improve his English, because all those applications on the Android, they are finished on B2 level, and if you are on the B2 level, then you
Yes.
just have to go to Discord and try to keep talking to the people,
Well.
to people from Discord, but people from Discord are usually just making jokes of you and nothing more.
Oh.
How can I improve my English? How can I improve my English?
Well,
Please tell me.
well, actually, I find the people here are so cool and they are so nice, rather than any application, actually. So I think they are willing to help you and listen and have a conversation with you. So I think that you have yeah, a good vocab and a good grammar, as I can see. But what you need is to let yourself free. What does it mean? It means to use what you have to make conversation, to communicate with others, you know? So,
Yeah.
yes, okay. So, my advice to you is listen more. Okay, you can listen more podcasts. Maybe if you want to watch a video or a video on YouTube or a movie. Okay, so this is you get yourself exposed to the language. So, listen more, you know?
Okay, so right now, can we stop for a second? Can we stop
Yeah, of
for a
course.
second?
Yeah, sure, sure.
I'll explain what I feel, because I
Yeah.
already downloaded Harry Potter ebook.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
and I listen it every day, and I try to train my listening skills.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
my English teacher told me it is
Yeah.
not about listening, because you understand 80% of what you hear in English,
Yeah.
but you have no idea how to explain your thoughts to any other
But
people,
oh,
because you don't speak to anybody. So
yes.
maybe you can try to go to Discord channel and you can
Yes.
try to speak to them.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, okay, it's pretty cool that to tell you this thing. I can understand you 100%. So you can express yourself. Who told you that you can't explain yourself or express yourself? I can understand you 100%. So, yes, your teacher is right. What you need is to get communication or to talk with other people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you
I just need the communication with other people. Yeah.
yes, yes, and I can understand you. And here we have a lot of okay, friends here. They can understand you as well. So,
You know, he
you
told
know?
me I focus too much on grammar. I focus
No,
too
no, no.
much on
Let me tell you
something.
something.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Okay, okay. Learning grammar as isolated thing, it's not useful. Okay, you will
For
get
me
it.
too. Yes.
Yeah, okay, while you are speaking and expressing yourself, so your grammar will be improved directly, so
Yes, I
it
know
will.
this exactly. Yes, this is what I told him,
Yeah.
because I said I don't have to I don't have to learn grammar. I don't have to learn words. I don't have to learn sentences. I
Already,
I
you
must.
have a lot of grammar, you have a lot of vocab, and you can just use them, you know?
Yeah, man, just use.
Yeah,
Yes,
use
but
them to
when
communicate.
you
Oh, English
use them,
very well.
Uh,
sometime you have questions inside of your head, like
yeah.
sometimes you see, even if I tell right now the sentence to you, I I say, even if I speak sometime I have no
Oh,
idea
okay.
what
Okay,
is
it's a well,
what is okay.
you,
Hey
yeah,
Morgan,
yeah, go
can I
ahead,
can
please.
I interrupt real quick? Hold that
Yeah,
thought.
sure.
Hold that thought. I'm sorry to
It's
interrupt.
okay.
Is who I was talking about diffraction limits with still in here? I forget who it was. Maybe
I don't
not.
know,
Oh,
because I have no idea what the diffraction is.
okay, hold your thought. Hold on. Uh, Maybe they're not here, or if they are, I found a couple videos that were awesome, and I shared them in the side chat. So if whoever I was talking about that with is still in here, they're on there. Please, Morgan, continue. I apologize for interrupting.
No,
No, thank
no,
you. It's okay.
nothing happened. This girl made me like I'm on a different way of learning English.
Let me
Really.
tell you something. Okay, the only way that
So
stops you
sorry, sorry. I
if
said
you
this girl.
no,
I
no,
don't
it's
know
okay.
your
Yeah.
name.
Okay, no problem. It's okay. Well, the only thing that stops you, it's your thoughts, You don't have any problem, by the way. You can speak clearly.
Exactly. This is what ChatGTP told me.
We can understand you. Okay, so live
Thank
your
you.
life, talk. Okay, have a conversation as much as you can. Okay, contact with people and have fun. So you will find yourself after that. You get improved, and you okay, start melted. Okay, with your language. And okay, the only thing that you concentrate now on is to get communication or communicate with others.
Yes, this
Express
is
yourself.
this is what I try to do right now.
Because,
This is
okay,
why I'm here.
literally, I can understand you, so you don't have any problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Okay,
for what you're
enjoy.
saying.
I would say
My,
practice makes perfect.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. You don't
practice
have to be
makes
perfect to
perfect.
practice, so just practice and, okay, enjoy.
Thank you very much. Because
My pleasure.
I just look all the time for a way how can I improve my English to be
Well,
C1.
just
C1.
okay. So yeah, you can study the vocabulary and the grammar and okay, reading, listening, everything in this level. So in level C, so get the material, study the vocabs, and try to use. If you learn 5 words each day, try to use them with someone,
All right.
or even
Yeah.
put them in a story or write sentences for each one or for each new word. Okay,
Yeah.
so that way you
But
want to
you are the only guys who I can learn with.
okay, so you can study and they come here at night to practice your speaking. So the people here are nice and they are all cool,
No, they're not nice. Every time when I
Why?
come every time when I come here at night, I only meet some Arabic guys, and
So maybe
they
maybe
uh,
maybe the problem
keep
at night.
trying.
Maybe the problem at night. You can come in the morning. So maybe it's different. Okay, you can try something different. Okay.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I really appreciate what you're talking to
My
me.
pleasure. I'm
So
happy to help, and you can so you can communicate now with your level, okay, and try
yeah,
to study vocab, grammar, expressions, all these things in
yeah,
level C1, so you will get it, inshallah.
yeah. That was very interesting. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, come on, somebody talks.
Wait, Source not in here. Source is in here? No, no, Source not in here. Yeah, bugger him then.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was looking for Source.
Well, it's absolutely not here.
Didn't have to leave.
Oh, that is hilarious.
What's that?
The side chat.
Oh yeah, yeah, I saw that.
That may be the dumbest thing I've read today.
Well, my favorite part was there's simply no polite way to tell people they've dedicated their lives to an illusion. Exactly.
Good stuff.
Sometimes people got to look in the mirror when they say stuff.
Oh ja. O kur... Jeszcze browar się skończy.
Oh, Toby, you're in the VC. Oh, but wait a minute, you're flat.
Well, we
You're
all
flat
are
earth.
technically. Yeah,
Oh,
the surface
okay.
of water at rest is flat, so yeah, we're all flat earthers.
Okay. Okay. I guess I misunderstood this side chat.
Yeah, back there I can do both. I'm feeling alright.
Welcome.
I had the best freaking night of my life. And when
No, thank you. Word.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
It's thinning out in here. People getting tired?
Yeah, it could be shift change.
Yeah, man. Shift change. Yep. Anybody looked into magnetic declination charts very much? Any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on attitude direction indicators and pendulous vanes? Favorite pie recipes?
How are you?
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, are people talking here?
They can be if there's someone they feel it's worth talking to.
Am I? Okay. So, what were you talking about? Before I joined.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What were you talking about before I joined?
I can't remember now. It was a while ago. But usually we like to talk to people about the room topic.
Oh, okay. So you weren't talking about the flat Earth.
Um, Possibly. I can't remember now.
It's just a title.
No. We do talk about that. That's what we talk about. Yes, but sometimes, in between that, we can talk. We talk about other things occasionally. Like we try and keep it on topic. Yeah, we try our best to keep it on topic.
Yeah.
So it's not a general chat.
Okay. Where are you from?
I'm from sunny old Australia.
From Australia. Nice. Okay.
I'm from China.
Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Venezuela.
Venezuela.
Oh, I knew we just acquired you guys.
What?
The United States of Venezuela.
Any states?
No, it's just no. Never mind. It's all good. It's good. Just yeah. It's a state of America now, isn't it? I'm kidding. It's not really.
Oh, okay. Well, no. No, Venezuela is not a state.
Yeah.
Of the U.S.
Yeah. Triggering Triangle said not yet.
Well, yeah, I can understand your. I can understand why are you saying that, but not yet. In Venezuela, it's an independent country so far. Well, yeah, some we're going through a situation different, let's say, but we are still Venezuela. We're not part of the United States.
Right. No, but you're very grateful, and trade between Venezuela and the USA may now.
Grateful. Well, yes. It's very. We are like expecting good things in the future, but it's too early to talk about it. By the way, are there any vegans here? Because the last call I joined were about vegans, and those guys were so crazy.
So crazy? Were they crazy? What were they crazy about?
No, they were trying to convince me right in that moment to go vegan.
Wait, to go where?
To go vegan.
To go vegan? Oh no, no, nobody here wants you to go vegan. And if they do try to start, if they try that stuff here, they'll probably get muted.
Okay.
We'll protect you. We'll protect you from the vegans. You don't worry.
Well, yeah, they were almost like let me, because I don't know the word in English.
However, if you don't become a flat earther in the next 5 minutes, that's it. I'm just kidding.
Oh, really? No, that's worse than the vegans.
Really? Why is that? Why do you say that?
No, 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 no.
No. Look. We're not going to try and make you a flat earther. All we can do is just
No.
share with you information, and what you do with that information is completely up to you. You know, you're under no obligation to, to submit to anything we say just on hearsay or
Yeah.
whatever. Like everything that
No.
we discuss will involve something that empirical, and that you can verify. Or
No. Let me be clear. A lot of things that the vegans were telling to me were really they make a lot of sense. I think they are crazy because they were trying to convince me in a way that was almost like getting me into a sect, you know.
it sounds religious to me, like almost like a religious. Sorry,
Religious,
Ceci, go on.
religious. Yes, exactly, religious.
I've figured out veganism. So veganism is this: some people don't like to see animals suffer, and especially needlessly, which I think most people can agree to that. The problem is that for human beings to, let's say, thrive within their health, there's certain amounts of proteins and fats that we get from animals that we do need and we cannot get from plants. So we are eating meat out of necessity. We also eat meat because it tastes good, and that's up to the individual whether or not they want to eat it for their diet, or whether or not they want to eat it for their enjoyment. I mean, ultimately, and just because they don't like the idea of animals dying, is nobody's. It's like, I don't care. You don't like it, don't eat meat. I do. I'm going to eat meat. So it's a weird thing to even be a topic, to be honest with you. Yeah, I know you're bleeding heart. You don't like to see the animals die. I don't necessarily either. I hunt for food. When I kill an animal, I don't necessarily like it. I don't take joy in it, but they are tasty and I do need it. That's the end of the story.
Yeah, but those guys were uh, were trying really hard to, they alleged that animals proteins animal protein is not necessary for human beings.
Yeah, I know they're saying that. They're incorrect.
Yeah, but they
Have you ever
I
met a
agree.
vegan? They look like hell.
Hey! All you have to do is eat a semi-trailer load of mushrooms. I'm kidding.
Right. You have to eat 1,000% more of whatever the vegetable's going to do, and even still, some of the amino acids and stuff and the proteins are not quite the right building block. Now, can you survive? Yes. Can you thrive? No. Vegans look like shit.
Yeah, but they were I were explaining to them something similar, but they were asking me for for some some information that backs what I'm saying. And I didn't
Right.
have that at the moment, and
All the data that I need is when I see a vegan, I can tell. You know what I mean? Like, they look like crap. They are not healthy.
well, okay, at least I'm protected here.
Yeah, you're safe from the vegans over here. They've come in here before. We've kicked them around too. It's
Really?
a non-issue. Oh yeah, they're so stupid. Everything comes from emotion with them. It's always an emotional argument, and then they try to bring up some studies that may correlate to the points that they're trying to make. See, if I eat 5,000 pounds of soy, I might get what I get out of one piece of ribeye. Like, and how many beings had to die for you to eat that tofu? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's stupid.
Yeah. Also, or they'll come at you from a moral standpoint too. It's like, okay, if it's moral, then tell me what is wrong with you know, how do you say it these days? What do they call it? Deleting an animal, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's wrong with deleting an
Unaliving.
animal, right?
Yeah. And look, like I said, I don't necessarily like it. If I've had to put down some of my own dogs because they were, either attacking my children or doing things that was unsafe or whatever, and I don't like doing it, even when the animal, is not kind to my kids. But it's kind to me. It's not kind to my kid. I had to take care of that problem. So I didn't like it, but it had to be done. There are just some things that we have to do, as it always depends once again on kind of your paradigm. Are you somebody
Right.
who believes ultimately that mankind is not the apex predator or species, but does man have dominion over the earth, and does he have to take care of problems
Right.
like manage the food supply, take care of animals that are unsafe? Yeah, that's part of our job. Now, if part of the food supply is the animals, and we can do it in a humane way, then there shouldn't be a problem. This is not a big deal.
Well, yeah, but just from a plain old, just like flat standpoint, right? Like, for example, like this one guy, right? He said he answered, okay, because it causes pain and suffering, right? Temporary as it may be, whatever, right? I said, and what's wrong with that? Right now, I'm not sadistic. I'm not a narcissist. I'm not. My intention is not to see anyone ever harm. But I challenged him on this point. I said, and what is wrong with that? And all he could say to me was, well, if you enjoy causing things to suffer and experience pain, then I don't know what to tell you, basically was his response, right? That's a non-response. That's not telling me what is wrong with causing a creature to suffer and experience pain.
Right. He
would
instantly poisoned the well, right? So now all of a sudden you enjoy it. It's not a matter of me asking a question, what's wrong with it? Now you enjoy it. What a douche.
Yeah, of course. It's I I don't enjoy seeing animals die. But these guys were insisting so hard.
So listen, there has been let's just always be honest, even with the other side. Let's grant them some things. In the food industry, it is well known that on kill floors for beef, chicken, and pork, okay, they sometimes will be incredibly abusive to the animals before they even kill them. So you have a problem with sadistic, weirdo people out there that do take pleasure in harming animals. I think that should be looked at. Or at least, someone should let their family know, because this guy takes pleasure in pain, and that's not a good thing. No one is going to disagree with that. But also in those industries, they are finding the most efficient and most humane ways, if they are doing it correctly, to end the animal's life, where the pain or the suffering essentially is non-existent. Most of the time they get a shot to the brain and it's over. The animal usually has no idea what's happening. Now, they might be stressed out. They might be a little, concerned, the animal itself, like, where am I being taken to? And why am I on this machine? But after that, it's over. Now, those methods sometimes don't always even work. And sometimes the animal may suffer a little bit. I don't like that, but that is the nature of the game. So there's never going to be a perfect standard. I also don't like, and let's remember this too. I don't like people being paid a bad wage to harvest beans, right? So I don't like the pain and suffering that some human beings have to go through to harvest food. You know what I mean? Like that the vegans are going to be eating. And I'm going to say, do you take pleasure in the immigrants who are picking your food, suffering by not being paid accordingly, or maybe not getting any insurance or workman's comp? What about all that?
Or even child labor? Did any of it come from child labor? You know, third world countries where the children are getting paid like the equivalent to an American cent a day. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like across the board there are many problems. We have individuals who are cruel to animals, which I don't like. There are corporations that underpay their workers to harvest the food that everybody else consumes. I don't like that. But ultimately, guess what happens? People are still going to have to kind of atone for the choices that they make. If the one dude is cruel to the animals, I promise you it's going to catch up with him eventually. So there will be justice. And I hope that the people who own these major, big corporations for profit margins, who are essentially underpaying their workers, are going to get theirs as well. But also, the workers working for the corporations do so voluntarily. As far as I understand, to this day, people are not being forced to go out and pick beans. They do it because they will work for a low wage, right? So there's so many variables and there's so many things that have to be considered. But also, if I choose to eat meat, all right, and I expect where I get the meat from, although I can't check every time where this ribeye came from. If I can't check that they didn't pet it real nice, you know, and sing songs to it and all that stuff before it got a shot to the head, you know, I'm trusting that they're doing that, and I'm essentially I have to take some responsibility for what the cow eats. And most of the time, these cows are eating a lot of GMO Monsanto grain, which is mostly poisonous, right? So, like, I'm taking a risk. Everyone's taking a risk. Everybody has to kind of be responsible for the choices that they make. But I don't need vegans coming and telling me that because it makes them feel bad that an animal may have suffered at some point, that now I should be feeling bad for eating the meat. I'm not going to do it. You can't make me go fly a kite.
Yeah. I don't know. I Yeah, for example, I was explaining that I explained that it's normal that some animals eat other animals, and they were one of them was like, so it's okay if I'm hungry and I eat you, and I was like, what? That's cannibalism.
Right. Now, the other thing that the vegans are essentially saying, and we're going to get off the vegan topic because that's not the topic of the room, but they kind of want to equate mankind with the animals, which is just a
Yes.
ridiculous thing to do. You cannot draw that similarity between the two things. We are obviously very different than the animals for so many different reasons. But you can't, you know, that's a silly, weird little kind of red herring. It's non sequitur. It's like, look, bro, I have seen raccoons. I've had to chase raccoons out of my chicken coop because, you know, early in the morning I hear this poor chicken squawking like crazy. And I go out there in my boxer shorts and I see a raccoon eating a chicken alive. Okay? So you want to talk about suffering? It happens more in the animal kingdom than it does anywhere else. Okay? There is pain and suffering. That is a very common thing amongst the animal kingdom where animals are going to be tortured by being tackled by a lion, like, you know, the wildebeest, and they will be alive, being pummeled, eaten, bit on by live creatures with sharp teeth and sharp claws for minutes to hours before they die. Nobody has a problem with that. Oh, that's just nature. Well, guess what? Then me eating the cow is, I guess that's nature too, isn't it? In fact, I'm better than the lion is to the stinking cow. I'll put it out of its misery very quickly. Now, back to this topic. You know the earth is flat, right?
Sorry, come again?
You know the earth is flat?
No.
Okay, it is. We measured it. There's no curve. The spinning ball space monkey religion is just a big fantasy. There is no space. The earth is flat and stationary, and that's where you live. Your eyes were never lying to you. Good talk. But guess what? I'm not going to give you a hard time if you don't believe me or if you don't like what I think. If you want to keep thinking what you want to think, I'm not going to stop you. But I
No,
figure you should know the Earth is measurably flat.
Okay. So, are you? Let me be clear. I after joining this call, I was in the vegan call. They were trying to convince me, and now in this call, are you trying to convince me as well of another thing?
Nope, not at all. This is just the flat Earth room. That's the topic that we discuss in here. I mean, if you want to discuss it, we certainly can, but I'm not going to force you to. I just figured you'd want the information that in all of the history of mankind, all of the measurements of the surface of the Earth are only flat and planar, or at least the hills and valleys and undulations are measured against a horizontal plane. There are no Earth curve measurements consistent with the big planet, space ball, like people have told us. So the Earth itself is measured flat, and we have plenty of data to prove it. But if you want to keep your position that the Earth is a ball, I'm not going to force you. I'm not even going to try and convince you. I just want you to have the information.
Okay. But what do you think about the
can add to
pictures
that.
of the Earth taken from the space?
Well, one sec. This is the thing, and this will go into like this touches on what you're talking about as well. It is the other side that has to do the convincing, because our natural experience is of a flat and motionless Earth, right? So no position that you could achieve, like no vantage point. There's no place you can personally go to experience the Earth as being, one, a ball with its surface having curvature, and two, it being in motion, right? There's nowhere you'll ever be able to potentially go, right? So therefore you'll have to appeal to things that you can't experience, like this imagery that you're about to appeal to and tell us about, right? So it's the other side that has to do the convincing. See, children, when they before they go to school, before they're exposed to any kind of propaganda or rhetoric, they just take the world for granted that it is flat and motionless, just as they experience. Then they get to school and they have to be convinced that it's not that, right? They have to be told, right? Otherwise, you'd get to school and you wouldn't need to be told that the Earth is a big spinning ball, because you'd already know. It would already be apparent to you. But it's not apparent to you because what you are experiencing and sensing is a flat and motionless Earth. But go ahead and please ask us questions. You were saying about the pictures from space, was it?
Yes. Yeah, those the pictures that were of the Earth taken from the space, are they? What do you think about it? Are they fake?
There's not many that is actually claimed to be authentic single snapshot images, whole frame single snapshot images of the Earth anyway. Most of it is a product of either camera lenses or, admittedly, compositions, composite images compiled together using some data, whether it be in digital form or photographic form, right? And then stitched together and rendered to become an image. So it's not actually a pure photographed image. And this is admitted by the people producing this imagery.
Okay, so but I don't know. If the Earth is flat, it would be. I don't know how the physics of that would work.
No, I have a question for you.
For who? Sorry, Dexter. Yeah, who do you have a question
Yeah.
for?
So, how do you explain Earth's shadow on the moon?
Do you want to take that, says who?
Earth's shadow. How do you know that's even a shadow, dude? Who told you that?
Is it photoshopped?
How do you know that's a shadow?
Because I can see it with my naked eyes.
No, you can't.
No, I can't. What do you mean?
No, you cannot.
Okay, how do you explain lunar?
Go ahead, tell me what an
eclipse?
eclipse is. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me how an eclipse works so we can figure this out together.
How do you explain different time zones?
Oh my goodness, you gave that one up. How do you explain China having one time zone?
No, because there is like plenty of points. Like we can discuss
How
like
do you
thousands of
explain
points.
China having one time zone?
Yeah, how to explain different time zones? For like Earth, we're
How do you
flat.
explain China having one time zone instead of 6?
I don't know.
I just want Dexter to understand something, which is important. That we're not here to attempt to explain all these that you once had an alternative answer for. So just because we can detail to you and demonstrate to you that the Earth's surface is planar in nature does not necessarily mean we're going to have answers to other things, right? Like seasons, eclipses, time zones, etc. Right? We can attempt to answer them to the best of our ability if you like. You may not like the answer, you may not be satisfied with that, but we'd rather you be more focused on the evidence that we have that you could also share, right? In having the information of the Earth's surface being flat.
Okay, back to your crazy question about time zones. Why does China have one time zone and the United States has 5 or 6? And they're smaller. Dexter. Dexter.
Hey guys, let's calm down.
Nobody's in there. Nobody's going anywhere. I just asked a question and he got quiet. First, he asked me like 3 questions in a row. Bam, bam, bam. As soon as I said, well, this, and this. Oh, no. And then all of a sudden I asked, why does China have one time zone? And that's the end of it. What else you got? You got anything else you want to talk about?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, explain it for me. How?
Yeah, explain why China has one time zone.
Yeah, you said China has multiple time zones.
One time zone.
No, one.
One time zone.
Yeah, one.
For the whole of China. Yep. No matter where you are in China, all your watches and clocks will be synced. Yep.
Why?
But I think that maybe when people were deciding time zones, they were just
so
like,
people who decide time zones is how time zones are made. Okay, we figured that out. It's made by people, not by a ball. All right, so what's next? You see, we can work this out together if we talk it through, we'll figure this out.
Okay, like you claiming the Earth is flat, so you're the one who should like.
No. Why don't you ask us
explain
why?
that to me?
No. Why? First, you need to ask us why.
Why what?
Why we're saying that? Why are we claiming it's flat? Do you know?
Why Earth is flat?
Yeah. Why are we saying
Earth
it's
is not.
flat?
No.
Why
Earth is not
are
flat,
we
that's for sure.
saying it though? Why are we
Yeah,
claiming
why?
that
This
the
is
Earth?
yeah. I really. Yeah, why?
you.
That's my question. Why would I think like
Because
whole
it's
governments kind of
measured flat.
gathered
Because
together
it's measured
to
flat. Because it's measured flat, and there's no curve, and you know it.
Why? I mean, why would governments
Because it's
lying about
flat.
that? Why would
Nobody's lying. You
scientists
can
lie?
go right to any beach in the world and see that it's flat. Nobody's lying. There's no scientists that claim the Earth is a ball.
Okay, then why would they? Why would they?
It's a very big sphere. You can't see the curvature because it's too big of a sphere.
Well, then how do you know it's a sphere if you can't see it?
Bro, because if you go high enough, you can
No.
see it.
How did you go high enough in the 1600s?
Hey,
Okay, well,
oh
because
God. Okay,
I think that even the Greeks knew that the Earth.
No, you're switching topics again.
Okay, just answer my question.
I did.
Why would they
What was
lie
your
at
question?
us? Like, why?
Who's lying to you?
Government, scientists, all
Why
of them
does
together.
government lie to people?
How do you know they're
Why?
lying?
Give me just
No,
one
no, I
answer.
want you to
Why?
tell me why government lies to people first, and then I'll tell
No,
you.
no. Tell me why would they lie that
Why does the government
Earth
lie
is
to
actually
people?
flat?
Why does the government lie to people?
Yes.
I don't know, because they're the government.
What?
Why does the government lie to you, dude? Why do they tell you one thing and something else is
Okay,
really
why
happening?
would they lie at us and tell us that actually Earth is a
I've never
sphere?
heard anybody on TV tell me the Earth is a ball. Have you?
Well, I learned it when I was like a child and preschool.
So it's somebody else. It's just you thinking that you live on a ball.
So you live in a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's
That's
flat.
what you're
It's
saying.
measured. It's measured flat. Yeah, surveyors measure it flat. Mm-hmm.
Did you actually went to school?
No, I've never been to school in my life.
Oh, that
That's
explains a lot.
crazy. That's crazy now. That's become really crazy now.
That explains it.
I did. We did.
No, like listen, I'm really trying to understand you. I'm not
It's not
trying to
saying
attack you in any
it's
shape
not.
or form. I swear to God,
No,
I'm really
it's
trying to
actually
get a
not.
Then
point.
why would you ask me if I ever went to school if you weren't trying
No,
to
no,
attack
trust
me?
me. Trust me.
Yeah,
Really, I
You
don't
exactly.
want to
That's what
attack
I'm
you.
retard.
doing.
I
You
just
fucking
want you to
retard.
tell me. Okay, I just want you to tell me why. Just tell me any reasons, and I would believe you. I'd absolutely believe you. And
Okay, it's because it's measured flat by surveyors. Now you have to be a flat earther.
Surveyors. Who measured? Who
who?
measured the Earth?
Surveyors.
Who are they? Give me a
Have you
link.
heard of
Give
sea
me
level?
anything,
Have you heard
any
of sea level?
fact.
Go Google surveying companies and hire them, and
Okay,
they'll tell
wait.
you.
I'm
They
gonna
will
Google
tell you
that.
it's
Wait.
flat.
Okay,
So have you heard of
wait. Let me
you heard
Google
of sea
that. Let
level?
me Google that.
Have you heard of sea level, Dexter? Have you heard of sea level?
Am I what?
Have you heard of sea level?
Yes, I heard of that.
Right. So you know that that'll be the average between 2 points, a low tide and a high tide, maximum height.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Right. So from that from that point, you can extend our horizontal line and elevation.
Okay.
That'll be your reference and your base for determining and measuring elevation change using angles with respect to that horizontal line. So anything above that horizontal line will be a particular height above sea level, and anything below that horizontal line will be that much lower than sea level.
Okay.
That's flat, right? That's flat. That's
Yeah.
measuring elevation changes in the vertical with respect to flatness. So gauging
Okay.
the height
Okay.
of a mountain, for example, right? So this is something surveyors do and use tools to do, like theodolites. So they measure the Earth flat and measure elevation changes with respect to that flatness.
Okay. Let me get this straight. So Earth is flat. Everybody is lying at us, which means we live in a big lie, right? And it's actually discovered that actually Earth is a sphere in the 15 centuries back in Galileo. So like 600 years we've been living in a big lie. That's what you're trying to say.
Not necessarily.
You're trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck.
Okay, thanks.
That was fast.
Have you heard about Eratosthenes?
Tell us all about him.
Oh yeah, no.
That guy was able to measure the Earth long time ago in ancient Greece.
Measure or calculate?
To calculate the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah.
And
So he didn't measure.
Not only he just proved that it was round,
No, he didn't.
he also gave the circumference.
No, he didn't prove it was round. That's not what he did. That was not his intention, whether he existed or not.
What he actually did was calculating the, between two cities. He because at that time you couldn't go on an airplane, on a rocket, to see from above the curvature of the Earth. So he used only a stick on the ground, and he realized that the stick created a shadow in Alexandria, but in another city, the same stick on the ground didn't create a shadow. It's because there's a curvature between those
Meaning
two.
the light source. No, that's not what it means. It means that above one stick, there's a light source, right? Directly above it, thus no shadow. And in the distance, there's another stick, and it's receiving light from one side, thus casting a shadow. That's all that it indicates. It does not indicate either flat or curved at this moment in time that this is occurring. You can have both that on a flat surface or a curved surface. I can demonstrate that in my living room, my kitchen floor, outside. All you need is a light source above one point, and not directly above another point on a flat surface, and you can achieve the same effect. Are you saying shadows can be cast on flat surface? That sounds like what you're saying. Surely you're not saying that.
No.
Right. So there's more nuance to the story, right? There's more assumptions that have to be made in order for you to decide that this is happening on a curved surface versus.
Yeah, but in any case, it's interesting how close he was. The circumference he calculated.
How close he was to what?
He was very close to the calculations
How do they know that?
done now by scientists.
How do they know? How do they know he was close?
Because he calculated around, let me see, I think 40.
How do they know what's correct and what isn't correct?
40,000 kilometers, I think, the circumference. And let me check what's the circumference measured by the scientists now. Yeah, around the equator, it is 40, let me see. 40,000 kilometers.
And how do they know that?
Let me see.
Let me see what Google tells me in 2026 is wild.
People still use Google?
Sorry, what's Google?
Apparently he is. He's Googling. Let me see
An
how they
unfathomable number.
prove. Yeah. Let me see how they prove this. My overlords will tell me.
Wait, did I say
They
unfathomable?
really got these kids thinking that Google is like it really knows everything. They're like, you got to use Google. Like what? Are you guys still use an advertising agency to find things? That's weird shit, dudes.
We used to use the white pages, but I don't think the radius value.
We just got some delivered.
Were they white pages in Australia?
Yeah.
That's cool.
We just got some delivered here. I was like, you better keep that. That's probably the last one we'll ever get.
Yeah, right.
We had two sections of our phone book. One was in yellow and one was white. White was residential, yellow was...
Yeah, the yellow pages. Yellowpages.com. That's how you found people when we first started the internet.
Fucking hell. Phone books. Yeah, never going to see that shit again, are you? Fucking hell.
Nope, and all those people that tore them in half because they're muscle bound. Now,
Yeah.
it's their fault we don't have phone books.
But they came in handy for police beatings too. They put them up against your chest or wherever they wanted to hit you and then batten that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. I do like beating the police with phone books. You're right. Thank you.
Definitely
Oh, I meant the other way around. We used to get them for free. They'd just deliver them to your front door. You just wake up one day and it'd be on your front doorstep. You know,
However
the new
many
updated
phones you
version.
have, however many phones you have in your house, that's how many sets of phone books you got. Got a white pages book and a yellow pages book, and they were about 3 inches thick each one.
I've forgotten what we're doing. We're waiting for something.
Is the guy from Venezuela still here?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, good. Hey, where do we start hanging our American flags at? I was just wondering because I know we're coming there to give you guys all new oil rigs and shit like that because I saw the orders come in already.
Okay. What's your question?
Where's a good place to start hanging American flags over there? Hotel windows?
Okay, actually, okay, let's be clear. The United States took Maduro out, but that doesn't mean that we belong to the US.
Don't try to get away.
Sorry about that.
That's why I was asking where we can I was asking where we can put the flag. Remember, we put one on the moon. That's ours.
Okay, come you by yourself and put you the flag.
Yeah, that's all it needs. I just need to go there and put a flag and say, "Hey, welcome aboard to you guys."
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Burn it?
Yeah, you don't want to burn it. You'll cause international chaos.
Okay. We will be waiting for you.
Sweet.
Oh.
I'll be at the Hilton on Main Street.
Careful now. I think we might be bordering on incitement.
That's just asking questions about a new place. I want to know what are the good hot spots to go to when I'm there visiting.
In Venezuela, well,
that's where you stick the American flag.
I'm going to go to the beach. I think the beach sounds good. Let's put a big flag on the beach. We are here.
yeah, you can.
I'll jump off the cooler and have somebody film me, and I'll say one giant leap for mankind and all that shit.
Yeah, you can go to the beach, sure. Yeah. There's a lot of beaches in Venezuela, which
Did you know that every beach is the same height? You can see one beach from one beach to the next beach. Did you know that?
Oh yeah, that's called the sea level.
Yeah, because the Earth's flat.
Okay, dude. Okay.
Shit.
Yeah, that's what sea level means, right? It doesn't mean sea curve like sea ball or anything, does it? Sea ball.
No, sea level.
Do you live on sea ball? Not yes ball, sea ball, like the ocean. Ocean ball floating in the outer space. Do you think that's what you live on?
Okay, no. The Earth's flat, dude. Okay.
Oh, I know it is.
Yeah, the sea level proves it.
You convinced already? So we're better than the vegans?
Yeah, you're better than the vegans.
Because the vegans won't come and plant a flag on your beach. They're too weak.
Do they even have
one? Hey, let me tell you what. I think this is false. Yeah.
What?
What's wrong?
Huh?
It's false.
False?
Yeah, mate.
What's false?
Vegans.
This flat, like I don't even know. Sorry, I tried to do the accent, but I couldn't do it, guys.
Who's the bloke that said we live on such a big sphere that we cannot notice the curvature?
Yeah, guys, it's a sphere. Okay, I can't see how it's flat. Explain it to me.
So he said we can't. We of course it looks flat because it's so big, but 8 inches per mile squared should be able to be measured. It has been falsified by observation and measurement by surveyors on the daily. Thus, the radius of the Earth is not what they say it is. Thus, the whole heliocentric model falls on its face.
Oh, okay.
Ouch.
Whatever that means.
It means that the surface of the Earth is measured to be flat. If the surface of the Earth was curved like a planet, we would measure curvature. We don't. So it's quite simply saying we say the Earth is flat because it's measured that way. It's really simple.
Okay, and what do you think about the other planets in the solar system? Are they flat?
They are wandering stars. The lights in the sky
they are
not planets as we are told.
Oh, okay, no planets.
Look at the meaning of planet. Look at the historical word.
Okay, how about our moon, guys? Got a star.
Do you think our
star?
moon?
What the fuck?
Sorry, continue.
No, you're all right, man. I'm just amazed by the question. Is the moon a star?
I'm trying to ask, all right? Because
no, the moon is not a star, but it's a celestial object. No.
So does the moon exists.
Not as we are taught. Do you think that we are tidally locked? The coincidence that the moon is so far away from us and the sun simultaneously, but only for this short period of time, for our perspective to see a total solar eclipse where the sun is completely and perfectly, it is blocked out perfectly.
Yeah, it's like too good to be true, right?
A cosmic an astronomical coincidence, right? A cosmic coincidence with chances or odds which are astronomical.
Okay, so is the sun real?
Okay. Can you see the sun?
Yes, but is
Okay.
it real?
What do you mean by real?
Okay. Here's what I'm trying to say, guys. Alright, just like I forget I even asked that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm trying to ask about the ice walls. Okay.
Why?
Because I've heard
This dude's trolling,
right,
dude.
that that there's ice walls at the edge, right?
That's that's probably some bullshit that you've come across on the internet, dude. No real flat earther's going to make a claim to ice walls surrounding the Earth, known as Antarctica. That idea primarily just comes from a map. You might have seen it online where it's a circle, and Antarctica's the ice wall that surrounds the Earth, which is within. Yeah, we definitely don't say that, mate. The reason why they say Antarctica is an ice wall is just because of the description of the coastline, right? Ice shelves and ice cliffs. So a lot of bloody ice. You have to remember that the ice is over 2 kilometers thick in Antarctica. So I guess when you go to see that, it's going to look like a giant bloody wall. But I wouldn't suggest that that wall in Antarctica of ice is surrounding the entire Earth.
All right, that makes sense. Because from what I've heard, right, the sun and moon are fake, right?
What do you mean by fake? And what do you mean by real? I asked this earlier.
Sounds like you've been listening to a lot of Flat Earth Society strawman position.
I think that
Yeah,
might be it. Because it's like
Well, how could you think that they're fake when you see them?
no, I don't think that. But it's just like from what I've heard. Okay, that not the sun, but that the sun and moon.
Okay,
The
yeah.
story that you told
a couple miles above us, right?
Yeah, quit telling us what you heard from these strawman positions. Ask a question, and these real understanding OGs will answer you.
I appreciate it, guys. Sorry, I'm just trying to see why. Okay. All right. Let's see. So
See why?
Earth is flat.
See why what?
Why y'all think it's flat?
Because it's measured that way. Right. How tall are you, dude?
Why? Well,
You can make it up. I don't mind. How tall are you?
all right. I'm 5'5".
No. Okay, cool. And how do you know that?
Because the doctor told me so.
Okay, and the doctor would have probably measured you, right, with a meter rule or something like that, a tape. Yeah. Yeah. So you know that you're that height because you've been measured, right? That's an empirical standard which will go to identify you, right, in medical records and such. You're 5'5". Awesome. In the same way, we know the Earth is flat is because it's measured that way. When we measure over distances of water that should show curvature, if we're on a planet, they don't. The waters of the Earth measure to lay horizontal. So we say the Earth is flat because it's quite simply measured that way.
Okay, so when I see an image of a planet and it's like a sphere, is that fake? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Like
So you can get a telescope and you can look up at Mars and it looks like a circle. Okay? I don't think that's fake. I can see it. So I'm going to ask you again. What do you mean by fake? What do you mean by real?
Like, is the image false? Is it like a made up image?
What, the one that you see with the telescope? No, you can see that with your eyes. Are you talking about the ones from NASA? Well,
Yes,
they're
from
just
NASA.
better images of the things that you can see, like Mars. Okay.
Okay.
But what are you trying to get to?
Okay, so hold on. First, let me ask. So, is the Earth itself like a plate?
No.
From what is said, is it shaped like a plate?
No.
Or is it
Remember we spoke about the ice walls just a moment ago?
Well,
Where the map
but
is circular? That gives some people the idea that we say that the Earth is like a plate. You might think that the Earth is like a disk in the solar system surrounded by planets, right? Jupiter and Mars, and this disk Earth is in motion around the sun. Yeah, we don't say anything like that, dude. I'm not going to be able to tell you the shape of the Earth. What I am going to be able to tell you is the Earth that you stand upon is the floor, and when you look up, the sky is above. So the sun, moon, and stars, they are in motion above the floor, which is stationary. The floor, which is stationary, is the Earth.
Okay. Okay.
And
That makes
let's say
sense.
that for example, I go to the edge. What would I find if I go beyond the edge?
I don't know.
Really, I thought you were an expert, man.
Yeah, but how would I be able to tell you something that is beyond my experience? You're asking me what would happen in a location. I've never been to the location, and I say that because that's what you're speaking about, this edge that you speak of. I've not been there, so I wouldn't be able to tell you what would happen when I got there. It's an honest answer, dude. I don't know.
And has nobody reached the edge of the earth?
Oh no, I know the answer to that. So yes, but they're all dead. Okay, they don't want you to know what's outside of the ice walls. All right, so
Back to the ice walls again.
Wow, these guys got ice walls too?
This guy sounds like he's been practicing a lot of straw man. So.
Where did who made up the ice wall story? Was that the US Navy or was that the US Air Force? Was it the Air Force or the Navy?
Navy. It's real. It's real. Trust me. All right, I've seen it with my own eye.
What?
He's seen it with his brown eye.
That's weird.
Get me, man. If you're gonna troll, at least be funny.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna
You
ask
see,
you something.
you see how I'm funny and you're not funny. You got to learn to be like me.
Yes, I love your I love your accents as well.
That's great. So you now understand why we say the Earth is flat, because it's measured that way, right? You understand this now.
So, okay, but who? Like who was the? Okay, so let's see, bro. Okay, so when you look at an image of the Earth from NASA, and you see that is like a spear.
Yeah.
Does that not like?
I mean, that could be what we're looking at.
Like,
how do I know it's not like looking at a, at the Earth's surface from high altitude through a tube?
what did you just say? Hold on again.
No, I'm just Anyway, go on, Jedi. Sorry.
You're fine, and you're absolutely fine. What do we say about pictures from space? About the Earth being a ball? How do we deal with that?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking? Okay. Well, we measured the surface of the Earth to see if the Earth is a ball. And when we measure the surface of the Earth isn't curved. So the pictures are falsified by the direct measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Okay, yeah. So then that's what I was asking. So then, do you think it's fake?
Well,
Images.
yeah, it would have to be some kind of image that isn't real. Faked with intent or just because of the curvature of the lens. It could be for many reasons.
Just a moment ago, you told me that the U.S. put a flag on the moon. So, do you believe that the humans were on the moon?
No, moon landing was fake.
That's what I was talking. It's fake.
Okay, hey, hold on. I don't want to upset you guys. I don't believe in the moon landing. How's that?
Okay, why?
Because it was faked in a studio. 14 people pulled that off, and you guys all fell for it.
But we all fell for it. So,
A Jedi. Any thoughts, man?
Save him, Jedi.
What's going on? Sorry. Did somebody call my name? I was just about to go and make coffee. Feels like it's going to be a long night. What's up?
So tagging you in.
Who sent that? No, he left. Wait.
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry, man. You go make coffee.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, guys. Oh no, I feel like I've learned a great deal. But
What have you learned?
it's not
I'm intrigued to know before I make coffee. What have you learned?
So I've learned the sun and moon are fake. Of this.
Right, I'm going to go make coffee.
Skippy, can I ask you one question?
Oh.
I don't have any idea how old you are, but do you think at some point you might be able to take this subject seriously? Because this is a serious subject. We've all been deceived about where we actually live. You don't give a shit about that.
No, because this topic is so insane. Like,
Yes, the globe is very insane because how could you possibly have a ball of water floating in a vacuum? That's insanity, dude, if you believe in that.
Exactly.
Okay, so gravity doesn't exist, right?
Correct. So we can move on from there now.
Exist?
Yeah, forget gravity.
Sit down, relax. Your stomach will be fine.
What do you mean? I'm sorry. What do you mean by gravity doesn't exist? Because if I'm going to pick something up, I guarantee you when I let it go, it's probably going to fall back down to the ground. So what do you mean?
Sir, making the claim that gravity doesn't exist, that question is for you.
Yeah, that's one of the OG explain it.
Not if you pick up a helium balloon, Jedi, it won't fall down. What about that?
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
I just want the guy to explain what he means by gravity.
It's just like a joke. Sorry,
This dude's having a meltdown right here live on YouTube. Is this a joke?
Okay, so explain, man.
Earth is flat and stationary. It's measured that way. Yeah, it's not moving anywhere.
Okay. What else?
It's flat, stationary, and we're contained. We're breathing air pressure.
Right, and that's from the a dome, right? That's a
Oh
round
no,
Earth.
I don't know about any domes. That's something you guys made up.
All right, yeah, that's probably from the Flat Earth Society.
That's a no. It's Globe Earther Society made that up.
The dome.
Okay, so
Yeah,
just to be clear, there's no ice walls. There's no dome.
that's Globe made that up too. Globers made up ice walls and domes
Okay.
to make us look crazy.
Okay. Glovers made up that.
Yes.
Yeah, people always say that terraplanists think that there is a dome, a kind of dome around.
No, nobody thinks that. That's just on television.
Okay. No dome.
Wow, guys.
So
Hello?
there you go. No dome.
No dome.
No what?
So now what are you guys going to pick on?
What's that? Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that Earth is a cube.
Oh man, you're the first person who's ever said that. You should be on television telling jokes to people.
No, it's not a joke because let me tell you that
No, I got
when
this.
I'm
I got
on
this. I'm all right,
right now.
dude. I'm
Yeah,
all
you're
right.
right.
I got this. I got it under control right now.
What?
I got it all under control. Don't worry.
Okay, you're intelligent. Listen to that. When I have a morning and you have a night, that means the sun is your
It means
your
the sun
side.
moves.
You're not in
Yeah,
my side.
it means the sun moves, huh? You know how when you go outside in the morning and the sun is in one part of the sky, and that in the evening, while it's still light out, the sun moves across the sky and it's in the other part of the sky? The sun moved. Did you ever notice that?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
moved.
so how far away is the sun?
It's in the sky. I would have no idea.
No idea.
No, you can't
No idea
measure
about
the
what?
distance to it. No,
Why we can't?
because you
We
can't measure the
can.
distance to it.
I think we can because the sun
That's why.
moves.
That's why you're not a
Distance in a
scientist.
second, so we can measure that.
No, you can't measure it.
Why?
That'd be like pointing to a plane in the sky and telling me where it's at, how far away it is from my fingertip.
Actually, I don't know, but we can measure that.
How?
As I told you that see how much distance how many distance the sun moves in a second, and calculate the size of the earth, the size of the sun, and
No. Yeah, you
doing
can't.
some
You can't
calculations
calculate the
and
size
do
of the
that.
sun. Yeah, you need the size of the sun, don't you? So since you can't have that, you can't do any of that math. You can't do any pretend calculations at all. All you can do is pretend that you can do a calculation. You can't actually do one.
I mean, you can also find the distance from the sun using the angle of shadows. I mean, if
No,
one
you can't
place
do.
has
You
a
can't
shadow
have.
and if one
Hey,
place does,
you can't have angles on the surface of a ball, so you can't have shadows making angles on a ball and calling that an angle. That's not an angle.
I mean, some places have vertical sun, some places have sun at an angle. So if
You
the
can't
Earth is
have
flat,
vertical. You can't have vertical on the surface of a ball. You can only have vertical on a horizontal.
I mean, I'm saying if the Earth is flat, let's assume the Earth is actually flat. Okay.
Hold on. On some places, the sun is vertical, and some places the sun is what?
It's a bit on an angle, like it isn't fully
So,
above
like
you.
closer towards the horizon.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, cool. Have you got a light above your head in your living room, for example?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, point up at it. Now walk away from it. Then point at it again. Are you still pointing up?
Yes, I understand. I fully understand. I'm saying that on a flat surface, that also
Yes.
can happen. And
No
on a
shit.
flat surface, using basic trigonometry, you can find how high the sun is.
No, you can't.
What do you mean? No, you can't. Yes, you can. If the sun is vertically above you.
Well, you asked. You can try and calculate its position, but its position will be subjective to the person taking the observation. When multiple take these triangular measurements to the sun appears in different locations, as in all lines do not meet at the same place. So no, you can't.
What?
Okay. When you
That's basically not real,
triangulate
like what
the
you just said.
distance to the sun, you are going to be using the angle of the sun above the horizon. For example, when multiple people make this same angular measurement at the same time of day, those lines from that eyes to the sun don't always meet in the same place, showing that the sun cannot be triangulated, because if it could, all of those lines would meet in the position of the sun. They don't. I hope
Are
you
you saying
understood
the
that.
sun exists in multiple places at the same time? Because that just can't happen.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm pointing out how you can't triangulate its position just by using a triangle. Now, if you want to do this, you will be using a horizontal earth, but I digress.
I mean, it sounds like you're just making this up. Like you're just saying people tried and it didn't work.
Hey, son.
I can say
son,
that.
Hey, before you go on about people making up shit, would you like to take a triangle test?
I'll go find
What
some
do you mean?
citations while you take that test.
Well, just find out if you even know what the fuck a triangle is. I mean, if you're going to say people make up this stuff, we're going to find out what you really know. How about that?
Okay, so just to be 100% clear, the sun and moon are real objects.
I guess you see them, don't you?
Yes.
Right?
Okay, so what's the deal? You didn't say what kind of real objects they are, but we see them.
I mean, you're saying that the sun and moon are some sort of magical objects that exist at
No,
multiple
you're
places
saying they're a
and can be
magical
triangulated.
object. You guys claim they're magical. You claim the sun is a magical ball of gas that lights up inside a vacuum chamber, and that's magic. Not me. I didn't make up that story. You guys made that story up.
But I didn't say that. I'm just here to learn.
Your explanation makes no more
now we're here
sense.
to learn things. Gotcha. So now we're here to learn. Got it. I know how that works.
Yeah, I'm here to learn.
I mean, you're not providing a better explanation. Your explanation is saying the sun exists at multiple places at the same time.
What is happening?
No,
That's what
I'm
you're saying.
pointing out the problem with trying to triangulate the sun's position just by using a line of sight. When you're drawing triangles, no, I'm looking for citations on this because it's a phenomenon within celestial navigation.
I mean, you haven't really provided the reason for why the sun can't be triangulated.
I appreciate that, thank you. When you're talking about using trigonometry to find the distance to the sun, you'll be using the center of the earth to do so. That's going to require the earth to be a sphere. Now, have you got any proof that the earth is a sphere so we can then find the distance to the sun from the center of it?
That's completely unrelated. I'm talking about a flat earth. I'm not talking about spherical earth.
Unrelated.
Awesome stuff. No problem then.
On a
So
flat
whatever
earth,
we do when we talk about the sun, it will be doing whatever it does underneath a measured flat earth.
I don't understand your point. I'm saying if the earth is flat, look up at the sun. You're just saying, oh, the lines don't meet up, but you haven't provided any proof of that. You just said that. I mean, I can also say, the earth is a globe and say
give me a minute.
Okay. I mean, anyone who knows trigonometry knows it can be done.
Oh, dude, you're making shit up, bro.
Okay, so I went ahead and put in the chat.
Radwin, I got called.
India, you really
can't even hear you, dude.
Yeah, you really.
What's happening, man?
I'll switch to something else.
Anyway, in the side chats, your triangle test. Which of the figures below are not triangles? Go ahead, answer it.
I'm gonna say D.
That's what that's your final answer?
And why? Why?
B as well,
why
but having a curved line isn't so much as preventing it from being a triangle. If it's on spherical geometry, curved lines can exist.
Never heard of a spherical triangle.
This is Euclidean geometry.
Yes, a triangle on a sphere. A triangle
No,
on a sphere can have three right
no
angles.
such thing. No such thing. Stop just saying it out loud like it's a real thing. Here's the correct answers. Stop chanting, by the way, you guys.
I'm sorry.
You guys are just chanting. Oh, this is real. Curved triangles really exist. Okay, if that's true, what's the angle on B? The top angle on B. How do you measure it? What kind of protractor to use? Where's the curved protractors?
Dang, he got you there, man. I think I finally get it. I think I get it now. Let's see. For C or for B or for A and D?
B. What's the angle at the top of B? The top one, the top, not the two bottom. On B, the top of the shark fin. What's that angle?
Cute.
No, for God's sake. In degrees, what's the angle, dude?
In degrees?
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to estimate it, right? So let's see. Probably 15.
All right.
Solid 15.
Can you sorry, dude, please. Can you define an angle for us, please?
So an angle, right?
Yep.
It's like a triangle, right? So look, so
Okay.
it's
like a triangle. A triangle's got three of them. I want to know what an singular angle is.
I'm gonna
Of
explain
what?
it,
Of
right?
which triangle?
So it's like a triangle, right?
No.
Hold on. So
I think you're confused.
So.
Okay, let's back to our point that the Earth is a cube, and I just convinced you that when we have a morning, and you have a night, that means the sun is my side, and I mean
How do we
that's.
know that the Earth is not flat?
No, watch.
Clown car's pulled in.
The angle is the enclosed space near the point where the two lines meet.
Two lines meet.
Okay.
Oh, I get it now.
The space where two lines meet.
Okay. These lines, are they straight lines or are they curved lines? Or
They
can
don't
they be
need
a
to be straight.
combination of the two?
Yeah, they don't need to be straight. They can be curved.
So, from what I see, there's one straight line.
Are you shushing me, man?
Yes.
That's funny. I'm sorry.
So
Okay,
like
we're gonna start muting people. I've had enough.
All right. So, yeah, that's my.
Okay, an angle is an angle is where two straight lines meet. The measurement of the angle is the separation between the two straight lines. Within a triangle, which has three straight lines that meet at 3 points, you can measure the interior angles, which are the straight lines that meet at 2 points, and they will equal 180 degrees. It's one of the laws of a triangle, the interior sum angle.
Okay.
Cool. So the one that's got a curved line in it doesn't quite fit the definition of a triangle because it's got a curved line in it. It's not going to be able to be a measurement of the separation of two straight lines because one of the lines is curved. Doesn't fit the definition of an angle and can't be a triangle.
But angles can exist between a curved line and a straight line. You can look it up. We do calculations on that. Tangent lines and stuff.
Okay, so when you say tangent lines, that's you very softly conceding that the curved line wasn't good enough, so you had to draw a straight one and then measure the separation of two straight lines. After you've arbitrarily decided what point along the curved line you want to draw your straight line to. So that's a soft concession that you need straight lines for an angle.
I mean, yes, that's the whole point. You find the point and you take the derivative of the point to find the slant of the point, and then you take the angle. Yes.
And then you
do
take
that.
the angle after you've got the straight line. Yes. So when you've got
Yes,
a
indeed.
curve within a triangle, that won't fit the definition of a triangle, and it won't fit the definition of an angle because it's not two straight lines. When you arbitrarily decide where you're going to put your tangent, then you've got two straight lines, which is
It
the
isn't
point.
arbitrary.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Okay,
It isn't an arbitrary choice of where to put the straight line. It's on the point they meet.
Yes, but you're still going to need a straight line, aren't you?
I mean, yes,
Thank
to
you. That's
show
the
the
point. We
angle.
literally stop right there. You need straight lines for an angle.
I mean, you can even look it up. Triangles can have a curved side.
It's
Yes.
like, for fuck's sake, not in Euclidean geometry, and we're speaking about Euclidean geometry, not spherical geometry or any other.
Oh, okay. I'm
geometry.
sorry. I
We're talking
understand now.
about a triangle, not a spherical triangle. A
Yes.
triangle. Implicitly, we're talking about Euclidean geometry, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. But they can also exist a triangle with a curved side, yes, which the sum of its angles isn't going to be 180. It's going to be less or more.
It wouldn't be a triangle.
It would be just a triangle with a curved side.
Oh, because you don't have an angle. So an angle have a constant relationship along its length, right? So you have two lines,
I
they
just
meet up.
explained
You have
how a
two,
curved line
stop
and a straight
interrupting
line
me.
can have an
You have
angle.
two lines, they meet at a point, and the angle stays the same the entire length of the lines. It doesn't change. Now, if you have curved lines, that angle will change depending on how far away you are from the vertex.
Yes, that's the definition
Yeah,
of
so it's
intersecting
not a
with a curved
triangle.
line. It can be a triangle
Triangle.
with a
You
curved
don't
line.
have
Yes,
an angle.
triangles, three angles, indeed. You can have an angle with a curved line.
Triangle.
I mean, I'm literally telling you, and you're saying just nuh-uh.
Listen, because angle has a property. That property is that the angle is the same along the entire length of the lines. It can't change. It can't be a 10-degree angle at one spot and a 12-degree angle at another spot. It has to be 10 degrees along the entire length.
You can't
Or
have
it's
an
not an
angle
angle.
that is static on the entire length. If you move a line on the length of another line, the angle does change, just as so with a curve.
No, it doesn't, dude.
Yes, it doesn't. What are you talking
No,
about?
because the angle is a subdivision of a circle. That's like saying two radial fucking lines change. Stop talking, bro. You're just saying
Are you
stupid
talking
shit
about
now.
moving the line or tilting the line or what?
Tilting.
This
We're
is
talking.
insane.
We're talking about two lines
Like a
drawn on a
flat
fucking piece of paper.
I'm hearing the most insane stuff.
I see.
Yeah, I didn't say that. Like, refute anything I said. Yeah, that's what I thought. You can't. An angle is a separation of two lines. That separation is constant along the entire length of the line. It's not something at one spot on the line and then some other thing at another spot on the line. It's the same along its entire length, or it's not a fucking angle.
That's your definition, not the actual
It's not
definition
my
of an angle.
definition. It's the mathematics definition.
No, it isn't. It actually isn't. Like, it actually isn't. You're just making up this definition.
It literally, there's three rules that apply to a triangle. Mentioned one, the interior angle sum. The length of the side, two sides of the triangle will always be greater than the other. Third rule is how you can acquire the area of a triangle. Quite simply, turn it into a square and halve it. Now,
yes,
you can only
that's
have a triangle if it fits
without
these
a curved
definitions.
line.
You're gonna bloody, aren't you? We're talking about quite simple forward geometry, Euclidean geometry. What is and what isn't a triangle?
Okay, I'm sorry. I understand. Okay, this is a triangle with straight lines on Euclidean geometry. It's pretty clear. How does this relate to our topic anyways?
You're the bozo that said you can get the distance to the sun using simple trigonometry. That's horseshit lie.
Well, this doesn't disprove it at all. Like, how
Well, I'll
does this
tell you what
disprove what I said?
disproves it. The fact that in the globe model, they say that the rays of light from the sun are parallel because of its distance. So what angle are you measuring and applying trigonometry to if they're parallel?
I'm talking about if it was flat, not if it was a sphere. If it was flat, the difference in the tilt of the sun from one place to another would help us find its distance.
Says who?
If it was flat.
Says who?
Says the basic trigonometry. What are you saying?
Says
If the sun
basic
exists,
trigonometry.
yes, if the sun exists and it's vertical here and it's not vertical
If
here,
the
then
sun, okay,
we find
so
the angle.
if the sun exists and it's in a position, then basic trigonometry. That's great. That's a great argument.
I mean, if the sun is vertical on, let's say, the equator, on like the
We don't have an
Ecuador or
equator.
Something.
There is no equator.
Okay, we don't have an equator. I understand.
Wait. Hold on. How come?
Because the globe Earth equator has some certain properties. Number one, that it would have equal day and night. Nowhere on Earth actually has equal day and night. Nowhere. So there can be no equator if that property doesn't exist. Now,
Wait, there
another
exists
property
equal
of the
day and
equator,
night
you asked
in
me a
some
question,
times of
I'm
the
going
year.
to answer it. I'm going to answer it. Now, another property of the equator is that the shortest day of the year on the equator would be on the equinox. Well, the place where they say the equator is now the shortest day of the year is not on the equinox. It's in April and it's in August instead of March and September. So there is no equator.
I mean, where I am from, the day and night equalize at one point in the year. So
No,
what you're
it's
saying
not
is literally
equal.
just fake.
It's not equal. Go on time and date. It's not equal.
It is equal. They shift. The day gets longer, the night gets shorter, then
No,
they turn
we're
back.
talking
The night gets shorter.
12-hour day and 12-hour night. That's what we're talking
Yes,
about.
it happens on one day.
No,
On
it
2
doesn't.
days, actually.
No, it doesn't. You're making it up, dude. Go look on
You're just saying it
timeanddate.com,
doesn't. It happens to
suncalc.com.
me. It happened to me personally.
Yeah,
What are
you're
you saying?
lying. You're just lying, dude. Anybody listening to this can verify that you're lying by going on timeanddate.com or suncalc.com.
So you're saying that nowhere on Earth do day and night equalize?
Exactly. There's nowhere where they're equal. 12 and 12.
I mean, they're never equal all the time. I understand that.
They're never equal
But
at all, ever.
where are you from exactly? Like, are you far up north
Who
where
gives
they
a
never
fuck where I'm
equalize?
from?
I mean, it matters because if you're like in the northern part of the Earth or in the southern part, they don't equalize there.
Well,
But in
all
most
I
of the
have to
Earth, they
do is
do.
look at timeanddate.com. Are you fucking dense, dude? Timeanddate.com. It uses the U.S. Naval Observatory model of the sun. You're dense, dude.
Hold on, man.
Dude,
No,
it's
I would highly appreciate it
instead of
if you share
having
the
like
link to that.
skull and then brain, it's just 100% skull.
If you share the link to that, I'd highly appreciate it because your argument is...
Timeanddate.com. That's the link. Timeanddate.com. https://timeanddate.com. Time and date's all one word. Do you want me to come to your house and type it on into your fucking URL bar?
What am I supposed to look for on this website? It has a million things.
Oh, shut the... Dude, go on mute,
I'm
bro.
not joking. I'm not joking. It's a very big
You're
website.
just
There are so many things on it.
website.
Yeah, Knox,
Use the website. Look for Quito, Ecuador, which you'll see on the equator. Or Nairobi, Nigeria, or Nairobi, Kenya, which is also on the equator. Either one of those two places. Now search by month and look for the equinox. You know when the equinox is? Figure out that date and then go look on time and date and see if it's where it says daylight. See if it says 12 hours.
Insane. It's crazy, bro.
I didn't say anything fucking crazy. The fact you think it's crazy means you're stupid.
Flat Earth, bro. It's crazy. The flat Earth.
Yeah, as if that was a refutation, you chanting it's crazy over and over again. Incredulity is not an argument. Just because you can't believe it doesn't make it not true. The belief is what got you in the problems you're in now. Okay? You believe the earth is a globe because somebody told you that. You never would have figured it out on your own. It's not like nobody would have told you and you would have walked around, hey man, what if you live on a globe? You never would have thought of it for 1 second. You're just parroting some idea someone put in your head. You have no evidence that it's true. You just believe it blindly. And now you're in here calling us crazy because we don't believe the stupid shit you believe because we demand evidence.
I can't find what proves your point in timeanddate.com.
I'm sorry, you don't know how to use a fucking simple.
There are moon
website.
phases, sunrise and sunset, date-to-date calculator. There are a
You're
million
looking
things
for
here.
day length. Day length. If the day length is 12, that means the night length is also 12. You're not too bright, are you?
It's a big website. I'm sorry.
All of a sudden, you don't know how to use the internet. It's amazing. You guys
It is
are
a huge website.
you guys are an
It's
amazing
like
bunch
saying
of
go on the
people.
internet.
Globers know how to use any pretend science website to look up galaxies, but if you go to look up how long a day is, that it'll take them a couple of weeks.
Okay, 36049 got the goods. Wanted to be unmuted, so there you go. You're unmuted. You can go ahead.
We're gonna give it. Hold on. We're gonna give this guy 2 minutes and no interruptions. Just let him spout 2 minutes of nonsense because he claims that he did not get a chance to get it out. So we're gonna let you get it out, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay, let's back to that point, which is the sun is an angle. You cannot just say that we will not talk about sun and light. The sun comes in an angle in the north of the earth, and for example, in anything in the middle, for example, Middle East or some place like that, the sun comes up to us, which that mean we are in a circle. Earth is not flat.
Is that it?
Yeah,
I'm
So
convinced.
he said the sun
I'm a
comes up
Glober
to
now.
us, so the Earth is not flat. How do you know the sun's coming up to us?
What does he mean by coming up?
It comes
I
vertical
guess.
to on us.
Well, what if there was a big flashlight in the sky and it was far away,
What?
and then as it got closer, what would that look like?
What?
Say there was a big light in the sky, not the sun. Say someone made an airplane that was just completely covered in LED light bulbs, and then
Why do
flew
we
from
call it sun?
300 miles. Stop. Then flew from 300 miles away to where you are. What would that look like?
It's a sun.
Would it be coming up? You know, when airplanes fly away, they approach the horizon. It's called the vanishing point. Everything converges to the horizon visually. That's what it looks like. It's not sinking. It's not going under the earth.
I don't know what you want to say exactly, but if you can't answer my question, that
You didn't ask a question. You made a statement.
do not interrupt me, please. The first thing, and the
You
second
made a
thing is
statement. You didn't ask a question. If
north
you want
of
to
the
ask,
air.
look, bro, ask the question now because you didn't ask a question. Ask your question.
I actually ask. Okay, I'm gonna repeat it. The north of the earth, the sun, or as you say, the light comes in an angle, and in US or
What do you
Middle
mean at
East,
an angle? What do you
in
mean
an
by
angle,
that?
it
Yeah,
comes.
what does that mean?
Okay, it comes from, how can I explain it?
Low to the horizon?
Yeah, to the horizon. Yeah, exactly. That's it.
So I want to get this right. In this idea, you're talking about the sun and its angle when it hits the earth that's a sphere. When you're in the north, the sun's angle in the sky is closer to the horizon. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, exactly.
Cool. Carry on. Well, I don't think you finished, but carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think should happen on a flat Earth?
In all place, the sun has a specific one path for everywhere on the earth.
Why?
Because it's a flat.
Yeah.
If it's
Why? How does flat necessitate the sun takes one path? Why does the sun have to take one path on a flat Earth? Why?
I don't know how can I explain it. That's
Yeah, I don't know, because it doesn't.
Okay.
So the flat Earth you just made up in your head, we don't believe in that flat Earth either.
You don't believe it?
No, we don't believe your flat Earth. The flat Earth that you just made up that said the sun has to take one path. That flat Earth, we don't believe in that flat Earth. I don't know who believes in that flat Earth. Apparently, you.
Everyone, unless you and some other people with you.
Look, brother,
I think.
the sun is going to cast different shadows depending on where it is. So if it's over your head, there'll be no shadows. If it's on the horizon, there'll be long shadows. Right?
Okay. I have another point.
You didn't even have a point the first time. Well, go ahead.
Yeah. When ships on the sea.
Just read it. Yeah, just read it.
What?
Yeah, ships go under the horizon. They go over the curve of the Earth, right?
I don't know what you actually say, but
when a ship sails away, it drops down. And the
don't
bottom
interrupt me, bro.
disappears, and then the middle, and then the top.
Do
right?
not interrupt me, bro. Yeah,
What?
bro. Do not interrupt me.
Yeah, well, look, bro. You're literally reading
Yeah.
a website and reading it to us.
I'm not reading.
No, you're reading a website. Okay.
Okay.
You're not reading it. Then tell me where you saw a ship go over the horizon. Where were you?
Okay, listen. When the ship is on the sea, you just look. You can just look at the upper of the ship. You cannot see the down of the ship. Can you explain that?
I live by the ocean.
What?
I live 1 mile away from the Atlantic Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
I see ships all the time. The thing you're talking about, I have never seen in my life.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
I've seen it. Hold on. Where'd you see it? Where'd you see it?
I've seen it in Jeddah.
Oh, shut up. I want to answer where you saw it. Shut up. Where'd you see it?
Yeah, I saw it when I was passing by a bridge. I looked over
Where?
at the ocean and I
No,
saw
where
it.
were you? What ocean? Where were
Atlantic. Up north, man.
That's not specific enough. Where were you? Liar. Liar.
I've seen it of South Australia. I've seen it of South Australia. I've seen boats disappear over the horizon. Container vessels disappear.
Yeah? No, you saw a video once. That's what you saw. Okay.
In the eastern province of Saudi Arabia, I saw it.
Listen. Listen.
On the Red Sea.
This is easy. You want to answer? This is easy. First of all, this is a rare observation, and typically it's caused by an inferior mirage that's right at the surface level. Okay, so any video you watch showing this, if you look close, you'll see a double image of the ship. Why are you interrupting me? Why? Mute that person. I'll do one better. Disconnect.
That's better.
Yeah,
okay.
Complete.
So I'll finish. So when you see this is purely a visual effect. Do you know how we know this? Because the horizon moves around. Sometimes the horizon looks like it's 3 miles away, and then an hour later it looks like it's 10 miles away. And we can replicate the observation on distances where there can't be a globe horizon, such as on a lake that's only 1,000 feet long. You can replicate this entire visual effect where you take a little RC boat and sail it away, and it appears like it goes over the horizon. Well, in 1,000 feet, there is no globe horizon because that's not a long enough distance, but we can still replicate it. In fact, National Geographic replicated it. Yeah, that's right. National Geographic showed this happening. Do you know how we know it wasn't over the horizon? Because the horizon was behind the object that was cut off by the horizon. Now, how's that happen? Okay. Ships don't go over the horizon, brother. I've seen a ship 30 miles away. I watched it sail out to sea from 6 miles out to 30 miles. Never disappeared over the horizon. Never did anything like that. Never seen this, ever. Not even once.
Yeah, back to our point. I finally
This is
figured out
some
time
shit
and
you
date.
guys read on the internet that you think is true because you read it on the internet. There's people that have gone out every 2 or 3 days making observations for years,
me?
dude. 4 years.
Do you mean me? I didn't search in Google. I just saw it.
No, I'm talking.
On a Red
There's a
Sea.
YouTube channel named Pablo's Dog. He's been going to the same spot for 2 or 3 years, 2 or 3 times a week, and filming the exact same thing. And there ain't no ships over the horizon or anything like that.
Yes, I finally
The thing is,
figured out
we
time
got
and date.
data. You have stories.
Wait, let me finish. Oh yes,
No
time
more stories
day
then.
equalized on the 15th of March here in Saudi Arabia.
March?
Time and day. Yes.
It's not equal.
Yes, they are.
It's not equal. Even in the globe model says it can't be equal because refraction says it extends the daylight. So good try though. You almost lied your way to success.
That's beyond the point. Refraction is
No,
beyond
that
the
is
point.
the point.
It's
That
about
is the
having.
point. That is the point. No place on Earth actually has 12 and 12. Period.
I mean, that's a different point. Talking about refractions and stuff. We're talking about day and night, and now you talk about refractions. That's completely unrelated. That's a different point.
What they say is that the daylight, listen, in the globe paradigm, what they say is the reason we don't see 12 and 12 is because refraction makes daylight longer than it's supposed to be, and that the sun actually illuminates 51.3% of the surface of the earth, gets direct sunlight. Yeah, 51.3, not 50%, 51.3% gets direct sunlight.
Makes sense.
Lots of things make sense. Spider-Man getting superpowers from being bit by a radioactive spider. That makes sense. But it
It
ain't
does
true.
make sense. Like it genuinely does make
Yeah,
sense.
but it's
Think
not
about
true.
it.
But it's not true.
Yes, it is true. We observe it. I observe it. You observe it.
You never observed anything in your life.
I mean, at this point, you're not presenting points. You're just saying you guys are stupid and I'm the smart guy.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you guys don't know what you're talking about. You guys are 5-10 years too late trying to investigate this topic on the fly.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
We've already been looking into this for a decade, and you guys come in here and think, oh, these flat earthers, I'll teach them the globe and then they'll believe it. We all know the globe earth model better than you. We don't believe it because we do know it. It's not because we don't, it's because we do. And when you know the details of it and you know that the claims don't match actual real world observation, then you realize, hey, it's bullshit.
I mean, you still haven't answered my question on why the position of the sun can't be trigonometrically located.
It can't be. You're just making that up. Listen,
You're just saying it can't be.
I'll post in the chat a peer-reviewed paper from the Astronomical Leaflets of the Pacific, published in 1943, titled "The Solar Parallax," that says you cannot triangulate the position of the sun looking at the sun. Now, it isn't me saying it's fucking astronomers. Are you going to believe them?
We're quoting papers from 1943. Those guys use asbestos for insulation.
So it's wrong because it was done in 1943.
There were many wrong things with the world in 1943.
Are Newton's laws wrong? Is Archimedes' principle wrong? That's from like fucking 300 BC. So that must be wrong, right? Fucking retard.
I don't know.
Fucking bitch argument, dude.
I'll be
Why are
interested
you
to see
screaming,
that,
bro?
though, Joe.
Why are you
You
screaming?
post it,
Calm
please.
down.
Shut up.
Calm down. Calm down. No. That's unpolite, bro.
All right, just mute him. Injo, if you could post that in the side chat, I'd like.
Yeah, I'll post it right now.
Cheers, dude. Good to see you, by the way. You came in swinging tonight, man. I know you've been listening to YouTube.
Yeah, Ram
and
was
whatnot.
having too much fun, man. I couldn't let that happen. He's having more fun than me.
Fair play.
Dude, he was fucking cracking me up, man. I almost spit out my coffee like 3 times.
Excuse me, why did you mute that guy?
What did he say? He was like, I know your stomach hurts right now.
Why? For what?
Because you're flat, and when you realize that, a normie, their stomach's gonna hurt. They're gonna get indigestion, heartburn, maybe diarrhea.
Again, why you
Why, when
muted that
people,
guy? Pesok.
when people are offered academic reference and citations, and they dismiss it out of hand because it was done a few decades ago, the conversation's probably got to stop at that point. Maybe he needs to think about how he's going to progress in the conversation. Maybe shortly he'll be unmuted and be invited to continue the conversation. But that's going to depend on him.
Look, it's not. Listen, if that was actually a principle he had, that he does not accept old papers or old scientific claims, I would say okay. But I guarantee you, he'll fucking bring up Newton in a heartbeat. And Newton is 3 centuries before this. But Newton's okay. He's not too old. Only Harold Weaver's too old. It's a bullshit argument. It's not even an argument. It's just being a dick. And I don't know why you're fucking white knighting for someone being a dick. You think he really thinks that paper's
He didn't say the
invaluable?
paper is not correct. He just said it's old.
Well, do you really think that he believes that? He didn't even read the paper.
I muted him, and let's see what he say.
No, how about you just justified your bullshit? How about that? How about you deal with you first, and then we'll deal with him. Do you think that because that paper was written in 1943, and the fact that he did not fucking read it or look at it, he has a legitimate gripe?
You can't.
No.
What?
He has no legitimate issue. He has no issue with that paper. He didn't read it.
You couldn't prove him wrong. That's why you muted him.
Prove what wrong?
Okay, let's unmuted him and let's listen what he say.
Are you his girlfriend?
What? No, but he's
Are you his
talking
lawyer?
truth.
Are you his lawyer?
I just like his point.
What was his point? Because I didn't get it. What was his point? Tell me again.
So I muted him. Let's listen to what he say.
No, I want you to tell me what his point was because you like it so much. Tell me what it was.
Located the sun. It's give him more much sense.
That wasn't his point. Try again.
You can try again and listen to him.
No, you try again and tell me what his point was. I don't think you know what his point is. I think you're just blindly white knighting for your friend.
Locating the sun using trigonometry.
He said something about trigonometry. What did he say?
Oh yeah. So I need to repeat his whole speech.
No, you just only need to repeat his claim, dude, or his question. That's it. I want to know what his argument was, and I want to make sure you actually know what it is so that I don't have to think that you're just blowing smoke up my ass.
We're talking about locating the sun using trigonometry.
Oh, it's using trigonometry, location of the sun. Okay. The paper I just posted shows that that's not possible. Do you know why it's not possible?
Do not talk to me. I don't have that information that he has.
Well,
So
I told him. Weren't you listening?
Let's listen
Weren't
what he
you
say.
listening? Well, I said
Just
it to him.
like his point, and you muted him. You just
Okay, I said it. I said the answer.
all that speech.
Yeah, brother, I said it to him already. Why didn't you hear my response?
Okay.
I already told him why it's not possible already. What? But you didn't listen to that? I said
You just
because
say
the rays of the sun, because the rays of the sun are parallel, and you cannot triangulate parallel lines. Right? Did you hear that part?
I mean, if they're
this is
parallel,
a game you guys play.
why are some
No,
people
this
seeing
is
the
a
sun vertical and some people not?
brother. I'm not buying it, bro. This is a game you guys play. You guys go explain X, Y, Z, and then you do ask, ignore, repeat. You ask the question, you ignore the answer, and then you repeat the question, and you do this over and over and over again. And that's what you two are doing. And now you're
I mean, he asked
completely
a very valid question. You're saying the lines of the sun are parallel, but they can't be parallel if some people see the sun at an angle and some people see it vertical. That can't be true.
How do you know that?
It's either this or that.
How do you know that?
Because of observation. Parallel doesn't work when it's tilted somewhere and not
Because
some
of
other.
observation doesn't tell me how you know that's
Yes,
not
why
possible.
is the sky blue?
No,
Why is the grass green?
You claimed it was not possible, and I asked you how you know that it's not possible.
You're saying the rays of the
Don't
sun
ask
are
me what I'm
parallel
saying.
on a flat
Answer
Earth.
my question. Just
I
answer
am
my
answering
question.
your question.
How do you know it's not possible?
I am answering your question. You're saying the lines of the
No,
sun are
it's
parallel,
saying
and you're saying the Earth is flat.
You're not answering
Therefore,
my
we all
question
should
by
see it
saying you're
vertical.
saying. Bro, you're saying is not answering my question. You're trying to tell me what I
I'm not
said.
saying you're
I'm
saying.
asking you a question. I want to know what you say. Okay. Why is it impossible?
If the sun rays are parallel and the Earth is flat, we're all going to see the sun as vertical above our heads. No one's going to see it at an angle, and no one's going to see it differently. They're either parallel or they're not.
Okay. That's just restating the same fucking claim. I asked you how you know it's impossible. You're just claiming the same thing over and over again. You're not giving a reason why it's impossible. You're just saying it is.
I mean, either we're living in a universe where Euclidean geometry
Jesus
is
Christ,
real or
dude.
it's
You
not.
guys are so fucking
If it's with Euclidean geometry, then we can't have parallel curved lines. It's either this or that. Have you ever seen like parallel curved lines unless it's on a sphere?
Okay. Have you ever considered that what we use to describe the sky is merely a fucking model and does not actually represent reality? Have you ever thought of that? Because in the globe model, where the parallel rays come from every direction, but you're on a ball and they should converge. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. Okay? Because it's just a model and it's an observer centric model. That's the problem you guys have. You don't understand that all the mathematics are done from a point at the origin of coordinates.
I agree with you. Yes, it's a simplistic model, but that doesn't answer the
I didn't
question
say it
of
was simplistic.
why.
You didn't understand what I said. I didn't say simplistic. I said it's just a model. It doesn't represent reality. You're reifying a mathematical model. That mathematical model is not real. It just tells you what things look like.
Okay, I agree with you. Maybe it isn't real, but if the Earth is flat and the rays of the sun are parallel,
how do we know
you haven't answered.
How do we know that the Earth is flat?
That's what you're claiming. What are you talking about?
How do I know? But why am I claiming it?
You're saying it's because ships go across the sea and don't go down as expected.
No,
That's what you
not
say.
why. That's not why. It's not why, dude. So you weren't told why earlier?
No, I wasn't. I just came here.
Okay. Because we can measure the surface of the Earth, and it measures as if it's flat.
Okay.
So you can take a laser, and then you can measure the laser height across a large body of water, and that laser height does not change. Now, if the laser is straight and the water is curving, with distance, that distance, the laser to the water should increase exponentially. But all these tests have shown that the laser and the surface of water are in parallel.
Do you know that scene from the movie American Psycho where he says, "Why isn't it possible? It's just not. Why not, you stupid bastard?" That American Psycho is literally you. You're just saying it's not possible. We shouldn't be able to measure it. We shouldn't be able to do that, even though we can, even though we do, even though they did.
Show me.
But you
Show
just
me.
refuse it.
Well,
you just
yeah,
quote
yeah.
papers
Yeah.
that agree with you. You don't quote papers that don't because you don't like them and don't want to read them. You just want the papers that say the Earth is round, even if they're from 1943. You just even new papers, trustworthy papers. You don't quote those because they disagree with you. That's what you do.
Excuse me. You said we do measure the curvature of the Earth. didn't you?
Yes, we do, man. Yes, we do.
Cool.
Ships
Okay,
disappear. I can't
dude, you
see
don't
Burj
have to get
Khalifa from
excited.
Riyadh.
Dude,
I can't do that.
Please, you don't need to get excited. We just need to see that, please. The direct
I
measurement
mean,
of
you
the
can get
surface
excited
of
all
the
you
Earth
want,
having...
but when I do, I just get muted. Am I right?
Dude, please, you're interrupting me. I'm inviting you to provide the evidence of your claim.
The evidence of my claim is that I can't see Mount Everest from all over India. That I can't see Burj Khalifa from the other side of the Emirates.
No.
This is evidence.
Dude, please, you said we measure the curvature of the Earth. Right, in your little...
Measure. Oh my God, I'm British.
Excuse me, why are you mocking me? I'm trying to have a conversation
Fuck
with you.
you
I'm
and
being
fuck
very
the flat
polite.
earth, you son of a bitch. You keep lying all over people and
Excuse
being all
me, why are
biased
you
and
being
shit.
so rude? I'm being polite
Oh my
to
God,
you.
I'm being so mean. You can be mean all you want, but when I do, I
What
get
the
muted.
fuck is
Fuck
going
you.
on? Right,
Oh yeah,
forget that.
Dude, you're spiraling,
We
bro.
can
Take
move on from
take
this
a
guy.
breath. Take a shot.
Yeah.
Take a hit of the hookah.
We can move on from this guy. What the fuck? Isn't it weird?
Go
He's
ahead
an
and
slave.
go ahead and light some of those calming incense. You know, the vanilla and bergamusk and all that good stuff.
That's
Come on,
exactly what you
man.
need.
No, someone rub his back a little. No?
Dude, I gotta clip that, dude. That was the craziest freaking spiral in a while.
He left already?
Dude,
Yeah, he
when
just
I would
got
have made
angry
you
for no
proud,
reason.
what I just triggered, man, would have made you proud.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, he was in there. I was talking to him, but I had to leave for a bit.
Is he the one you gave the stomach ache?
The other one, Duck, and him. I think it was both of them. Yeah, that's what I tell him. I know your stomach hurts now. It'll be all right.
It's funny, that guy got triggered by association. Like he spent
Yeah,
the
I
majority of the
don't know
time
why he got so
with
mad.
his-
It's fucking crazy. I mean, he makes us look bad when he gets all emotional and stuff. He just disproves his own point.
He has no fucking clue what his own point is. It doesn't matter.
Oh, he came back. He came back to listen now, but he's muted, so that doesn't work.
I mean, but he was kind of right
skanking
on the point that you
936.
guys just quote stuff that agrees with you and just say that stuff that doesn't is just propaganda
Not
machine.
It's not
I mean,
true.
anything that disagrees with you, video evidence, you just say, "Oh, that's propaganda."
Hey, let me ask
lies.
you a question. Let me ask you a question before you go off on a weird. Let me ask you a question before you go off on a weird tangent. The guy with the letter F in his name starts with, I can't read it. You know that NASA is now a spy agency, right? As of September, and you're defending them.
I'm not defending NASA. I'm defending the Chinese space agency, the Russian space agency, the Saudi
Oh,
space agency.
now it's somebody out. Now it's other space agencies you're defending. So NASA gave up; they became a spy agencies, and the other ones are still real space agencies. Is that what you're saying? So that's what we have now: real space agencies and fake ones.
I mean, why isn't that possible? Like that, just there's nothing that prevents that from being reality.
Yeah, this is just your own incredulity. Right. Just because there's multiple organizations all partaking in the same con, doesn't disprove our point, so.
But I have a question.
What is it?
How does the eclipse happen on a flat Earth?
Which one?
Because it's explained on the globe Earth, but on a flat Earth, it just I don't know. Like I have no idea. I've never heard
Okay.
anyone explain it.
Can you explain which one you're talking about and walk us through the observation?
It's both solar and lunar eclipse.
Okay, so the lunar eclipse. Tell us about that. You said it explains, so explain.
Who muted him this time?
ويا حميد راك انت مصيصه من هذا.
Oh, good. I thought I'd lost connection then.
No, you're still here. We got people freaking out, running down the street, going like that.
Okay.
What happened, man? What happened to everybody? Guy just... That was weird.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
My God, man. Like, I don't know what happened, man. That dude just, like, burst into flame instantly.
You guys need to be nicer to these Globers. You're very mean, and you're causing people to get upset, and I don't appreciate it.
Look, he said, I want my buddy to answer all the questions. And I was like, okay, what did he ask? And then, okay, what did I answer? And then when I, told him what my answer was, which I know he heard, he just freaking went bananas. Well, no, he went bananas after I told him the Earth measures flat. He couldn't handle that. That's right.
Yeah, you're being mean by telling people that.
I know. Give him stomach aches. That was so funny, man. Because I know it's true, right? You know they got indigestion.
Absolutely. You know how many people we caused to run to the bathroom? Plenty.
Pass the Zantac. My stomach hurts. I'm on the Flat Earth Discord.
Where was that Australian that said he saw fucking boats disappearing?
Yeah, the container ship guy. Yeah, where'd he go?
Just some flyby bullshit, I guess.
Yeah, we probably now I think about it. Press the triangle. Scott Mackey probably had to have frickin' colonoscopy after talking to us.
Oh, yeah, he was in the hospital a few times. That's why we didn't see him.
He took a year off, man.
His psychiatrist probably told him he's not allowed to go in here anymore.
Either that or his wife said, if I catch you in that Flat Earth server one more time, I'm getting a divorce.
No, remember he's a psychiatrist or psychologist, comes in here to study us. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
I asked him about, does your psychologist think you should be coming in here? And he gave me some kind of answer. I forget what it was. So he sees one.
Oh, you're going for round 2, Jedi.
Said the horizon is curved because it's a circle around him, and that he's seen as the curve of the Earth every day because he's seen the horizon. He's a wingnut.
You told them how it is like India. You know, they're 10 years too late to this convo. They're stuck in a time capsule of fucking long, outdated, shitty straw man anti-flat earther arguments from 2014. They don't realize it. I think we're just fucking sitting around drooling all day, just waiting for the first glober to come in and teach us about the sphere.
I mean, how many people do we have to go through until we get to somebody that just isn't going to just give us Chat GPT or 7 reasons why we know the Earth is a globe or some Vsauce thing, right? And the thing is, they come in here with that, acting as if like they have some like form of intelligence because they're parroting Vsauce. Oh, I'm smarter than these flat earthers. They never even watched Vsauce before. Like what? Like I don't even know what these people are taking, man.
I probably watched more Vsauce than them, to be honest. Back in the day.
I mean, did they not think that we did what they're doing now 10 years ago? Debunk flat Earth. I can type that in too, man. How hard is that to type?
Think that because that adds an element of respecting our intelligence. And as soon as a flat earther is deemed intelligent, now it's a big fucking problem because they might be onto something.
Oh yeah, yeah. Then the bias can't creep in. The bigotry, as Elijah would call it.
So they have to paint it as these people have missed every single scientific BBC documentary, every single Neil deGrasse Tyson presentation, every single class at school regarding anything.
Everything on the Discovery Channel, everything on the frickin' dude. So many channels have space shit. Public television here. They had the Cosmos series, which lasted. I mean, first there was Sagan, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson was doing it, and then there was Brian something or other, right? So we're talking like 5 decades of the same crap. Yeah, we missed it all of it.
Yeah, we never had space toys, never read space books, never watched space movies, never played space games, never nothing.
Never drank Tang. Never saw the Wheaties box.
Isolated from.
Have you seen Bill Nye doing his stand-up comedy routine?
I have a glass of Tang right now.
I haven't seen that really.
Yeah, Bill Nye started up as a comedian.
You think you can make a Tang ball in a vacuum? I want to see you make a ball of Tang. A ball of Tang floating in a vacuum.
I'm not screwing up my vacuum pump.
Well, I mean, obviously it can float in space because the astronauts are drinking it in space. So it's made for that. It's designed.
So you're telling me if I put it in the vacuum chamber and I pull the air out, the Tang will float into a ball?
Yes, obviously.
All right. I'm going to have to film that one.
Do not send me a bill for the vacuum chamber either.
Yep, vacuum pump for sure. Yeah, may as well get the whole thing because it's just going to be all sticky.
Then it'll get crystallized.
I've got an idea for a meme if someone wants to make it. So it's a building. It's got the sign 24/7 Flyer Discord. And it's just a queue of Glovers out the front. And they're all saying 24/7 Fly Earth. Hold my beer and walking in. And out the back door is just like a pile of battered and bruised, Glovers.
What is Flat Earth? I never heard of it. Guys, the Earth is a dinosaur.
How deep is
The dinosaurs are fake. What are you talking about?
Which dinosaur? Brontosaurus, Tyrannosaurus Rex,
T-Rex.
Velociraptor.
Wait, no, not T-Rex. Sorry, I mean raptor.
Your grandmother.
Archaeopteryx.
A raptor.
Why don't you guys come in here with anything clever ever? Earth is a dinosaur. Why don't you say like Earth is a jellyfish or something original?
I did. He said which kind of dinosaur, and I said his grandmother. I thought that was funny.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that was all right.
I'm
That was a good
laughing
one.
so hard right now.
What'd you say?
I said I'm laughing so
You're
hard right now.
You sound depressed, dude.
I've always
yeah,
been like
14. That's normal.
Patricia
Oh,
said
yeah, they hate everything. Everything
yeah,
sucks.
but yeah, I'm watching my sad bird Simpson edit, so no.
So Goober, can you answer a question honestly?
Shoot.
Okay, so if
you ask me, you never did.
yeah, I'm gonna ask you, dude. So if nobody ever told you that the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out on your own?
Yeah.
How?
The curvature.
Where? Where's that?
The curvature. So everything is actually a sphere. You didn't
No, I
know.
get but where's that, dude? Where's the curvature that you're talking about that you would have figured it out? Where is the curvature
On
that
the
you're talking about?
ground. It's totally
On the ground. Yeah. Well, how do you know the ground's curving? Did you see it to be curving?
It's not curving. Are you an idiot? I'm
I
sorry.
know it's not curving. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Flat Earth isn't flat. Get a break. Anyways,
Yeah, how come you don't actually have, it's a globe, but you can't actually give coherent answers to how you
I
actually
don't
know that?
know.
It's weird, isn't it?
It is weird. I don't really.
And you never told me, you said that, yes, you would have figured out it's a globe on your own, but you never told me how. What would you have experienced in the world that was said, that indicated to you Earth's a globe? What would you have seen or looked at or been like, oh, wow,
I
Earth is a
don't.
globe? Because, yeah, you left. Too many cowards. Hold on. How long is this event title been this?
Might be about 12 hours now.
Really? And
Yeah.
that doofus was like, you guys just think you're smarter than everybody. I didn't even know that was the title of the thing. Like, man, that's freaking ironic.
Because you're not a
Yeah.
smart glober.
I forgot it was even running until you mentioned it.
I guess he inadvertently answered the
what are you gonna
question. The
do
answer was
about it?
no, he's not. He
I
conceded.
just say yeah. What are you gonna do about it? And then that just makes them go fucking crazy.
I guess that's what they're going to do about it. Go crazy. Well, he pretty much conceded that he must not be because he brought up that, like, we're just in here acting smarter than everybody else. Okay. Did you just concede the question that yes or no, they are not smarter than a flat earther? It was like, I mean, this isn't a question of intelligence. It's a question of gullibility at this point. Are you gullible? Did you believe just the story you were told because you thought everybody else believed it and you were just gullible and like they just kept upping the ante? Yeah, we live on a spinning ball. Wow, Mrs. Teacher, that's awesome. Oh, no, it's not just spinning, it's covered in water. Oh, wow, that's crazy. And it's going through it's going around the sun at 1.6 million miles per hour. Wow, that's amazing. Oh, it's going through the universe at millions of miles per hour. And it's water in a vacuum. Oh, and by the way, everything's really, really far apart. Oh yeah, and the sun's a gas in the vacuum too. And it's got kept up in the ante, right? If they would have told the whole story all at once, nobody probably would have believed it. But they like boil frogs. They tell you a little bit at a time. And they go, the universe is so fascinating.
There's other planets.
Yeah, and stars that spin 70,000 miles per hour. And it's raining in Saturn diamonds.
There are aliens.
Yeah, aliens.
You're not wrong,
Obama
dude.
and Trump have both said shit about aliens in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. And this is, you made a good point, that kind of drip, like the frog in the boiling pot. Can tell us all at once, but slowly over time, this narrative is, we're talking about it so much now, but in the 60s, 70s, no, you wouldn't be talking about UFOs, right? That was stupid. Slowly over time, that narrative's changed, right? I guarantee the majority of people think there's aliens up there.
Now, if you like critically analyze what exactly is like an alien, right? It's basically like an animal, but it's sentient like a human, like Planet of the Apes, right? They go to Planet of the Apes. There's a bunch of apes that are sentient like human